inclusion of culture. It signifies the importance of agriculture, our cultural heritage, and sustainability in our push for development. And then lastly, the sun, which represents my favorite, energy, life, and of course, since COVID, new beginnings. The inclusion of the sun in the logo in today's Development Symposium symbolizes Palau's commitment to our energy initiatives through renewables and a brighter future moving forward. So with that said, let's all begin our agenda. Starting off, I will invite Pastor Balgo Sandario to start off today's events with an opening prayer.
Make it clear kung masesel nga program nga kadiak turange nga Pastor Balgo kabodolulu ububul Dios nga rayang lagi merem altutaw ni malol dang sa man mereng asulem kumal masaw etam Dios ra mokter tel Symposium etam Dios el girela atagtagel maklisi ela belumam klemrenge arbek la adel girela ungil lulgurule la belumam lobantriar motigay garkamam Dahil tutada mo Diyos sa gimom alikyal Symposium ngargaw, onit edam Diyos sa kwase mong tigay, grabe ka speakers, may gerogul tokoy, momdung ngartyang, all information and moraw doswir, maniriar ada gimom da kalol tau, tun mo girela tagategel maklisi ela belumam, ibol mo upkal, el modang sangklem mga alsen. Imal mereng asulem el dibloil, ngarang kila Jesus Kristus sa sablam. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor Sandario. Following our program, I now call on the Honorable Caleb Udoy Jr., Minister of the Ministry of Finance, to give us the welcoming remarks.
Thank you, Turang, and good morning, everyone. Ungil tuta. It gives me a great pleasure to welcome you all to the Development Symposium for 2023. We are honored to have with us several distinguished guests and dignitaries, His Excellency President Sorongo Whips Jr., the Honorable Vice President Udo Sangabao Sr., which will be attending this afternoon session. Of course, the ministers who are able to join us today. I'd also like to recognize a representative from the Senate representing President Baules, Senator Inabo, Chairman of the Ways and Means Committee. Also, several delegates that are with us today, including Chairman Mangur from the House and Delegate Otobat. Thank you for joining us. We do have governors that are here or who are not able to make it, but we thank them for their support of the symposium. Speakers from the state governments, different agency representatives, Dr. Tilley from Palau Community College, who has been a big supporter of our initiatives. We are also especially grateful for the presence of our ambassadors and the diplomatic corps. Some of them are represented by secretaries. Let me recognize first Australia. Thank you for attending today. Ambassador Lee from Taiwan. Ambassador Odikasa from Japan. And the United States, I don't see the ambassador. Okay, not able to make it today. I think there's another event happening that some of our people have to attend, so they send their apologies. I'd also like to recognize some of our partners that are in the room today. From the Asian Development Bank, we do have two directors that are in country, Director Nita and Director Keiju. Thank you for being in attendance for this symposium. We do also have a resident representative out of Ponape who's visiting Palau this week, Deji. Thank you for joining us. and the representatives from the IMF who are in country doing mission. We do have several other partners that are in country at this time representing the graduate school and other projects that we are pursuing. During this week, we've had several side events that they have participated in. One of them that is here today that I'd like to recognize is the president of the Pacific Island Development Bank, Lindsay Timarong, one of us that's doing some good work for us outside in the region, as well as Rosa, who's traveled with her today. So this year we're taking a significant step forward by renaming our annual gathering the Development Symposium, as Anthony had explained earlier. And as he said, we're embracing a broader vision for inclusive growth. Our theme, Realizing Vision, Outcome of Change, reflects our expanded focus. We're not just talking about economic growth, we're exploring energy, tourism, education, technological innovation, social initiatives, all crucial drivers of our economic growth. And with us in the room, if you have noticed some of the signs on their seats, are various women's groups that are participating in a social initiative with the Asian Development Bank project. And these are all some of our producers in country, the women's groups from around Babulao. So welcome here. In talking about development, we're also talking about our future, and we're very happy to have had the Ministry of Education participate and include several students from the high schools in our program. So if you can, please welcome them to this year's symposium. So our future is bright. We've conducted several reforms that have shown some promise, such as social reforms represented by the Eldabel that are here today, but also in gender-based violence and income opportunities. If you go to NSR, you'll see that we do have a processing plant now in operation to process taro grown by the women and turn that into value-added products to be sold in our stores. I think you will be experiencing some of those products today that will be served, so stick around. There'll be some tasty treats, I think, is what I'm told. While our future is bright, it will be different than pre-COVID. We do need to recognize that we are faced with high income classification by the international community, and the availability of grants, donor assistance will be more limited. So we do have to be very cautious in our approach to development and make wise choices. Fortunately, we're very lucky to have the support of many partners, some of which I've mentioned today. And I think with our new initiative, the development plan, will be able to determine which is the best path forward. So to align with this comprehensive approach of the National Development Plan, this plan brings together diverse sectors of our country, creating a comprehensive framework that goes beyond a focused, narrow economic discussion to talk about the bigger picture and acknowledging that a strong economy is powered by diverse factors and factions like social well-being, cultural richness, environmental sustainability, and effective governance. Our plan that we have developed with its 5 pillars is a blueprint for a prosperous Palau where every aspect of our society contributes to a strong and resilient economy. Lastly, I want to express my sincere thanks to the Asian Development Bank and other partners that have made this symposium possible through their support. Your help is crucial in bringing us all together for this important event, and we are glad that you're able to share it with us today. So thank you all for being part of this event. Our collective efforts today are crucial steps towards a bright and resilient future for Palau. Sula.
Thank you, Minister Udoy. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome His Excellency Surangul S. Whips Jr., President of the Republic of Palau, to deliver his keynote speech.
Ali, malungil tutaw. Malungil tutaw Senator Inabo, delegate Ralul kuma delegate Otobo, direkal tutaw minister Udoy, course minister matulo bangged. Marbekal atangak lokyak sangarit. Tikpok ugordeo. Recognize tigad sa lider adra hotel blue hindi kumra sing asa di mo ko belaw Ambassador Jessica Lee, Ambassador Origasa, and of course our friends from the Australian and US Embassy. Thank you for joining us here today to on this symposium, and of course all our friends from the ADB and partners that have helped make this possible. I'm going to speak in Palauan since the minister spoke in English, so excuse me. But Kotruleng Mral Marudal Mestria Deradil Adra Government Artia, ter Adra Balu, especially other private sector, Marmas, their Masa Clisi Elabalu, Marmagarel Nasa, Marudal Messagamil Al Tutau. Kita amdengelo ase tel symposium ase diamu lang sing change the minister ase gotak change ang klel no dakal economic symposium namo development symposium ay say kita dimdengelo ase dakal sedal di lakla akmolot kya tamal kigrel buige ugordeo hindi trigel C class o trigel other government o dengwa. When I say dengwa lang arab lirir. Kamamadim lagi mo dengwa arab, limam until lagi pura high school. That's how difficult it is. Ela time manangal ko la ba cellphone and maral and they can connect to anything everywhere. Say ara dela a change. Mabay gel mergido ase melal ngani gagidel el BS el mga dongoda. Kita kata kaltmok, kita kata ngerasa ada lulim kata banggel tialo marael, hindi kata obes luase other belau tengarger al sel tialo marael. Mengerada sisi aklang artir, mengerangi tira o banggel tialo marael. Kita saya luase kata ngara akora lela besro marael. Saya luase kata melara ako ten meringal time. Kada no so para COVID kada no so para COVID kada milil sidel mera ula dingat kada already kada blal sira betokol kada no so ada el melagat tertial balwat. And then, Moriam Kamadara Ukraine and Mariam Kamadara Israel. Ma arala dan okla dekal siya dalo tur malmri lo tukari e ministerio kakmada sa kamal malap tukal blame lang PGS tiawul. Di in reality kita amdengelo siya kita akira al sela blulat e kita la adapt lo mgel tial change. Hindi kal siya edel siya siya katingan status quo. Akmal di blol mlat katingela senator Isal siragim mosadra tax reform mulo se al sumukudu mlara talkshow na madakal atera blura dal dekera al sel. Ela katangara al sel kata kasi medrutul bakal mura talkshow. Oise, ay hablo lomsao. Instead of olomes rase, ay gang makrang kadospe, el smisi abelwad smisi aklang kita other belo. So kita osengnya dah se makrada dari abelwad el ayel blada subel nia wal itetura abelwad makrada setter sel dodael domu urin meski da resilience kada msisi el dodae keringe o makasel bedulu we. Oise, masel me tolses el yol teng next covid katakal mokle el girel. Al tora climate change are we nsiad al adapt el girel kan namo kaltmok luk ngaraigel siad el mrul el kida ngara al sele selva akla. Mang tial Palau Development Plan, ulmo laurera last el Symposium. Of course, el sales, ikadamo kremeng sa igel betogol trengat tingin laurerir, igal bek el agency, el mlotmag emat mokertial development plan. Di serklo tutrel boda ser el tial plan regid, tiang aruli sel doday. El gida mol tira kringil el melget tegra belwad atogora wa infrastructure atogora hospital gid adomesra atial uk bese blulad el di digital gu magra dos peril el luko peril ma kasel el bedulu e mang senatorina wak made kada sebe garung udara Palau stable goen I say kung neswa bagarang udara a digital residency aiga tokal sebakreng di bebra tam ya tal de sebaka ede kada madak troseng crash askogi rid sedang sa askogi ng ngurtoy raklaw na kada setya tek off molenda bebra tam ngire del marisel msisi klaw gid rose we can do it di ngira del momento asende ka sel digid udul toy retrial البتوغل دقاوس عليه إيجاين سيو إيجا كتكاكلا إيجا دو مرال واسي أتارا قتل ملوريرال أتوغرا كامباكت إسل ملكلو توتلر أو نيغوشيشن رجيدرا كامباكت الليدريا مينيستيرا أو مكتات أرسل ليدر واسي كده أديقال سيدل وا نغرامون نغريجل كده تيال بلورادل كده كيرا ألسير نغريجل ngal sa samal dia alakal makatmoklo egi malmol lo betetelut oise ngirel ngari aungil dodal gim dorngi mesel gim olget tagartial blu ing mral mom sisi dia kaloral bedulu liu mang amlek lo tutela la boda se oin kom ngartial mangarak mama komol sisba urtuir tial del willer gide insuil mertiang emru lagian morul di la kamo besrar adra blur belau mayel ul sperer ngala tala tokol ul sperer asel bol dal sangreng na bebra time kad mura bebir obli lo ise postmaster igida agire del el tmak le godo mura atogora freedom ma democracy agire del tmak al milisira balwada make sure balwada ablul el de kera arsel samarial kera arsel Gita di mendingan luasnya Lindsay. Mal betul kan alga tangga rakwam, oh im kau mengang rakwam mak I'm gonna pick on you. Mar betul kan alga tama amlam menuk kun murang mereka lah tosi gatean. Oise, ngara la government tergi del ruliam sisi el geizai, mengari ate alerti al belwad, mana alga tas samarial kierti al belum. Ese el gira del morturia, gira del morturia, es el tratar a cargar el smisi abelwat. Michael Bessel el tratar a cargar wa dos perti al tora digital. Nari awan a gable me, el angari al mutri mon moral me, ngarai gel baby ratte al el siadruk marti al Bessel dulal de kita kira al sen. Kadire gal madingan wasing. Diagal sel el mesisi abelwat, alagal sisi omngeriom tial lugar aklangal de kiral sel ngira del masabak rablu madam e osperil moklung yoler arbek other belam mengotot maron ngartian mestrir trial el mas el tira amle mring loro tial la momre kal tarak mangatel ne mral interview tira se mal telal bondul guga oblam harvest tira se yimna harvest amal betok el adis takpalak mungir el dal motrauma ngira del osiga magite ol sakran ngira del mosomrial mga guga e momdul export wise minister makone se minister agriculture ngare igel uk program el wase kada mo mrula amerigengo mabekal el trangatin nding ndekal sedan sadra malget terga geizai ala kada CCE o malalm o mangeth maigel ngia rulidam kada selbak sedan ligid lo makargid kada blol masadra arala akal raikrela blur belal meralmel mal morbab yal diligid al malal men tikado sada igeleng ay gadal malet ويشي من أيجا يرى المقال مرال يرى المليسية تقرا السبيل عظام مابلو المليسي راجع يزاريد المليسي رجيد من سيد اللي يجيد لو مقارجيد مغاريا التبلول of course انتيال program را seed program لو نسيورا أو تقرا ملال يجيدا ديرك المورمين سلو كيرل سل blue prosperity plan أكتر جملة الغرا أكوك إيلاند له وانا رام له أكساد المروري يرسي كذا لو دعنا لجيد السيل دعورا تقرا أمريون يقدر متقرب لولاد الجيرة لا يجيد التقوى إمن سواد لو ملا ارتجال سليد را باسيفيك الموضوع باسيسي أو سيسي الويس الواسي جيرة التماغل الممريون لما سباق كرتيال دبيد أوسبيريل دقة التملي ما نقول كده سئيل من المول من المريض تملي أوسبيريل جيرة لا أكلانغرتير من قدم له لانشر إلى بلو بروسبريتي بلانر بلاو إلى ملاموريا بلو Pacific Prosperity Plan الجدا hopefully أكتوبر كابرا أدوبارا next إندراماندا إذا أكمل لانشريل الموضوع بلادر هسه let's ترى البدولة 100% managed sustainably managed the bed ما السال نسونس التالتاهي روجير يمكلي غدا الباسن تلقى جدا واسي غدا دقة دورو تري مقرين جيرلا تيال تل رول المران مي كذلك المدينة واسع government تريدا أنا مجيل بالرغد الأوسمين أنا مونغ كذا واسين غريا فاميلي cuma ada mau metar besul yang sobat klia dalal yang sobat klia odal yang sobat klia ngalegel di beberapa time yang hari trian lamo diakal masabak Maisi, maka government kita nama kira milisi agel program masing social programs. Kadam lamu ngari sel program kita ngara hospital monoser ara del trielu mospe anges. Kadam la amdoi segel assistance and morarat. Maigal tial program kita ra ADB lo ngaser trielu gotel mi itut. Egi tam dengan lo asia tara ule kadam le reform ra tax system kita. Amrungi mangmon ngase meligo irtigal gotel mi itut. Mesate ela qabalmente moria odod lo ngase irtir. That's why April la raga irtigal rogul musugora trui mem tela el merio ada bastria a tax refund regel tax el bil haro. De maybe senator in awal sumum lo la election roisa a minister of finance ikata tiblo ngasi isen de qablugul del 15,000 el merio ngase ngari irtigal el masari. Diga kita gira del lo uriol giran magarada adalli tial belul mo uriol giran adar bela edo bangel tial omrael tial bes el geizari lo siga el klungial mer adar bela giral sisi atora a school le diga ngodel sobak tirar ngala era change ra klangar til wa school Gira del المستريادو urtir منسي ما يقالوريور مويلا ودودي رايقالو مويلا غرغرين رايقالوريور نظام سواد غرغرين هذا سيناتور إنابو مال مرنا سولا أولبيرا غلولال مال ملت كرا أدرا government ما state government مقدم نت ما جا raise ودودي هذا state ما national تقدر delegate سنغرتيان مقاسي بلا مال دي مده لا private sector Aquí Dios to say bolda kai gal teblo al blai lo meso say ara la dan ok lamra al morba but change is also needed and make sure agar kani ra lo urior atte la mangela ara la dan ok and then lo meso dire kamar to kar sir bel her tigel masa say es kam masro ingra senator inabo على قلب الكلوا تريال مريل أوريور الكونتريبيوت المورا SS هذا فسيتا دي كلو مثل ده سيل إنكريس راودو ده لا هذا الأوريور الموكلو الكونتريبيوت تريين مورا SS من تريب لوك موكلو عن SS يتيروك موسيل إنكريس بنفيت يا يريل تمغل أوريور ماشي دي of course yang ramo kita di om dodoro se $50 increase SS emlabes wase kadi mengartial bebula kar emlabes el mengartial delom langari ol ngi o mengartial al delom wase ugordeu mengira del magal kai ngesel wase ngira del ngari gel mring el decision el gira del el mei ding aiga ospera dureng ospera bebera tamen tibel blegeu ospera ungirul daso di sel moktegar gida girel di melmon melwase magrang mongil aklangar adar belam ya ungil klangara dadi ludo ngirel ungil arungul he should be happy ekira blur belam ngirel gotel samaria kira blur bela len gotrungil blur al sablulat nga umra wasen gotrungil blur al sablulat degal girel morang idil bulung yel dikir belam oise di ospera un school ospera un hospital ospera igel logul trangatingil aklangar mongile aklangar adal kira blur bela mongil arungul kira blur bela kadamana asulera ministry human resource minister matul really a survey our youth emle find out as igel tool gotam kloli sure our youth mental wellness ma economic mengira del sector mental en atiga ada lugilaran dir mengira del rutin mongilaran dir samarial kera blurir mengira del mari ge rogol el doul rutin matom de se abelau keri aklugu amongire ela mengira del mastrira hope lo sia future as el mongir elang ding urtu rigi the rogui you know blue adekal dili mola urtu ira gid rogul adar belal ma lorior el maliket takari ma el bolad mengi ngari arm oit ya government taul ngari أقلت موكل النية قطرولن نريا تاكس استمري الغالكتا يل تاكس المي الموت المروس المو والنسير تري الغطرس بعنيس ويسي make sure نريا يل سيرفيس الجيدر أدر بيلا روغوي أو سبع متيال بلان الجيدا لونشنيا make sure أسي ما يجي يجدر ودو دعاء المي دوس بيلو ملور تيال government كذا ويلو سبع النية أمرال لون نسي أكل رادرن أكل لا تام تال أدر بيلا سيا أمكتين سو minister كذا عمره وسير أدر وقول نعرتين السمريال مورمين سيجل بتغلويل الجميع عملا سوب وتروق لولداس والجيدا جيدا المولتاوت ريال المرال ميل لهذا رخ أو مثل مرا بدلو وما المسؤولة هذا يصير مقل لو المال ملو مقل تغطر جيدا روقوي ما بالوادر أبلور بيلا وما المسؤولة
Ma'am Sulang, President, and I guess I'll go back to English. So just in summary, President mainly just expanded on the theme for today's symposium, which is realizing vision, outcomes of change. And his main point was change is coming no matter what. And what we must do is Palau must be ready for the change and reinforce all sectors that contribute to its development, so that when the change comes, not only are all sectors, whether it's education, agriculture, tourism, are ready for the change but can thrive through the change. As they say, when the tide comes, all boats must rise. Now, proceeding with our agenda, the President did mention the unveiling of a plan. As we know, Palau originally had a national development plan that was formed in 1996 and continued all the way to 2020. Since then, the government has been putting in the effort to develop a new plan that can guide our efforts for the following years. So for the next presentation, I'm requesting from the Ministry of Finance, the planning specialist, Ms. Klum Tangalbad, to present the Palau Development Plan.
Malungit tutal Mayor Gidarogoy, maatangakal President, ma Vice President, Senators, ma House of Delegates, Governors, ma Speakers, makamirogul kukumlos sa amil Mertel Programmer Gidarel Alsils. Wera ba kumu ulen sokal ko di mako te altur mamalkot ko ramarigel mangkuk sa barir tirakal okya kargidel adarangot albulul. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for this opportunity to stand before you and unveil the exercise that was undertaken to formulate the Palau Development Plan 2023 to 2026, also known as the PDP. As previously mentioned, during the Economic Symposium last year, we announced the commencement of formulating the development plan. Now, at this year's Development Symposium, I am pleased to present the new Palau Development Plan. The Palau Development Plan is a strategic document that outlines the goals, priorities, and policies aimed at fostering economic, social, cultural, environmental, and governance development aspects over the period 2023 to 2026. These plans are typically designed by government authorities or relevant agencies to guide the nation's development trajectory and ensure that our efforts are all aligned with our republic's priorities. This plan is a significant component of the initiatives outlined in this administration's transition report, which builds on and updates all prior national and sector plans. These include the Palau 2020 National Master Development Plan that was prepared in 2006, the Medium-Term Development Strategy of 2009 to 2014, and the first voluntary National Review of the SDGs that was prepared in 2019. The plan also draws from prior planning work with all communities that took place under the Koror Babaldab Island Resilient Urban Development Strategy and Action Plan, or KB RUTSAP, as well as recent state master plans. This plan was developed through a series of participatory engagements and consultations with various stakeholders, including non-government organizations, private sector, state governments, state-owned enterprises, all ministries and departments, as well as our donors and development partners. The government staff who put so much effort into helping us put this plan together are all present in this room. Thank you so much for your hard work and contribution to the growth and development of our republic. Within this plan, we have set forth a clear vision and medium-term outcome focusing on performance-driven initiatives. The long-term vision is to substantially enhance the quality of life of current and future generations of Palauans. And the medium-term outcome in support of the vision is that well-established processes and programs will have been put in place by 2026 to improve standards of living, reaffirm Palauan culture, sustain the environment, grow the economy, and continue to strengthen good governance. Here is an overview of the PDP outline. And in summary, we start off the plan with the background and introduction. Next, we come into the plan, setting the vision and outcome, reviewing the country context, and incorporating the community priorities to give common directions to the plan. Next, the PDP analyzes the status and trends of 5 key development pillars, that is culture, social, environment, governance, and economy, to guide the formulation of the 16 sector strategies and the rest of the plan. In the plan, 16 sectors were identified and further expanded into 16 sector strategies. These sectors are agriculture, education, energy, environment, financial services, fisheries and aquaculture, health and human services, housing, ICT, justice and public safety, solid waste management, tourism, transport air, transport land, transport marine, and water and sanitation. Now, each of the 16 sector strategies is summarized in this one-page framework that does 3 things. It links plan priorities with financing, it introduces the monitoring of performance, and it highlights where coordination is needed. Now, emerging out of the plan, there are 130 priority recurrent nature initiatives. These initiatives are primarily a call for assessments, a call for establishing policy, a need for stronger strategy formulation, and feasibility studies. These priority initiatives do not cost a lot of money, but they are just as important as further capital expenditure. Also emerging from the plan, we also compiled a list of 70 proposed capital projects. With government staff from different departments, we went through a project readiness filter exercise to assess each proposal's readiness for appraisal. And from that exercise, the group determined that 27 capital projects are ready for funding. After the filtering process, those 27 projects that were ready for funding are then scored and further prioritized using a multi-criteria analysis. So in summary, there are 5 key development pillars, that is culture, social, environment, governance, and economy. We have 16 sectors, 130 recurrent nature initiatives, and 70 capital projects, all under one plan, and that is the Palau Development Plan. The potential sources of PDP funding are the national government's own revenues and borrowing, local state government revenues and borrowing, state-owned enterprises and other revenue-retaining institutions, donor grants, development partner loans, climate funds, and private sector investments, including public-private partnerships. One other source of financing for some forms of expenditure could also be the National Development Bank of Palau. Generally, sources of funds can be categorized as Palau's source of funds, United States Government Compact of Free Association, or COFA, related funds, and other country and development partner financing. Progress with the PDP will be annually monitored at the sector level when each sector performance monitoring and funding framework is updated every April to June in preparation for annual budget negotiations. And an end of PDP evaluation will be prepared and presented at the Development Symposium to be held in November 2026. Individual sector progress over the 4 fiscal years of PDP will be summarized and an overall assessment will be made of progress with the 5 development pillars over the entire plan period. Before I conclude, I must acknowledge the dedicated staff and all contributors who have tirelessly worked towards the formulation of this plan. Your commitment to the growth and development of Palau is commendable, and we thank you for your invaluable contributions. And before I conclude, I just wanted to note that there's before you walk in, there's a registration sheet, and you were asked to put your emails. We are now implementing the plan, and this will include establishing a new national planning structure, creating an aid coordination office, conducting some policy planning training. And so with the sign-up sheet, if you would want a copy of the PDP, we'll just share it with everyone in this room. Thank you.
Let's give another round of applause for Angelina Jolie. Thank you, Klum. Moving on to the next presentation, our agenda. We will touch on also, Klum did mention 16 sectors covered under the PDP. The next presentation will touch on item 12, which is tourism. As we know, COVID did provide Palau a hard reset on its tourism market. Prior to 2020, we had averaged around 100,000 tourists per year, peaking in 2015 with 163,000 tourists per year. As of this year, based on the PVA reports, we've seen as of September, we're slowly recovering, but we're still around 30,000. So this reset provides Palau an opportunity to revisit its tourism policy framework. So for the next presentation, I will invite from the Ministry of Human Resources, Culture, and Tourism Development, Mr. Alang Al-Masub, to present and provide updates on the tourism policy framework.
Ali? Yeah, let's use this one. Test. Ooh. Osu bes. Ali ek malwil total meri daro kuy. Nga klika alangan yan ni Misubo the trial da kalodong alakak. Nga kadir kamlay. Akmla school at Taiwan 6 years. Dir kamdir the June of this summer. Akmil suba international diplomacy and international relations. And I do have a background in project management and marketing. So I feel like my part in this project, amal at tinakaling, it's something that I like to do. I like seeing results, and I like seeing promising results. Benefit together all other below. So with that, tiril wag takalo tong alakak. Sorry. Nga ang klik alangan yan ni Misubo dal ngalgela Elmis Masubo da mana numito ribiyong. Thank you for having me. So for our special guest from outside of Palau, good morning. My name is Alang Lenim Sum, and I'll be giving an overview and an update on the tourism sector, specifically on the policy frameworks of our industry. So to give a quick background on the history of, not so much of a history, but starting from 2015. In 2015, we saw an incoming surge of Chinese tourists, and this gave us evidence that local low capacity, there's a lot of disadvantages from low capacity, and then we weren't ready to receive that big population of incoming tourists. And it also resulted in environmental degradation, which led us to 2017 for the launching of the first Palau Responsible Tourism Policy Framework, which was a 5-year plan from 2017 to 2021. The main purpose or the main goal for our first policy framework was to transition from mass marketing to more niche marketing, which provided high-end valued services to our customers. Moving on to 2020, we saw a global disturbance that was caused by global COVID-19, COVID-19 that halted the implementation and the monitoring of our policy framework. In 2021, we reopened our borders to tourists through a program specifically with Taiwan called the Taiwan-Palau Travel Bubble, and this helped us slowly recuperate after COVID-19. And since then, we've managed to learn from our challenges, and it's safe to say that Palau is more prepared to move forward in terms of pandemic or capacity wise. So let's delve into the first policy framework known as the Palau Responsible Tourism Policy Framework. Let us begin with the targets that we established in order to reach that main goal, our national target to transition from a mass marketing program to a more niche concentrated market. So the Palau Responsible Tourism Policy Framework in 2017 to 2021, or the RTPF, had 6 targets. These targets include Target 1, responsible tourism awareness and alignment is a national priority, meaning that it is endorsed by the government. There is collaboration work from all the sectors. Target 2, Palau's visitor economy is responsibly managed, meaning that we have the capacity to handle our incoming customers. Target 3, responsible product development attracts targeted high-value markets, meaning diverse, high-value, low-impact consumer segments are the core of Palau's visitor industry. And Target 4, Palau's visitor experience is the living brand. The complete visitor experience reflects the pristine Paradise Palau brand. In Target 5, we concentrate on our improved visitor yield, meaning the responsible tourism practices support the optimal retention of revenue in the local economy. And finally, Palau's tourism development is community-driven. Communities are actively engaged in responsible tourism and planning decision-making. So moving on to the next slide, we'll be talking about the successes of these targets and if they were failures, if any. And it's safe to say that we do see evidence in the successes of all 6 targets. So let's give ourselves a round of applause. It's something to be proud of. So target 1, responsible tourism awareness and alignment is a national priority. It's green mark checked. And the evidence that showed the success report on the first target is that the RTPF, or the policy framework, was endorsed by the government in September of 2017. Target number 2, Palau's visitor economy is responsibly managed. We undertook initiatives including the Palau Pledge, which is basically the holy grail of where we want to bring Palau to, how we promote Palau, and how we see ourselves, and our values as well. We've also began initiatives with the green fins and the green boots, which are practices or regulations that provide a clear on how tourists act in the reefs and on terrestrial areas. Number 3, responsible product development attracts targeted high-value markets. We saw an increased number of FITs, or free independent travelers, and there was an increase in marketing stats. Thanks to PVA, they've been doing a great job in marketing Palau. We've seen an increase in the followers of our social platforms and consumer interactions. Number 4, Palau's visitor experience is the living brand. The tour guide manual book and the pandemic safety regulations. These 2 books are very important in order to move forward, because these materials, we didn't have them before. And now we have a specific book that shows us how to process tourist groups or tourist packages in order to promote sustainable practices. And also the pandemic safety regulations that will help us tackle any pandemic, or we're not starting from the fresh. We have a base now on how to proceed if another pandemic would happen. And also, I'd like to give a shout out to Miss Ivory Vaught, the consultant who was in charge of drafting these 2 documents. Target number 5, Palau's tourism industry provides improved visitor yield. We've seen an increase in community involvement, increase in local financial opportunities through tourism, such as the programs of Airai State Cultural Tour and the Babel Dab Community Eco Tour. And these 2 tours are one of the few examples that can be a role model to other states to promote community-driven programs. And these offer a lot of opportunities to other Belau, the people of Palau. Lastly, Palau's tourism development is community-driven. The evidence that has showed the success of this target is the collaboration of private and public sectors and all the stakeholders. So it all sounds good, but we do have to identify the steps that we missed on our way to practicing a completely sustainable tourism industry. So let's talk about the gaps. So the 3 main gaps that I've noted in my presentation for the day is, first, the lack of monitoring and implementation. Unfortunately, it is written in the first tourism policy framework, a board will be created by the government to monitor and implement this plan. But unfortunately, that board did not materialize, known as the National Tourism Coordination Board. So this led to a lack of coordination and misalignment between these offices. Even though we've seen these offices, their continued efforts in their specific respective areas, there is no clear alignment, and there's nobody to implement in the policy framework. So moving on to where we are today and how we would like to move on. To start off, I would like to give a quick line chart stats of the incoming tourists. This is a comparison of calendar year 2023 and 2022. The blue line is 2023 and the yellow line is 2022. So as you can see, we've seen a tremendous increase of incoming tourists. So we could say that our recovery after post-COVID we're doing pretty well. In 2022, we received a total of 12,000 incoming tourists. And then in 2023, 33,000, and that's a 170% increase. All right, to the interesting part. So now that our old policy is done, what do you do? So a journey to a new sustainable tourism policy framework. So the government was able to request help from the Asian Development Bank, and we're currently working towards a new tourism policy framework. And here's a brief tentative schedule on how we'd like to see this whole process move on. So in November of this month, 2023, we shall execute a TA with the Asian Development Bank and hold the first stakeholder meeting, which will be the inception meeting. Working groups by sectors and reps and state reps will be formalized. In the following month, December of 2023, we'll have an internal review with PVA and the Bureau of Tourism of relevant programs. We shall aggregate data and information assessment of the RTPF 2017 and 2021 report. And the first month of next year, January of 2024, we would be holding the second stakeholder meeting, presenting the findings of the assessment of the previous policy framework and identifying priority strategies and begin the drafting of the new policy framework. In February of 2024, the first draft of revised policy, including the policy framework, the action plan, monitoring and evaluation plan, meetings, and various interest groups. They shall be provided. On the following month, the March of 2024, we'll have a final stakeholder meeting to provide the first draft review, aggregate comments and feedback from the stakeholders, finalize the RTPF, and provide the submission of the final product. In April 2024, we hope to close out the project, have the endorsement and conclusion of project, and have the publishment and the launch of a new sustainable tourism policy framework. Finally, to conclude my presentation for this morning, I'd like to say that we live in a world that practices continuous change. So how should we move ahead? In order to adapt to this world of evolution, our collective efforts to identify our gaps will help us formulate a strong stand where we can tackle future challenges and also welcome new opportunities. Omsulang. Thank you.
Thank you, Olang. Following our program this morning, I now call on Mr. Kevin O'Keefe, an economist from the Graduate School USA, to give us the economic update of 2023, along with Owardeo Patrick Delay, we are very grateful for, as he was asked to provide translation in Palauan for Mr. O'Keefe's presentation on short notice.
Good morning. Let me pay my salutations to Minister, Senators and Representatives, delegates, people here from the international embassies and donor agencies. I'm going to give a fairly short, and now I'm under pressure to really be short because everything will be double at least. Thank you, Dr. Tele. Basically, today I have two short presentations. This is an economic update, economic and fiscal update. In the afternoon, we're going to put a cap on it, which is looking at the new compact agreement that was negotiated by Palau under the leadership of Minister Dui, and is waiting in Congress, U.S. Congress, for approval. So I saved the best for last, but we'll go over the first part.
Alago ngil total mer kamiro kuy makamul madri raigal bekkel al adal ngatiang marangal gra school dia kamodanget to ko ramrigel ngalagong toblol to ko abolo sodre lang mosmoda bebir el al tutau yai ay tarasuel beng mo ay segel bebir malgire del momdangay makadamomdangali arrangalel tiang ngora dio makatak luas dia kadi mo suel be morael.
I think Doctor is doing better than me. The outline covering first recent economic and fiscal performance, then doing a little bit of projections, including an optimistic assumption about the compact approval, and then providing a couple of alerts. No economist can keep his license if he doesn't throw a few dismal items into the presentation.
Alago elal tutang mo mga dudul girela tokora usasa ma girela osis belela ma ito badalela audo del soiso diregal mok musesel girela ay gel gugo singil girela usasa para belau regal maral mel klabsei e diregal dia kara adal wa urerel ngal adal dia kaboldu sesel toko ligel dam si basringi e gegi da blalo alter sel toblong ay gel dong mara amra ay gel moral alba ba di moral mo ngadik kurwebet.
So here's a chart. It's really two different charts in one. The blue bars show the annual change in economic activity. Economists use GDP to measure the health of the economy. And when it's going down, generally people are suffering a little bit. They're noticing it. When it's going up, things are improving. And over the whole period from FY01 through FY23, affected by the end point, Palau has just barely stayed steady, actually lost a little bit of ground in terms of GDP over the whole period. So this creates a sense of not so great looking backward, but lots of opportunity looking forward.
Ngolol tertiagidel siasigal ngatiang lomura erul telael ma tarak el mongodrira el arragara 2023 ndi imol luok len dito blol to ko adwesra al sila gegi del melamaol korang mas el morbab Michael Matengel ay gegi dawal kora ol hotela selora el morbab tira mol mugar adra blue selora el morio yamal mo to kay gegi dele to ko el luis ma to ko el gerger el girela ma awet el morarwaru ko bayar olbi el mga naklel mengol alter ngi mol mergo ngol alter segi del maral gida gire del maral ngi segi del malmal terrael ngarsia se lo lokornya a presidente tu tolo ase kada gire del gole gernya ada ungila rendire dia kalsal melogo tokol tokoy.
So Palau has actually had sort of 4 negative years in a row affected by COVID, but even before COVID, Palau started the period with difficulties because of the loss of tourism numbers. And from an economic standpoint, pre-COVID, the economy was already declining a little bit, and then it was hit by roughly 25% negative drop in economic activity.
Gadi melogol waseng o ay segegi del koramal lulangang tel magamang al malamaw lo hotel tial tokoera usaso Hindi niregal mga taklilo asya ika nga ngulumu ilmangat o sengeder ngil girel belau ru eral borngi tiagi del klol rak tamle magal galia blul ad maga diregal dirom lorom romo ringi rogui hindi ela katak mal diome saigal di telarra ke merokong awet amor segi dalu bete ulumu ratel gibru erse.
If we break up GDP into two of the larger sectors, government or public sector and private, we see that the public sector was very stable, in a sense protected through actions of government, through borrowing, through the COVID period, through a sort of a steady hand on the tiller. But the private sector was deeply affected. And you notice the private sector is more volatile. Palau's economy is quite volatile. It's subject to outside shocks, and it usually hits the private sector first and hardest.
Olo taigel mumsatial siya sing olo taigel tablol le the liu sumal ngara aklita tudol moraklisied sel melama olo tara adlo uror a private sector malu bengigal siobay Michael diak uror government etiagi del ngariol el biprurg omo mesringin sel lol otira adlo uror government masya uror tirgel uror private sector omo meser senk malwada kadogora ngar omo daklela daw etiagi del omo daklela daw sel lobo daw bringira al molla emero etiagi del biprurg etialo hotel uror government awul mo mal gora malamal tangarnya imala government ringi emlo sob akli logiwa batok luror gidro kuya madangali al gilt makliya government ringi awul man diagal sal mal mas el mateng al tiagi del luuk lol sauder ngingal adarang par del madangi batok toy.
Did I say all of that? So now, again, breaking up into two parts. The labor force is broken up into Palauan workers and foreign workers. And we can see again that the Palauan workforce, until recently, was slightly growing and very stable. But the Palauan workforce was even hit during the COVID period. You see the decline at the very end. The foreign workforce is always basically absorbing the large changes in economic activity. So when the Palau Compact Road was finished, lots of foreign workers left. When COVID hit and hotels went from 50% capacity to zero, foreign workers left. Now, to Palau's credit, many of them stayed through programs that were created in collaboration with U.S. and other donor programs, but driven by Palau passed legislation.
Kagidal sasing gugo ay sara el teknira ra adlo uror sel melama ol hotel el teknira ra adro belao lo uror malwara ngara ulel ra sera erul tela el matarak el mera tiagidel el al rak en walo kora medel dios isiu mas marael martmu mengwadil melamal tasel en disel guk biprur lo ultra el teknir adlo uror al sel belau telgib el mangdongod lo tirak raigel dub el merba al sel belau ngulus pe atablol tokol wase sera al bol ngaria uror gampakro de tamal ne tokol ada tingil titril mail do sisbetir merura uror esera guk pol mereg emla modiaga uspalle da tir metuguk marael madiregal sera guk langang ta o urar adra langang godang almei englo makasar adal lo sperngi madiregal mlo batoka ar marael awul mangigel do barai kel blul adal me merbelau adiregal ngaringi al ngadiira il teknira adra ngodal blul gida malait til dimla gida malait til me urolo bonket.
Here we have visitor numbers, and we just had a terrific presentation on tourism using calendar year numbers. They're very slightly different to the fiscal year numbers that we have here, but it's from the same data set. So you see that tourism peaked in FY15, declined rapidly even before COVID, and then really collapsed during and through COVID. And we're now in the last fiscal year, in the last half of the last fiscal year, accelerating a little bit and reaching about 35,000 for the fiscal year, which is, perhaps 1/4 of what might be a full recovery goal. But actually, with flights increasing and opportunities increasing, and I think this week is probably one of the busiest weeks in Palau, not just because of hosted activities, but because of divers and tourism picking up.
Tiagi del siasing el olter ngia direk el katamal sarsel el gora dulmeser ngiru ei. Endin direk el ngo oti segi de lo il teknirar adel kang kodang ar adel melding ergi da adel belau era ulel ara sel ragara erul tela la ma trui wala olta il teknirar adel sera dangar okai doral morsera da gotol morsel el gotol kurbab no dartam o gol ma derngel telael emrogo mur segi dera ara FY15 16 segi der ragra udo der gegi del tablo rag tiagi der lol dangaleng kora makal kakarengele ma asar sel tarablu lo ke rengilo aseng matiang magaral togot aseng kora dio dangaleng el morio oy mang ngolo ol terngil mel mer segi der temela covid kita mengelo aseng blodiaga skogil mei ndi tiagi del gora mlamula omrael tiagi del melmutrel alsil se dol tirak trigal malmering lorol ngartianga kadam lamor okdema derngel telael e gora malungila osengeda do mesrengi el maral mong direk el gwa spelas el alsandeng wal so al merig de belau diagali gaigi del gora batokol meeting el nganingir belau direk el batokar adel lokya el mel me mal el bakle me mesar me mesertia lungil beluad.
Now watch closely as I make Dr. Talay say something really good about the PGST. Ready? So the PGST has brought in substantially more resources than was expected to come into the Treasury, and that's without even close to tourism recovery. No, it's this slide still. If tourism recovery was to go from 35,000 to say 140 or 150,000, the PGST would take more from the visiting tourists than from resident Palauans. And so it's actually very promising going forward if tourism recovers that the ability of the government to receive benefits from that tourism recovery will be much enhanced.
Midok lay dungor tialek malgora tokol tokol adar bela soril masaw derngi mang sawala aku klobo bebi regal black pa li dungol mora alsel ending masaw der tiagi dele PTSD tial tax mla muror bela or adalom tergi del ngar olbira glulo am lot mage gut makli emrogong ngwase tiagi da mulo ol tiagi de lo aseng Diogdema derngel telael arukiak mlamei di segi del tax el mil mokle chairperson Rugubay amla ngo subir belau ngo au amal betogo sis ba betogo ludo del mera al sel belau logi utiagi del tax el diak al sal ngara mo o gut makli sob akli tial belwadra mrael mei digagi da sab ekal mo alaka kukmol momsa da tingela ministerma
So what has been the fiscal performance, the government revenues and government expenditures? If we look at the blue line is the revenues coming in to Palau, and the yellow line is the expenditures of Palau. And of course, it's always desirable to have a little bit of surplus, particularly during the best periods of economic performance, so that there's money left over, surplus, to take care of those difficult periods that seem to happen about every 3 or 4 or at most 5 years for Palau, because it's so vulnerable to outside shocks.
Tiagi del sasing lo ol teringia ol taigel udo de los isba qabelmen maigel udo del guk lo tobd. Ang segi del malamao ol tra aigel udo del dos isba. Segi del biprurg aigel del udo del guk contrira adra blu en tob da gal udo del momru aigel el gat magil el mortir. Endi diregal gora mlodo el nga adra udo del ad. Mlodo el wa sesel gora ungila ke isai mawito ko usas ang ungila igel sesel gora drengel dagat mok msel bornya tarel besud luaigan mla mombre garak enguk ngarinya sesel guk tadul ewek mongora mornya limole del morayegi del gora tarel besula blu menggal agora mlogo legel mlamaw ma minister msel bipurga timla kapol kakayak logora man lotang yo selt murtiang adot tobdit maldio sisiu segida ko kor omngiwe merci. Oh, nga kagire ko loli dat tingel dia ko lol toba dal deswek.
And very quickly, to look at the big picture, even without full tourism recovery, Palau has come back into balance. FY23 was essentially a just barely positive year, even though tourism recovery is still, in its emerging phase.
Ngora figu di segi den global gul wase ngora ndia kala at ndigirel di lo umat hala dikta kusi sabi segi den waseng dirgagal sal mal mo rung la umro lirar kang kodang al merbelau ma dito ko ra usa sorbelau o sisbelel ma omngitela udod mal wasel grigel lo ko ringin gale adar olengra dengi mual tabasul mual blel mosisiul ataka sama lubeng kaldi diul segi del osisa belel ma otobedel audo.
So second part is forward looking, keeping the same data and then projecting forward using the economic model that the graduate school with Dr. Sturton's leadership has developed. We project what the economy will look like, what the fiscal balance will look like for the next 7 years or so.
Elang uspe ay gidel dos isiulo urul dirga blodo mereka lo ais, igal blodo mereka lo ais ang uaisa ised. Elang o giuti ay gidel tialda do orngi, e merogong o ritem lo se adoral budul madad, e kata mo kirelagir.
FY24 just started and it looks like it's going to be a very positive year. Subject, of course, to approval of the new compact arrangements. So there's some uncertainty built into that projection. But over the whole next 7 years, you see that there's room for optimism. There's additional resources, there's recovery of the tourism sector that is projected, and so we see economic growth. Now, one thing I will say is that if you look backwards, you don't see 7 years in a row of positive growth. So probably our model is going to get it wrong. We're going to miss because we don't know when those external shocks will hit. But given the health of the economy and the resources available, it should be a positive period.
Wase ado mesra igal maral mel rak to kuni e with rak engora ungila o singir el girir kada direk lultuir tiagi dem lam got mok el leong or gida mamrigel ndi se dirgul tabra koi e tial ko ya diak do rederngi tmrederngi ada mamrigel em lam lirir tol to bederngi malubeng tomidok la maklol padre ungel ending wase ado mesrgid do mesr tial ragar gidra 24 lulumul engulumul gora mal mesisi au el al fiscal year 2024 dinga gidal dio direct mulwase sel do mesra dir gara gal mla mombre gale with the rock en dia gal wat tel gi mo mesr ngil budulu ay magmama diregal madu ay gal to el diregal gukora mong e mo mesibas segidal mesibas tirga tudu del dia gal il mal di malgo ngil to te diregal sabi il mesibas mal gora mo matrop etadi dia gal sal mortira maklol eleven. I just editorialized, just said something about the economist.
He has editorial rights. So what does tourism recovery look like in the projection, in the model? It looks like it's going from 35 to almost 70 in FY26. So these are optimistic projections, but they're based on returning to the level of capacity that the hotels had pre-COVID. Not to the peak of Chinese tourism, but to the level of capacity that the hotels had. So this has to be a public-private partnership, marketing, product, protecting the value, the pristine value of the product, etc. But that's where we project the numbers going.
Kagidem la tamla Amerika katak tiril le with rage o mesel wase sel ngara erul telay la malum ewid luim e malum ewid ka mor ka soadal mosubir o tiul telay sel ewid rage lo mesringi sa pedal mosubir adar tam o gol mel telay ndi direk el wase kada mo gired el mo madengel wase gel mlam kat mokra blu nsabe lo tukur tial tlo dole del maralmei malup seguida direk al guksori lo sisbira al sel.
And what would the fiscal balance look like if all of that were to happen? The fiscal balance would go from it's just barely positive in FY23 and basically continue to get better over the long period of time. Now this wouldn't really be the recommended path. This is what the model says would happen. But if you had that level of fiscal surplus each year, you would certainly have the PDP to implement, infrastructure and improvements in delivery of services. That's going to cost money, it's going to increase expenditures. But you see quite a bit of room under the projected revenue source to grow your expenditures, hopefully always leaving a little bit in the treasury for future shocks.
Tiagid sa single all tringil direk al ngani amal lamaw ma bipror o ay so el al dangarngi en katokora wa bla bort tiagid el tawlo leder el ang ndi seldom ritm el maral mong asis belela udo da maral morbab ya omngitel udo der el ang alo hobal maral budulu ay en mo klo a sisbelel ra otob del nding koram lo duli selwase tiadia lo all tringi lo asengiri lo yakni o lo olterngi lo ase al chukum makatmok la gagi del tokoira ulel en sob el modu se ada e delegate kom ya mereder se gidel udo der o mingitelem.
I skipped one slide because it's just still fiscal. Now, where are we at with the external debt? If we count all of the external debt that is guaranteed by the government, even if it's being paid by public enterprises, but it's guaranteed by the government of Palau, the Republic of Palau, it's included. And you see that the blue bars have grown rapidly. That was borrowing to get through the COVID period.
Tiagid el mol olterngia mol oltra igal belsela blur belau ma igal udo del dolablo o la guerra igal belsed en din direk lo waiso se gigi del lo mal sergi del telgib el mal lemre del morbab amal blaqtaq lo elel qadam lo melenga udo lo lu urtial belwad man dia qabol iwo ursel time raqlo raqtra blul adal rogir en din direk el tial bi prur tiagi del marail budul bab belsed ma igal daharaw marail mo kayo ge.
But you see there's improvement ahead. As the economy recovers, the debt, which is the top number in the fraction, above the size of the economy, the denominator in the fraction, the size of the economy is growing, the debt is being slowly paid off, and you see that it comes back down over the projected period. And this does not even include, if the compact is approved by the US Congress, $60 million over 6 years to reduce debt as a special negotiated outcome because Palau's sister freely associated states got grants through the COVID period. Palau had to borrow to keep household incomes protected.
Tiagid lo olterngia Kevin relang o sa dom rit mal mora gigidel mo with the rock es el ora la geisai matoko ra usaso el mara mo previous one. Okay, ngo olto lo ase el ora mo ngila toko ra usas ma geisai mara mo ngila oratel ma rablu lo el almlamul el ora el merio aus pa ledra mo bedoy ludod en mangata belsed mang mosbel de hara orngi rogui en mangata igel ludod del bodongoy tel mohara blals di diregal mlo ay ser segi del malgora sel malgora mleungil wet lulumet ernia galeb uduy ma ambassador yun el gilengel lolsi sa baudod tiagi del CRA compact el mo lang seur belao ngogol mil milyor ay elol marak leng seul mendirek am loso el mukatmok laigal tirgal el del blura marshals ma FSM wal gora dirga matas basril blu miseral ngarinya uspa lela audodra temela covid ma belau bolo leng audod etira dim lang limoim kita mal mlemring lauror mamrigel am lomdang li segid kale ba mol titilura tuang al abarer mtogore o toba da udod del mal masjid masya diregal mo ngosugid ndi diagal ulsis brega gid lo urul tiagid el siasing lo altering.
So the third part of the outline, we've had lots of good news for the projection period from 24 through FY30. But as I said, I have to look forward and look for things that are not sunny day, but really black clouds on the horizon.
Wasegal blabol meregal mung makmal mlo blagar nguk lo liu da gel korak mal di ungil ais ma ungil tokoy. Emergong engari gel tablol koram lo sigra al sel mo matiga gidlul top da imorngia Republic of Palau Social Security Administration masel imong Palau Civil Service Pension Plan.
So starting with the Social Security Administration, if there's no reform, of course reform is imminently possible, a little bit difficult politically, a little bit difficult even technically to develop the right balance between protecting all of those who have already retired, protecting those that are nearly retired, and making the system work on a long-term basis. But if nothing is done, the Social Security Trust Fund would be depleted, would go to zero by around FY31 on current projections. And at that time, the benefit stream would be $20 million larger than the current workforce would be paying in. And so every year there would be a deficit of about $20 million. And in fact, that means, again, with no reform, we expect there to be reform, the retirees would get only 52 cents for every dollar of benefit that they are currently getting or that they would expect to get in the future. So it is a dire situation and it does require the attention of leadership.
Seguidele akoram lumulukoy gel tablol mara al tidora el molmong evikuli mutringi malubak derwebet ha imorngi Social Security Administration al sukum ndiaka mangod emkatmok el girel al sukum ndiaka mangod emkatmok serra el rultela el mogde matang yang ya mangal mem amlol ko mengi amlol ko sira liu so oiti mo ko rabe bedeng mangit sia mo al level ertial Social Security modia ka depleted to ko sing wem seguir del time le seguir del time ay gel giril lo mestrir ar el giril musuk le tamlangi sertial mol el ido halui el milyon ngarba bra gel lo sukur el al time mangirel metu ka ududir ar dia kalselo lo kornya adro olbi lo langas girel metuk 52 cents per dollar el alsil sal sugum tamasukura imokluk en girel mga taududir seguida imora hindi nga nial dilil wase a reforma mring din sa el makatmoklo.
So to be clear, Social Security Administration is a super important program and in fact serves as a safety net for retirees. The second
Social Security awal البذرير ترجال ناريتا راتمول مال كلوب الجول الجيريلا سيل كلادر بيلاو مار أدل كير بيلاو.
The second pension-like program that's in even more serious, sooner difficulty is the Civil Service Pension Plan. The trust fund is projected to be zero by roughly FY27 or FY28. At that time, the gap would be about $10 million between the benefits expected or earned and the contributions of the current workforce. And the pensioners would get only 48 cents on the dollar if there's no reform.
أكيد لو أي سلاسة سيل إمارة مال كلو البنغليل تيال بلو سيل civil service pension plan التايم لو مسرني تيالو مراي لنغارني سيل 2027 موضوع 2028 يعني أنوام تيالو دود سيجد التايم يجيل ترجل سيل 15 سيل دوري سيجد الترا ودود لولار يار أذرا CSPP 3 مليون غربابرا التايم أسيلون إيديا كملوا سي مجيرل ديومول يا ودودير هذا البولولا الأمور التايم الشوب كليتيان 48 cents per dollar السكوم تمسكوا إيموت لغرة لان دي مقام مقلع cents أبولو سكورني.
So both programs have a way forward, and if you think about the positive message, the likely increase in fiscal resources, timed at the same time when these two programs are having difficulties, it should be possible to work out reforms that protect in particular those that are in retirement or very near retirement.
هيدا لغورنيا جايبين واسم من وايسل ملاول تيجي القرآن مال الأو بالعربي بولا يقال تبلو البرنامج ندي رجال ملايا وإل وأي سيجي الكوك كليسيل تيالوم روللا جيساي ما تقول راوسا بلاو مغارنيا تيال يسبيل مقتموك لين تيال يقال تبلو البرنامج عمال مقلول توتلير المورتي رجال آدم لاوريور الآن نيا والقرآن ngolo melele klisi elak la tir maklang tir elal time.
And that's the end, and now Dr. Talay is ready to take questions.
Alago ko mal masulang ya suko mandia ka karamiu lang mal mlongil smaw dai kal tokoy mlamo sa amal modong okol terong. Al suko mga niya karamiu ang tiang mo sa niya kere. I think you did very well, so.
Let's give another round of applause for Mr. O'Keefe and the translator over there, Dr. Talay. Again, I will be speaking in English and I won't be translating for myself. So, agenda, we have a presentation from the National Development Bank. However, there's a special announcement prior to that. So let me request the director from PVA, Mr. Kadoy Rulu, to come and announce.
Ali, malungit tutaw. Ere bla kulot to belaw, matoka marigel. Thank you, Minister Udoy, for giving us this opportunity to do a special announcement. Of course, Minister Matul. We have here Miss Akansha Chori, HA. She's the managing partner for Ali Palau Airlines. As you know, Ali Palau Airlines will fly from Singapore to Palau. So I want her to come up, kind of introduce herself, what they're doing, and what's going to be done before the flight arrives next week, Thursday. AJ?
Ali, everyone, and thank you, Minister. Thank you, Mr. Kadoy, for giving me this 5-minute space to speak about the airline. Thank you, Palau, for giving us the opportunity to fly from Singapore to Palau. I really want to take this time to thank the government all the ministries who've been extremely supportive, gone out of their way to support this venture. We are at Ali Palau. We are a local airline. Our first route is going to be Singapore to Palau. Druk Air, which is the Bhutan's national airline, is servicing the route for us. So we are starting 23rd of November. First flight comes in from Singapore, lands at 6:40 a.m. We are very excited. As we have the blessings, luckily I just realized it's the Thanksgiving Day as well. Great day to start. We welcome you all to get on board Ali Palau. Singapore is opening its skies to you, and thank you, Palau, for having Singapore here. Singapore visit Palau. We're very excited. It's a beautiful destination. Singaporeans are excited. PBA has helped us in many ways to showcase Palau in Singapore. We participated in some of the events and excited, very excited. 23rd November we start. We have all the information on our website, PBA's website, and welcome you all to Palau. Thank you all for giving us the support, for being in Palau and Singapore. Visit us in Singapore, and excited to have a lot of Singaporeans visit and see Palau. Thank you.
Kamal Masulang Artel special announcement, and I guess we all have something different to look forward to next week, Thanksgiving. And I guess we can turn off our alarm clocks for Thursday since the plane, I heard, arrives at 7 a.m. So continuing with our agenda, the next part will be in referencing back to the Palau Development Plan, the 16 sectors. We will now venture into the third sector, which is energy. So for the next presentation, it will be on energy transformation, energizing change. As we know, with the fuel prices escalating and the cost of electricity also has gone up. As maybe some of you don't know, I work at the PPUC, which is the utility. And just for your information, prices of electricity was higher in the beginning of the year at 48 cents, but then PPUC lowered the price of electricity to 36 cents. And now I guess with the next presentation, they will give you some options to maybe further those savings. So the next presentation is on energizing change, and the programs that they will give will hopefully give you an opportunity to provide some change in your pockets. So for the next presentation, let me ask from the NDBP, the Senior Housing Loan Officer, Ms. Melaina Ngirmeril.
Good morning, everyone. Komrong sak. So again, thank you, Anthony. And my name is Melaina Ngirmeril, the Senior Housing Loan Officer at the National Development Bank of Palau. I am here with the bank CEO, President Mr. Proctor, David Proctor. So, how to save money on your power bill? So, renewable energy. NDBP has been working with renewable energy, involved with the renewable energy for over 10 years. The ongoing project, which is the Disaster Resilient Energy Clean Financing, the RCEF, phase 1 is concentrated on the residential customers. The future phase, which will be the phase 2, is for the non-residential customers. So the project is funded by the government of Japan and in partnership with the National Development Bank, the national government, ADB, PPUC, and the solar installers, which is the Palau Solar Office. The progress report is 147 customers with 271 installed the systems. Okay, so how to save money on your power bill. So this is a calculation of a person using 990 kilowatts. As you can see on the red circle on the top left, that's the usage, power usage. The bottom red circle is the amount of money to PPUC, 338 and 75 cents. On the top circle yellow shows a generation of 446 for a 2-kit solar system. So the difference is 534 owed to PPUC, which is on the bottom right, the dollar amount of 165 and 69 cents. So there's a savings of 173 and 5 cents. And payment to the loan is 112 and 20 cents. So still you save $60.86 per month. And the next slide is just to show you the actual PPUC bill, 990 kilowatts, and then the solar generation of 456. So this is a satisfied customer reported in 5 months, a total of 833 savings. Next slide is another satisfied customer reported $1,000 plus savings in 6 months. So how do you start saving? There's 4 simple steps. First, call NDBP and book an appointment. Bring in the land document, 2 pay stubs, and 3 to 6 months power usage. At that point, the loan officer will then calculate if you're eligible to the program, which is $10,000, the maximum loan amount, interest rate of 4.5%, term is ranging between 7 to 10 years. The second step is Palau Solar will assess your house, do the cost estimation, and then step 3, the loan is approved for signing, Palau Solar to install. Palau Solar and the Renewable Energy Division team of PPUC will then assess, test, and commission. Step 4 is when you start seeing the savings. So approximate timeline is between 4 to 6 months, 4 to 6 weeks, I'm sorry. Yeah. So what does this loan funds? It funds the solar equipment, panels, inverter, and the meter. Also, it will fund the installation cost. So the installation process, the Palau Solar Office team will do the installation and work with the RED PPUC team to do the commissioning. Some questions you might be thinking now, can the solar system work if the PPUC power is turned off? No, this is an on-grid system, so we need PPUC. This will just help reduce your power bill. Okay, can the solar be installed on a token meter? No, it needs to be a conventional meter. And the timeline for the solar loan is 4 to 6 weeks or 2 to 3 months. Do you have savings on this solar system? Yes, there's savings. And can the solar be installed on a flat roof? Yes, it can be installed on a flat roof. Is the loan secured? It is secured by the solar equipment and not a real estate. Does state permit require? Only for core state. Other state doesn't require the state permit. So the future program, the loan amount is still to be determined. That's being outlined. But the guideline is the interest rate is 5.5%, term ranging between 10 to 15 years. And this is for all non-residential customers. For example, schools, church, and all business establishments. Now let's take a moment and watch the short clip prepared by the Palau Solar Office.
My electricity bill has been, it doubled. It doubled our energy bill due to the rising of the fuel cost. So that's why I was very fortunate to get this solar energy program.
Because I think my parents' bills are like, what, $800 a month? And that's pretty expensive to live in the islands. Living out here is not the same as, in the States or whatever else, yeah. It was pretty easy. It took them like maybe about 5 hours to do it to the rain, but probably a little bit faster. So it was pretty simple.
We were basically surprised when they contacted us that you're ready to start. So we're like, oh really, that fast? We're not even ready yet.
We're not making use of the solar energy. That's why I signed up for the solar power for my house. And I also was recommended by other people that they already have solar panels, and it's really helping the electricity cost for their houses.
When we talk about solar, it basically means energy saving. So basically we save money if we have solar. And we've had 2 bills, for one in August and September. So in August, it was only $29. Now in this last month, September, it's only 29 cents. Yeah, it's really helped us a lot. So the Palau Solar Company, they're very helpful. So if we have any problems with the solar panels or anything, we just contact them.
So after the installation process, once the Palau Solar team install your solar system, there's 2 maintenance within that 12 months, after the 12 months of installation. So they install, after 6 months, they'll do first maintenance, and then they'll maintain for the lifetime of the loan. So if your loan is 10 years, there's maintenance for 10 years. Oo. And aside from solar loans, NDBP also do mortgage loans, SME, farming, fishing, and tourism. Thank you, and feel free to contact us at 587-6327.
Thank you, Ms. Ngir Meril. Following our agenda, we will now welcome Ms. Lourdes Al, MSP Spatial Coordinator for the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries, and Environment to give us the Blue Prosperity Plan.
ngil tutau ako lang ite Minister of Finance pukul ko to belam save rate mela o kartel kuk meliuda tekinger ang akalukos is ali ako Sel Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Environment yang akawan ra adal flat roof nga ako ra dir katel gibel meo dar adra NDPP makmarsel step 3 dikmal patiently waiting. So I have the pleasure this morning to present on behalf of the ministry around the Blue Prosperity Plan. I will speak in English, or in Palauan, I'm sorry. The slides are all in English. So if there's any points within the slide that I feel necessary that I should highlight in English, I will do so. There was a picture of a beautiful turtle, but maybe it didn't come through. But the Blue Prosperity Plan was an attempt by the ministry to highlight some of the work that we thought needed investments. So presenting at this meeting is a very, we're not really used to being in finance meetings. I'm not necessarily dressed like a finance person or an economics person. But this was an attempt, and we kind of, halak the intro slide. So, this was an attempt to highlight some of the work that the ministry thought needed attention and maybe significant investments. Yagi gora walgi mulum ay se tegi del plan lo basel tokol wasengira del manitra tabet in order to protect the name and self provide and mergi dar av. Etel part of the story that is important to understand is the context. Selwaseng ram laringir belar sel timing dub atial plan. Because akong das yung naringa time elwase ngoram leklo wa ora das ora waset yang la plan rat ang kumilur gerel may. So I think we need to address that at this time. Letial plan el ministeriam lo mesaigel beklur erel. Edim la gadil wase halida start el merura Blue Prosperity Plan. So am legot el rior el gimoruringi awaseng makaratol dagara agora strategic plan tel ministry rogir. Sel arrangalel osngam el gir el telurerela ministry ra environment, agriculture, fisheries ma environment. Serabol mereksel seguid el kora close strategic plan ra ministry. Ese first time el boringir el sel tel ministry kamam ever. Timlaka imol document el articulate taurera el terrogil ministry. So seguid after seguid el strategic plan agora trigegid el kuk adam nara kamam el nara Bureau of Fisheries amo do okla selang duk mo mesagel loreret e makarang adokorang mil taigel der still highlight those significant investment and the investment ra institution investment ra uldas ma staffing el girel, and that's where this came about. Unfortunately, it came about tercera clol debate ra balwad el girel ase kada open, kada close, kada open, kada close ra PNBS, which I think is selbom understanding that's just one piece. Hindi tiyak clo lurir telbantay tra ministry aklo. So I know segi del timing it came out at a very I'm going to take this opportunity lang bato karangal kara school. We were asked questions maultalaak from arangal kara school, ma media, so we went through a rough time trying to communicate these priorities. But that's just that's nature talurior. There's no going away from this, and we hope pelwase malimdeklo passion and people were beginning to be aware. And al time kadangarsel point it's an opportunity to turn that passion and initial awareness to some higher level of understanding, right? So passion in school, you're passionate about something, but we think that passion needs to drive to higher level of knowledge and understanding. So tiagid agora sera tel plan nagimul to ira 2022. Egagid egel koram letul factors el gimul meser sel time. One, we were in the midst of the COVID pandemic, and essentially, Lostova tourism industry kita other belau. And then, say the closure 80% rai isa derget, yang this place or kora no ule say the locally based long line fleets and mingarela big ay mayelofin I exit tial balwad. So those had economic and other impacts. So say the I get similar result, I get the economic and potential environmental stressors. One, give them lesser, 2020 master plan, I want to get economic sector, some fisheries. That was a priority even up to 2020. Say give the sector, I was say, so kung exit, I get the long line fleets, ngaramle impact ringi. And so we Akigoram la mesela sa ngaring direct revenue impact ng mera government, but then there's also indirect and more technical economy. And we're not economists, but we tried to come up with a number. Sige the number agim koram na estimate ng gilwase bukor nga 2.6 million every year, and has the potential to grow. Also malamol mal decline agil vessel days, number of vessel days regil. Yawana was a ecological impact, and maybe COVID, among tourism, let's say fisheries, coastal fisheries. Because if the level of tourism pre-pandemic, cut off a supply ng tunal mera market, what are we going to do? Pressure ng coastal fish, right? So these are some of the potential, perhaps unintended impacts of some of the factors, and not just the PNMS, but also compounded by the COVID. So I get foundational principles are the Blue Prosperity Plan. And we spent days and days in a small conference room, probably 4 to 6 people, trying to say, how can we deal with this? Maybe we need to come back. What do we really need, and can we capture that in very few words? And so so the first one was sustainability. Time. So that's one. Sige I'm left first. So long was value capture. Unhappy about. Why were we so unhappy about this? Or they were stealing our fish. So maybe because I get that feel like the equal partner at the fishery. Or we capture enough value within our local economy. So say time ministry o may over campaign one of the primary reasons other Palau masyukang ragit ulag the manage ng kaldaw ngil sustain aklangar ngil matrang aklet. So say I'm lawan a pillar agigit el koraudas. Es el last agira la capacity mal soada ikang soada merula ikang dingira ngania capacity rigid el manage ay gigit el tokoy. So I get the 4 basic underlying principles. The game koram la orange malas mal mga tmok lay gigit el koraudas ng al seltial Blue Prosperity Plan. Yang kak. So tiagi da ako rasel klol arang la vision at the Blue Prosperity Plan. Ara ako raset yang mle controversial lakas kalel. So let's see what is controversial about some of these things. So sel kadamo guli sel long standing el commitment regidar other Palau el girela osab aklela tapet. Sel vision regida was sekataw mes el betula total 100% sustainable management of our entire ocean. Takadil celebrar nga eringa adra PITI. Tial tangara eringa gidar adra belal direct. So say that one el approach say the self vision. Selong erunga was say kada acknowledge el was tel tor o manged amal klol part ra economy rigid. And that we need to think about it seriously, and we need to put into practice some strategies and maral sabel grow that الموتر يجي السترينث economy مثل لقوك نقدرنا tourism نغاريا fisheries نقوك دانا fisheries maybe نقوك pick up a tourism. So this whole economic diversification part تجي الblue economy. And then selong ede di wase kita dia kata manager tell the bed in isolation. Kita betok our neighbors sagit president just recently came back and larsel PIF meeting. Tiang aklol issue a Pacific rogir. Pillar 8 tersel BS 2050 Pacific strategy for the blue continent. Agirela environment and ocean. So the realize was say agel doru retiang alangar niya sa edad su yakuk share lo our neighbors sergit or ang kanya kuk longot mo Clara Solomon PNG el maybe ngungil el sa edad kuk su bang malmi aplargit. So we felt like we needed to be able to connect what we're doing into the bigger picture of management of fishery. So I get the thrill holistic approach. So how are we going to do this? First, we need to ensure protection of the things that we think need protecting. And we're going to implement that through some sort of planning effort. Tourism policy, fishing policy, it's the same ocean space. So Sagimlo advocate the marine spatial planning process that we are currently under. Time. Number 2, sustainable economic development. So from the fishery perspective, but acknowledge the fishery is only a component of the entire blue and ocean economy. 3, enabling environment. Akora ondas ratokol kora mo say sebel ko lawas so mangal kara school ang wilngal kara school ang gire lungila dalang oklang ngarngi. So mutel fishery amran mo viable part tel blue economy yagel policy mara institutions nga alsela girel masisi nga moguruli ang fishery mo complement yagel gidel kuk pebira sectors. So agora di wase kita kadamlar. Today means 2022. Engarang tel plan nagi mulur ngiyeng ngora 3-year transition period. Unfortunately, kita ngara 4-year political process. That's kind of our planning horizon. I cannot change that. It's outside of my control. So agagit wase in the past. Yakadulum das so katal amna suspect wase ngaringa unsustainable fishing. There was a lack of equity within the fishery. Kita timla the capture seldom das we deserved. Number 3 was sel bolakang kal fishery. Then we're what? Kardista karawan the tourism sector. And then what? Pandemic happens. What do? You borrow money. And I think we saw from the previous slides that's not such a good situation to be at. So say the 3-year transition period, agimo facilitate or say the marine spatial planning process. Say a process, it's not something that ngora machik pilil ngilurgel mung may. A marine spatial planning process ati malasamal articulate waseng makarada uspe tell the beth mura igel bekkel badangel uspel. So akora kampanya na sum kadame rabalu di wa darura master plan rai di wa darura master plan ra orior a school agiren ngartiang adi kalsal comparable a school al brekadra a night club agi adalang okla girel a ngartiang el akmedra grocery store dios isiul concept el mora tial the beth in the past amle mga sa spare gidem we just kind of wadoililem kadam barsil so adel basho. So now agigid el marine spatial planning effort tawasin sa pedel el mo malas el mo qoram amalib au spel ultraqla abashol ngaringa beqel bedengel au speder tial dab. SL number 2 agimul qoring el wasesegi del giblen project ringil wase $2.6 million le luser ngira revenue magarada capture say Initially, agilum das ringil wase, agagid the vessel days, rigid the we can negotiate with somebody to kind of buy them. Didi maaran din dakalo mangit because tukuk sorry ngara conservation. So just buy the days and we're okay. So sige the koram learning al da uringi eventually ndim nakal vol vessel day buyback scheme ndim mo grant aid the Malaya government esaya sel mlo kora in the past couple of years yung lo amalu ay supplemental budget bill tilo and I might add was sige the roku 2.6 million at im naka imoringi il mera Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Environment, and that's okay because I got the cook effort rama magirel support I get the cook essential need kita messer sel time. And then it's long number 3. Agirel lawase aginomal asol asengkel control rangel infrastructure rabalu ngia controller o mangit. That's same the advantage of PITI. If you control shore facilities, you control the fish. And so say that gibam pa sing gira del moomdas will gira lawase makarabo invest in those. Pofi doesn't have a permanent place they lease. They cannot build things there lang di permanent pa shortir. PCFC same thing. So maybe that's said that it was the government can subsidize. We need to be smart in how we subsidize. So hindi ka dito subsidize kada catalyze our growth. So say kita kora one round dos saying makaranga to build these facilities to enable like I get ventures or maybe have a better chance at succeeding. Say the last I was say kada malmol low marang or sel aspiration na PNMS. Wasing ngaringi ay gel kuk pasyara the bet. Lokora mal makreo san mergi. Giran malmol mal alsimer. So that's the spirit of the Blue Prosperity Plan. So to me, ang kora dim lagi sang sel kora se ngaram le controversial aspect. I think it was just a result. Agidim lo casualty al at political environment. I don't know. El asel so gagidagel nga so gagidagel ko kasi mga ngagel ko sustain benefits so this is beyond we hope mo sabitan malmol mal implement it beyond 3 years mga amo sabitan ko mo mes ay gagidel ko tin nga right. And then one slide forward, please. Okay. So Tiagida, this was the most difficult part of the Blue Prosperity Plan to put together. Lagi maral lomal aswara lakara capacity kamamra uktora udod. So these numbers are very, very tentative. Matira tial plan amlo o otil wasay. Agiba multaw taigang etiagida atataytayeng udod those sparingi. Magimlo koramal mlekul number 35 million. Awasay gagil elements those pe. He okoring most of it realize that gagil vision or Blue Prosperity Plan. So selkota say the long line vessel day scheme that ended up turning into sort of a grant aid in Mirablur Palau. I think Minister, if I just checked this morning, may first 2.6 million. Initial 2.6 and I think recently getting 2.6. We hope. Well, I was although sell girel duro koringian question la oturukli. Have for 5.2 million. So yes, even part of that magira will report on the whole entire government's behalf. Agelu rela MOCHE, ma rela kelbekal agency ngaya mandate ringira taw. Kama magira man maralo dakta kay gigit. A report so that we can get this 2.6 billion every year. And that's very difficult because we're not used to doing that. And then eselong yerung marine spatial planning, luwasikados perang 1 million na 1 year. So far, gigorawal kiblam guarantee al 2.4 million. So I think that's okay. Los persegi del mara 2.4 million na kutbakli telurior. Dil so kumangyan ko about del mendegim ko towar. So we'll find a place where to use that money. So it's who magyugugik me, ngora more relevant than more tourism industry, agyorelil more minister matul. And that's what our job is. And then say get the blue economy, ma fisheries and aquaculture investments. Agi mo mesaranga 2 million na each rack. Right now, agi diging lower that we got a grant for 1.4 million for the next 4 years. And then we are in discussions, lobangela kuk pebira al adal, trial secure agi gidaludo. So agel orange sabalgula se, ngania work and we've guaranteed some money, dindirakabol enough al release gidalurior. And then cell regional scaling. Everybody wants to kind of bring the Pacific together to talk about the ocean. So I think we're safe with that 330,000. We don't really need any more money there. Ocean and now into Pacific is high politics. That's where everyone is converging resources, where everyone is converging dialogue around. And then Sege del Tora innovation is blanket el mesada igel el Tora niya mal kaya capacity ra ministry, whether it's innovations in financing. We even talked about maybe some sort of post-pandemic, some sort of insurance mechanism that we can implement addresses possibly. Economy we don't have the capacity at the moment, but it's an aspiration. And then I get last, I get tora infrastructure. I get infrastructure those. I get tora fisheries because it's such a significant cost. So I get number 16 million. We're currently working with various organizations like the World Bank and maybe perhaps ADB. I'll try to run through numbers and say what this really means. And I get key initiatives under this Blue Prosperity Plan. Ako tagi maruro sa the marine spatial planning effort. Currently, ang namo mereka PCS a partner naman magina complete one round community engagements. We just had a workshop lang 2 weeks ago. Alguk malara adra state and magi modong okle. Tamasa da igel kora lungulir gira legal tabir. Yes, and then selong erung at tora offshore fisheries. Said dito tang take the black sadilwa. So we have to figure out a way where we can do conservation and fish to provide for our own economy. Socio-economic benefits in more other real for their own livelihoods. And then selong erung at tora aquaculture. Sometimes in our part of the world, aquaculture il makngit. We see that that's not the aquaculture we're advocating for. So restorative aquaculture, comparable and more zones or areas, so it doesn't diminish ecological or environmental values site. And then infrastructure, which is something that we're grappling with now. But to our partners. There's bilateral partners, there's bank partners, there's NGO partners, and it's quite a lot of work managing all of the expectations of all of them. And then innovations, and then we're not that we are part of the bigger Pacific Ocean. So I get a lot of detail each legal initiative, which I think is for this meeting, maybe it's unimportant. Provide a slide what do we mean by marine spatial planning? So I get a lot of fine detail at Blue Prosperity Plan. But before I end, maybe you're really in the kind of the work itself. Sometimes I get the opportunity where we can kind of surface. Take a breath, assess. And so there's many lessons coming out of this. One, there's lots of partners and it's very hard to corral people. but it's kind of corralling people, getting over some misinformation or misconceptions. It takes time, it takes one-on-one sometimes. So we need to invest in that kind of dialogue. Di akal makita debate, but we want to progress from debate to a dialogue where we reach understanding, hopefully consensus around certain ideas. I want to lesson kukmer kama ministry, no reveal some really key capacity gaps within our organization. One, which is very obvious, ministry di mla ka Facebook page rin. Communications was something that di mla ka talgi morul. Communication to the boss, to the minister, but never kind of public facing. So that's one. Ongerung atoy policy. Kama maladan kartel ministry, the technical people. Agim dangaling kalngir, lam dangaling kaltaw understand rangir. When it comes to policy, we akidiway kami. Bayungil ato tabdal gira lang arang. Bayungil ato karang. Katokora diaw rawaal. And so we really Giramal invest in people who understand and work within the policy environment. And then as partnerships is such a good thing, but maybe that time, yagimo maasang facilitate our partners. Because I'm on calls 80% of the time with external partners, and 20% of the time, mga aturang ra school, mga aturang aturol bill, mga aturang maasrahon, mga kirahon to, because it takes so much time to coordinate and all the partnerships. So we hope that those bring us resources. So that's another thing that we need. Giramal mo dedicate ta adal amaw nga ala external partnership. Mga kamuha niya tayo mga atura senator inabo, mga atura nga school, mga raw doswiw. And that's I think akmal struggle personally to balance this. And then sel ko ramo mga final, I'll comment. What we realize is sometimes hindi akan nga niya lakraw though. It just takes us and modong ok articulate ta. So wadan mo luok ra babier. Hindi ka di barbaru sa di kula bara talog yak pura di terang matrikulokoy. It has to be in writing. Nga niya la chikaringil wase. Here's what I need and here's why. And so we found that wase, even though a blue prosperity plan amle controversial at the time, agyom das la sing amle atarak taigel correct tel ngeswel me alain labong kamam. If that wasn't the case, in kuktimel at al donor lot klamam il mamrurang rang. In kukmel at al donor magyopangkel il mamrurang rang. And so I think it's a lesson to us was articulate the lusa ikalul deswed, and somebody else is going to speak for us. And this, I hope that yung lesson lurior maklaat. If you don't speak up for yourself, somebody will. So I get the closing comments. I hope you worked up an appetite for lunch. Musulang.
Thank you very much, Luz. We will now, for this part of the program, we'll be having a 15-minute lunch break, and I'll slightly explain how lunch will go for us. So the leadership, which is the first two rows in front, you will remain in your seats, and then they will bring the pre-packed lunch to you. However, there will be food tasting at the back, and at the relevant part of the program, I'll call on the person to explain the food. However, I will be calling everyone by rows to go pick up their pre-packed lunch at the separate room across from the entrance that you guys came in. Therefore, I call on Ms. Maget Basebs to give us an introduction of how the food that you'll be having for the food tasting.
Madam Malungil Tutao, good morning everyone, distinguished guest, Minister Udoy, fellow partners. For this part of the program, I would like to just continue to thank everyone, but most especially thank the partnering agency, which is the Asian Development Bank, and the grantors who we partnered in funding this project. And it's called the COVID-19 Response for Affected Poor and Vulnerable Groups. So I just want to recognize the government of Japan through the Japan for Prosperous and Resilient Asia and Pacific, the Ireland Trust Fund, and ADB Thematic Pool on Gender. So for the past 2 years, we've come here and explained what the project is about. So the lunch that you will be receiving is, of course, pre-packed lunch, but the food tasting is really the fruit of the hard labor, not only for the individuals, but as a group. Minister Udoy, who's here, it's a vision that I have come to understand. It's a long-standing vision about how do we continue to utilize what we have inherited from our ancestors, from the land that's been given to us, and that how can we continue to teach that and also bring on board the future generation to understand how we use the resources that we've been given. This noon, we will have only 15 out of the 20 women to display taro dishes. 24 of them will be using the taro flower, and 8 will be dishes that is traditionally inspired. Taro has been the key seedling that was selected, and there were 2 species, it's ngaswas and girang. I will be calling Director Colin Joseph from Bureau of Agriculture. I want to recognize the implementing agency of Bureau of Agriculture, as well as Palau Visitors Authority, and all the partners. We have PCC President who's here, the CRE, as well as SPDC and Taiwan Technical Team, ICDF, who gives us the much needed training, because this whole project has been the effort of helping us plant taro in the dry land. So just wanted to recognize that. There are 2 other outputs, as we call it. Really want to recognize Angale Director Sher Madraisao and all the partnering agencies, the Division of Aging, as well as the service providers, the Samsamelak Langlakal organization, Bella Wellness, and Bango. Those are the implementing output 1 and 3. So without further ado, I would like to just recognize who came and prepared dishes. So Ngara Otalo from Malkayor, they prepared taro aho, taro chocho, and taro cinnamon. These are desserts. And Ngaram Nidav of Ngatpang prepared the velul gugao and taro cookies merrily. El Tel Ngerbuns of Aymalig prepared taro fries and taro osirugo. The Lisor from Ngar Along prepared taro salad with fries, with fried fish, as well as taro crunch cake. Dulos of Ngar Along State prepared a traditional taro pound, cooked taro pound, called Belsi, El Tiu, El Sek El Gukao, and Diorang, and Blad El Belsi. Ang ngaram sik of ngaram langoy, prepare taro fish, fish finger, and local baby food. Dil nga bukod of ngarat, prepare taro banana bread, kukau chowder, and alang. It's a dessert. And ngarases of Irai prepared ardo of el kukau and taro fritters. Ngarab ood of Irai prepared korokke and taro soup. Ngalakasol of ngaram langoy prepared taro sandwiches. And ngarab progor of Irai prepared taro mochi and pumpkin taro cobbler. Ngarab iboy of ngatpang prepared taro vegetable lumpia wrap and taro patties. And we're so happy that we have our JICA volunteers, the nutritionists from MOE and MOH prepared taro salad with hummus. And then we have some samples from Four Seasons that worked with the Palau Visitors Authority. So, mading hotel te alam mereng asulir trigal masal nosob ilil May, and they were part of the value chain, as in they went and they planted the taro dry land, and they harvested it, brought it to the newly built taro mill, and they were the first recipient of the taro flour, and they experimented on how to use the taro flour in the different dishes. So please, I know they're eager to know the feedback that they will get, that you have. So that's about it, Teturang. I don't know how you want to facilitate the taro tasting, but I think they're ready.
So, just a little change to what I previously stated regarding lunch. So, everyone after row 2 will kindly proceed. We will not be calling each row. Instead, you will all go grab your lunch at the other side of the, I don't know what it's called. At the other side of where we entered through the doors. Yeah. There will be people guiding you to where you can pick up your food. For those who are sitting in rows 1 and 2 who have already received their lunch, the bell are ready to receive you for the food tasting. So we welcome you to join in on the line. I believe the line starts here towards my right, where Director Joseph is standing. So you may proceed to go get your lunch. Everyone after rows 2 can proceed to go get your lunch. We will be strict on the 15-minute break because there will be a presentation during the lunch. So please return back as soon as possible. Ali. Ali. Ngarnya avalom laram. Sil Crail van. Ngar along plate taringi. Plate number 1562. Ang parkartel parking lot ng artem mo tangal mamu bramli mangarnya avalor utol giral maral. Sulang. Ali. Welcome back, everyone, from the 15-minute too long break. We will begin our next session, which is the From Seed to Shelf, Empowering Local Food Systems Through Grants, Farming, and Processing. Through this presentation, you will hear all about the food. If you have the chance to grab food from the food tasting aisle, you'll be able to hear all about that project. So to start off the presentation, I call on Mr. Noe Yalap to begin the presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Noe Yalap, and I'm the Agriculture Extension Officer with the Bureau of Agriculture. I'm here with the 20 women groups who are involved in the Taro project, and you're going to see some of the photos that we took throughout the year.
Aku mengiu tu sel tedo di belakang beri. So sambil di meru lah berada meldi.
SSM.
Okay. Kaya dari osi. Udah kau ira lah. Emel sibul waisai. Dia kata game. Kali tiang ngai bu. Aku luit temporang urus mo bola ngai bu.
Iya. Masuk.
Meri larung. Ya kau nanti me doke to kalwasi. Ya kau sel bombolan. Asu ko masa sel di mostro pero ilwasi. Hindi nga yata sel ang longo. Oh, mengkal nalaliws. Aktal wal. Tagay to. O sistem u protect ra ul hindi kasal madiot makleal. Ya kau sel tarak. Umural men pakanggan jo free di mo gani. Kinamo pa. Baka bil dra ut mil sel by the time in bising. Kalak alwi ngara. Ngara 5 alu 4.9 to 5. Api ri. Api self clue la ukum.
Yalbol pas sa 7 na naman bakit?
Sem na wa. Oh. Video ngara. Okay. Ya ko ka milas berangkang.
Ayun na charcoal.
Milas berangkang. Makungore pisyang. Hindi day gagi. Di era omo walal mo. Wa atal sanday. Ya kamer tiagi der mo gagi din. Ora bab. E man breathe ni. Oh. Kair gagi del bas. Sekali itu. Ula adam brigela. Ula adam brigela. Ama usper ngi. Tamler be law magpasifike mengi ser morio. Belum tiga pas ngira itu ma samkila ko. Samkila. Oi. El day pa 3,000 years old.
So actually, Soldier Ice was a project that start last year, July 2022. Seedlings available or say January this year. Mang mlitigibel ko ram lumeo da umalamil tial nga suwas magirang. And this February milmutre el alsil sa ngaya harvest the regular nga tigagil 20 women seed grant recipients and malal mertigil tulba ng lakukaw. So akpalungan ko ng artiang o mesetil betok ng artiang al diri kan miru lagi sample ataro o products mong mal ding tel emeng sulir ya ure ka malmol ng sertir igel ko training ma workshop lo sistem rang mamduol malal mertial gukal betok tira de sal malal mar gukara asers. So mengakting tel so kalmo o eskra ulang sekarang dulos elmo pusesel gila experience ringi elgo komtesel dulos ngalong evangelical church nga north. Tiller.
O sa awalit atugin sa peklo basen kira kan maleng ra adrabang ladesel may mo mi kak satyal sersel adang mang kumal masulang adrabi o kamal adralong akmalungin ang mamartial program lem lamos sa amal malalma akalam ra sersel gugaw o si siul time ati mo mes sarangal kal abi mo ra sersel el angal malalma kaswas lem dia kal sorry el mo ramsey. Okay, kung mal masulang ang tim lagi.
Malungin. Okay, mal masulang aklang skang elak mo eska diray ngas makayat telel guk mo share experience ringira nga otelo ra belura malgek.
Oy malungin li taswel ba. Diwaya igel blaldungkal maasa gimbre nga sulel tial project mora nga otelo ra malgek. Kamama darta madar ngela adar tel aldabel el selablu ramal go kam tim lelu matay mal ada officers tel project tam lango suma melmo ongar okol mal ada ngar nya be sel sersir magi mere ngasaw lelem lamo subira aradal malal ma qalir waigel molgoya lamos sabedrol traura agriculture madi kadil say marguk adalo deng wal melos pe aku ka lamos sabira adara tiga radira belu lol traw direct kal momalal mabebira dalom la dio ka nga ma amuti lol nga seora adalang aklira direct kal mla mo ultraw. Ngari nga tokol mla makatmok kal sa alborital project mlosub ilol nga seu marada uspera mikakrel adra community marula sersir direct kal other agriculture waigel lol kong kalma asa umisinda ka mamalauser sa ngar ako ang matirgelem mlamaral mura 15 dori magyauspera adal masiba sersam mangtam masauler segi dal nges ko tirgel ngar abalul magkakarel adas il masesel ludod el mga tmok legal serselo nga sera armaas agi direk agi malmol malmere nga sulir leng ngarnya training waigel domes rakor kal al maruleng kaduk team les maloliu la dalom le etial mga tmok ra utomadia ka apatokol training etial project tamla ang usuguma mlo sa makarado wala nga seur tial utomal maungil leng mal makita at tameda mo sabedalo malalma awngil dalom le soda il derngi atara amla makatmok la adra ko community ramalgo ka kamamal dipto kal di oser sa di kalam scramble mamrula health permit ra kamam ma food handlers permit leng apply na sing kadoltral mabi o ngari extra sa edel el mamrula makatenged mo ngoyak tegi dagi mal marenga Solar Tel project, mga sulela director Joseph Mar other agriculture ma partners, mga surir Amber, in fact ang anya workshop raklugu ko mga soil gira la tokora soil, mga mga solar gira kay gidal nga sol mira aldabel. Tigay kita kom sulang.
Ma'am Sulang. Okay, en que mangulbol mo sa experience alila ni Clara el tel ngarbon sa Emily.
Malungili tasils. Tingo na kulot ko nga ba? Just kidding. Kamama el tel ngarbon sa aladra telgibel ko ra magkakarera nga rayolta. Ngara o kada madaringel di tirgel users the 20 people users me kulkot to kora manigal andira dal kwasat tegal okya kita bolo tengigel progress el bladrula. So the organization, women's organization that I'm part of, there's 35 members, and this is the younger women's group. And out of the 35 members, we have 20 who are actively participating in the taro seedling project. And the other two ladies have explained some of the processes and the wonderful benefits that are being offered through this program. But what I want to bring out is so many of the ladies who are in the Imalik state who are doing this have their husbands and partners actively helping them and their children. In fact, sometimes some of them feel bad that they're taking the credit for this because it's their spouses that are helping them to till the soil, to plant, to clear, and it's really it's creating a different sort of cooperation and family situation. And I can say that my husband is helping me with this farming opportunity. And then of course we have others who need the help from the Bureau of Agriculture, especially with the equipment like the tiller and the people coming and actually tilling the soil. And not only that, but they're helping each other to clear and to share information that they get from the Bureau of Agriculture. Mang maral klo nge so abla al relin mer kamam. Tiso kal sharing iya tel al other kamama kiblem start teringira mal maramong mlemok te karingia at ko era helda. Wase kidel ngate kidel al time ol nga sera al mitut el adra bleeder the lad mar the mother na mum itut Obtitira ngalged marangalgid ar baby dikid. Malaka dang sugid el gotel mom sisi and das edel ngos wiring ke los pergid. Segid atara koler telur el atar gaman etel toira ser sa mal klo habla el contributor ngin mor segid el mokte lo segibom sisi el bornya ula garagam ma ula galela kalira ngalgam gamama mus amam take care tirgel lultuir gamam. Mengkomral mesaula rate al. Thank you.
Thank you. Elang sokol mo mokodongi Junior Temong Nursery Associate Tial Project mengmeko di sira bebira ya tokol gire la dalomla.
Maluil suel bel mergomiro hui yang angklega Junior Temong akpui gangar along. And I'm the nursery associate at the project. So I'll ready. So tel mo sa ringi the gel numbers el tel project ngaringi gel projected numbers el gel meet at the end of the program. So this is just tire distribution numbers that I'm giving out. So last year's symposium rather economic symposium before development al year. And the challenge was sourcing of taro seedlings. Challenge amle sel losiger sel egel mosor sertial seedlings ra ngaswasa magirang. The mandimle da kapto kal reporter as far as numbers go. Leng dirgamle wale le to kagemle challenge sertiagi del program raul. DLL year, Bureau of Agriculture, I'm proud to announce that within that time frame from the last symposium, I give la first, next please. I give la initial seedling source, and then from that initial seedling source, I give la multiply multiple sources. And then we're also proud to announce that as of November 2023, we have distributed well over 52,000 seedlings. And of those 52,000 seedlings, only 2,589 of those produced or reproduce. Again, mga lagel, legal gugaw sa loral maklong produce at least 3 to 5, 6 seedlings. So with that, we used the lowest, to be conservative, we used the lowest number, which is 3. But they have at least produced 3 seedlings per plant, and some of these are on the 3rd cycle. And that brings our total number of seedlings provided to farmers to 125,156 plus. And that's verified 1 cycle only, without the other 2 cycles. And this number is growing every day as we speak. So we at POA are still working hard to meet our projected goal of 900,000 seedlings provided at the end of the program to the farmers. So thank you everyone, God bless you all, and that's all I have for today. Thank you.
Ma'am Saula, Mr. Temong, elak pum kodo niya makwistan tumol ulmirtiang ako pong share igel urere la food processing center.
Malungin suel bil marbek la adar rogoy mal dimreng asulil sa mil mulmol lo pangeder elal tasils tipo kultur kay madam vice sa ma senator inabo minister mutul le tipo kung utul tor belaw a presentation na nga tor american sumuka nga niya swala mo blaktak ko makailam sode le di mo ta sa imo miwe ebok ulas mel mos modi. Makmo amul nga ka mo ang kleka makwiston arit namol. Ania adal ngarteng at chanray asanuma. Ngia urolo nge ka lagi diterung relang manager ka mam alesa agwon. Musubes yung nada sa etlorgid nanya uktara al sungul mong nada betlorgid. Ding mal musum ang yiro school ni merapet klaap. Makmo omu lenga kadi mo maskida update rigi the food processing center rigi del ngara compound ra Bureau of Agriculture ngarang SR. Ngogi wa gigil urela Mr. Noe Alap ma junior temong laurolo mentrar maas al malal marakugaw esel ritmi esel tel se amer kamam. Food processing center rigi damla open sirigi damla may mlamo sa edel walto der sel meri gengo. Ngorak klor nguk sel wunet mo kadamla mangar may ge wa ka adel mege ka takarel ulak maudor au ngil marai edi ka ngara walel awai sak mo timo kora dismo dia project rigi dara seluk tele omlela aku gaul mo meri gengo mela kadamla omu raudor sa September no sa edel mamsil el may start the produce ra meri gengo magilu special talbuil mingat mok la meri gengo sample amsil rule SOP Pela nga gingar sel obrolam el Marcel gide del motmok persel mo otrul meri gengo. Timor segi de mo omun sen next slide. Ela moktegar gida amo motmok kartel tela gugaw el mo sige sel dung value added product. Kadam nang litel gugar gida maloko del dal di ritmi di el sel ay maklabse mo o dagal sel long rawring. Kodo siga te ele de mo sel enhance rangkal gugaw mo kakaru sel product. Kung sel kamang taklangar ngi rastwa orang kamang taklangan ngil ngarap lai. Aku ben saya dorok ngil ukmar ada dar outside. Mengania kakaru sululdas wa amo product bedol to di sel mal tela urere dol to the sel flower sel meri kengo. Ma sel next slide. Ay gida gel dastara awa ngara uldas wel sel bemotmok given ay gel masil dola brelang. Sel mal to taro chips, taro flour, ice cream, pastries, kakaru sel pastries, ania desserts, smoothies. Ti el altama di misil dobang olto dra chips, flour, sa ela pastries, magil fries. Misil rawa ice cream adi mo nga o uriul may. Sel mo next slide. Makmo ambu ra ukter tele la ulor sel balbol beregal balal marbaas elol bulbul nu sel tel may. Maas amongul may dorti ngotil make sure dagal tamak rice madud. Dong ik mong maral ngaswas saya long BOE uro lo bantri ngungel maral ngaswas el may yagi mo do bodbi isel gim do bodbi yagi mo sort el mo kakaru sel size awera gibon process make sure and dry awera gibon processing isel gibon processing ang mo kakaru sel states el up to sel states ra flour isel por sel next slide elay kasi ngila rogul harvest algot tulomu ra el ragal melang kadangar sel 12 harvest hindi sel 12 harvest tagi processing el alwi hindi lagi mo tungit yang magi di mo wise ra up to last week which is 11th harvest a total ra weight el blood harvest tergi akme del ngar ay tela el bond a value niya ngar 10,600 tala sel blood true el mora blue dimle ongral lesel tamen dimla kam sirigit Angar value ra 5,000 madringil ewal dart 5,000 me ewal dart siya ngarak pe erul tela me ewal dart del tela ko kam lo taraw esel gigit maklil motar of flour sigit ngara 418 pounds se amil gat mok ra after ragin process rakme del tal tela el bondul ko ratio angara 4 pounds amadal ko kaw ot bedia tal bondul imol bondul flour so far, ako tlomul me lang, and of course, I got process sa kanya waste. Pekal stage sa process sa kanya waste. Magmedel nga rat, erul tela, waste after a processing, regel kmedel elol, tela elol kukaw. Mang triple klaw waste, masagida tral managing, magi motmok la program ang kanya workshop, lagi mo attend rin at 27. Nga mo hazard, analysis, control, points. Mo sugi dra process lagi del mga takla process mo sa edalot to beda uaw raw alel el maraw la mga alel may ka safe for consumption el daka polsera adalo ngani Ese mo suki del gut muklia process sergi mo sabe del nte ma gel ro ko tel malle la process alu ngigel mo ula ser ma gel waste mo se del account mo gel ro waste sergi etral gur bring mo ke crea waste. Vamos a next present slide. Se lo mo la harvest arugul maasang may aku kartil mera BOA. Adala BOA uro la pong kama magi mo sort the grade. Yo sige gel kut gel ungil mo merigen ko. Yang so adalot to merigen ko mga gel hot lungil lugaw. Tal ngidil lugaw. Mo mania certification ada BOA ako sukuma marsay ya gido bodbi e sort del mo kagrosel size e o maknis rasil sil make sure ang man mo dry. Anda ka ngas amol dring. E more sen next process e kada mora next slide please. Sel peeling station. Say sel mo malap tergel ko ang kadi imad e kada malap tergi mentegi bil ko ra atitwo al kada mo makaka dring. Kung sige yung arba picture equipment peeling machine del ko ra dro mugang kada tura al sel machine ring. Dinda ka ko mo mes sel long erul shasing dinda kal bo lungil top ti. Mo kira dal mo ba imad del. Mo malap tringi lang gina ng upti sel buder rogi. Sel upta buder rogi, sel budel may tapo domde emringi loba segi del pil collection. Se ukpo loba lob strir adra BOA mo mrura compost. Sel lob lami tel circle economy. Taka itel. Se next slide. E kada mo slicing. Sel mo slicing e kada mo sort by sizes slice. Ang tubo del black del white segi del crack medal habin sa crack rail. E kita gina del mori suir aral mungu pati sel ngiptel amo tomelia quality ri sel do steam ri e mor steam ri tal sigang sel da salai seringi ngani ma waste ri direct lengani egel mo tugol man mo makai ege makita lo steam lang mo breka der olga ke o siro olga mo kita asira. The next slide e nga mo sel steaming station. Magi mereka lagi di tray yang mo steam 1 hour, maldi 1 hour. Ese lato dengan engineer del mutul mo sort, ngani discoloration, ndakal soada kagarus el color abol dakal to milla patingel la product. Ese el bol mereka seguir steaming tal sigang, enya amora next slide, amora drying station. Agete na training sa amal mereka rogu ya dry di drying ya uspera elol sigang. Tergibel kamang mung saya ko mga tia processor kapam malsa tal silten sa amal drarak med del tartel bond esel mo next slide amor segi din mo ring tringil mo merigen go agim no tigring mo a processor gi da manya dibus ringi sel mo ruling gel mo dry product del mo size ringel grinder gire del process el dry product nda kam silgi mo bang magidio ba agi improvise ra level mapek munda kal salmal professional ting magi mo osigira hamsil el mosbel en cloud to tele la processor gida bol blatak lete ya story tel product doltrar market tel product from beginning to end dakal so dal ko ra mo ngani ya questionable ra processor mo se next melam ya product dergi Ediregal mlam orang yang kagi ta winning logo. El ngamo logo tel product tergit. Artist tergit misko amasyol. Amno da sa elmel ng orior ning mal no sa amal meeting ni Eli ang congratulate tergi. Makdi mo tigi bersumodi tel idiom mal di blaktak sel mo mesringi ng watet telela api. Loot dia Palau. Sel bisiela ayul lela dait ya igel handprint tel ngarap tel otegel american go lolo hotel ay mori adra bulu lo ngaser tel aldbel mot mo kartel project seguida awal pelgul tel logo rigid next slide seguida awal sample ra packaging rigid a package rigid adimo simple seguida logo rigid armodal es el bagar ngi aso del mot mok la ingredients tel American go, agel sa emlo spell murungi, nutritional information, use date, expiration date, agel information el gida usom das mo kasuir el market tel klal. Seguida basic design, we might change a little bit. Hindi seguida available standard na design na product na ito. Yeah, next slide. Ila seguida mo aral seguida di ka mara laureo ringi. Como nagay ako dom art tel tel ako ka tablok lu ka pond. Process ringi mavengi maral. Ngogi wa ako ra di aldo dura al sela project tagi mo mesra mo aral tel mirigeng ko ngarbur tal klu kol para tal maktal de klu. Ten to dortin. Telgibil takay. Di selbo do mesa mirigeng ko ra like this around rabi hello my krel. Toltra ra ke karer ngel packets double ra lang lang. So we have room for growth. To increase. Not yet, but we'll get there. So next slide. Lakta di mo o tia ukwarta telela urora marketing effort gibla mari. Give ka understaff for processing center til give ko deba tema mara uktokora outreach mora market. Digim na urolo bangel tori 4 Seasons, Japan Embassy, mabibira di local vendors tira interested el mospect product, madire al school dra MOE, ma hospital dire al samarer el malas mospect product. Agi dire al dire kamel mo urolo bangel CRE PCC ma TTM mo sa amal makatakli malkluto tel part tra product said nutritional information so mo nek tel calories tel protein tel calcium ege amo sugi dra tra club se dom to export. Okay, ma next slide. Ma nim lagi kita soal update kami semua ani ake please mo ke seguida gida food processing manager Alessa Agwan maka aritmol ma chanray asa luma ida dengwar kamam if any questions please don't hesitate mo molong sula. Yes.
Musula ramalungin presentation. Kokorami lokor sile dir ko uspe abe ka maaleba dal al mosbe el release le product al mo crushed. My question is, do you also still need people to do the sorting? You know, when you sort to decide, say this is too small, so you throw it out when it's already been chopped up.
Yes. Ay uspera avel mo gel salais ngey mo omesa gel mo kal may gel mo dakal sel mo kal. Make sure ko mo over ngin ngabla abel seldi labungin mo abi steam ringi yang mo bare ka tel olgang tadi mo maaradal tigel mas am tangi aku kau seldi the ngulme the ngikling maaraf ngel dra ringi marap set perfect.
So my question is, hindi ka masil si release manggirin malmol dira ka nga adal in the process, involved in the process.
Why say amsil gidel dola ba kal hindi simple mechanical msil nda kay gidel sa elmo sugi del detect ta or smear malubagel mo maknitel dakal pasara. Yel manually do it. Nice lang. Ang clear mating wala nga say nganya karil please call me anytime. Sulang.
Mansaula Mr. Tomol akti directly di mo recognize Managing Director of Palau Visitors Authority, legal partner tel project, Director Colin Joseph, Bureau of Agriculture. So for closing, so Mr. Alam to cross share gilguk sorry share.
Ali, I'm Sula Noe. Sula Ari man yung ila presentation or o man Noe. Ato mese Vice President kama Senator Inabo. Kamamalong ra artial sel project ako dir saan. Maran na change sa Blue Love. Ada director. Oh. Ding maral kadang artial ro yak malawring asuri terkal maas. Malmering library terkal adal nga food processing center. Ato mese sen presentation ra alangan kadang nga recovery. Masenganiat leather moringi aro okya kan mom artial product. Kung nga marketing Tiang mong girel maring laaral. Tiang made in Palau, by Palauans, especially ardira blur belaw, mitrigal girel at. Menggira dol traringi diwatial dol tratial albab. Dia kamil giwe dia kacheli fish lay grabe pateng rablung. Gira dol litian mo number 1 product tergit. Ya obis tergit ra PBA ya selbornya packaging blabol ready. Ya gidere lola blum regal show lola blol traum. Gidere lola blum stereo okya gargit. Ditial process luringi ari ma alesa ma chanray. Sira started process ra flour. Ya kama makuk blom may ola blom stereo ra ad tergal merulagal. Tergal gigarel adal. Lo restaurant, begal restaurant they test out. Eleng soma madim singaral galas pilot tabdi. Egitya lun mla mes emla mga ngay sample ngilay mit trigal adra wa 4 seasons. Matrigal maas. Mung sedia at stop regit singaria cook sell business side bodol traw. Magamin maas adira kat sabiin marur tial guga kadrulin mo flour all trangi. Marul otruli dol traw. Kumiktian mo mala food and 100 permit ma health certificate. Obis tergit amal mol mel. Oh, badire kaltia gibong babal mol touring sel menu gider sel program gider ali pass. Ya kadukang artial our ministers ma other government ak malol git Mrs. Selboring ya kora program malbor niya lunch please mo maare gal otrulet. Til adire ka support trar maas support artial food processing center. Oman sulang.
Lamal na mo ka mga tial tokoy tial project ay di bo kam saula ka doy. Vai salugok pertel madami kong rulem. Agar di man ngal mutam lang sular bek lang ka over dewa presidente Leil gi ma adu uleng ngoltal dawe sa aku kaul sebe lo tobadak medel more than doria recipes di seltringi kita ladi madenge o belsi matial bli ida ladong argi kita tial dim makardim langar memlo madings mang kada madenge luaseng ngil gal lato kara idi akum daswa kada dire kal kergi kersei mase igel blaldo gado luase tiang mangarang aul mleso ka kada palong do ase tial nomalal melgu ka beot kagi tengkal masel masang along dimle katingil mo o malal magugar ases itil kagi del wasianek silgimeng moklo kukungira armas ramel gayok. Mengakti mutel mereka suliar beklat, toko bestigal maas maigel blakaring artir, emrogong edwase dolmol malkay ngesew, ya igel tokor otru la maraklo tutelel. Kada matengel waseng, kada malal merengil, el galle dire kasi el te al ramagit el gukol ngasewa dalong okla. Edigo ay silwase January next year. Emrogo kita mo sobe edel kamiul maasa, mo sobe iul di ngara deng war kamiu. Emrogo otu ay di sela makatingi ura dengwa en tuobo del mora internet emrogo nga pelau rogir asbe il mesel wasei tirgel masra ngal along umagi tro ingrangal ngra otrulir tela arale tela di sel ngral otrul el bek pedengel roguil la adrases marogul producers amos be il ngar seigidem akum da sendial adi el sela el almo on next month del December en mornyar adel momrael ol visitor kamiu emorgo li sakra kamiu waseng magarang ako tetegol mapra sersiw mamadangel waseng ako tang arge sersem ngara emorgo osis cloud segi del tokora technology di ngara dengwa emorgo segi del mo January do rengal waseng arugul ada mo sub il morsei mendia kamrur telosi gar adlo mara makatengem mar ada de galur telosi gar kau tedi ngara bliri waseng la Friday ngagi del maas malum ngagi del rubak asab el tim sa information ngi aklugo ak maral morablil malubak mor segel magit maktingol mor segel del kwasei tadilul wase kadama 15 dori tigagi tang ka school ngartiang luwase ato ko rasels adire kal sabe del usperingil marger maigel tigingir artama maradra del wase bobla karung mora school sukum ndia kamlemya school me mlemelmya school me kamo adrase sadia kal maral toy o mara sel sen sabe em survive mal clowl te ala rawdo del meso isbraga le gidar ada dia de stoblo mur oi sei sel stoblo mur kam lama nguk na mo dia kam customer e sigira ay mora customer maktingol mo se ko mal msulang
hindi na question ringi. Diruk, microphone.
Sulangnya Direktor mar Vice President tungil tilal sils mar Senators mar delegate. Knowing gelmle last gelmle sadara koba. Balso dal milokora atokora nutrition ragugaw. Mangkwadi so dal mo kau ay sa dongle de kita amtengel amla ngila research gid. Marula National Tarot Festival. Mloriang along Tarot Festival at 2015. Vice President tang milkat mokla kwa kaya kalilhong sa del festival. Mal mang kotokak meklo omrit el research el milkat mokla. Galgo ka kotokla yorgi. Ulmar dalada ulmar ngal kasilbol 6 months sa tulamurti di mga abalsi mlupsing na di osela angigel mal dia ka kurang nal moringi. Kada miltikal wasya kuka kotokla protein ngo protein vitamin C, vitamin C apples and oranges, ang aniabi complex, trace minerals. Makadamdeng la setel ko ka ul matamula sa kamir adar belaw. Adi migi sa tuta diom kalokal mo kapasangay. Lektol dahil nga dayat tergi da kukaw. Leng manik la ayo ringi mang. Kawakan soda kaw ay si soda Noel momdangel wase kung nga niya pa pen kamil mapla ko kasi nga ko na nutritional content tara ko kaw silba brula kel package. Msula.
Ma'am Saula Dilruk. Alaka ka question akti sokal dio maklat ka aldabe lo se do tangal lomlami tial symposium renal sils yaklugo ke ikaduk momitra ko saira aswell bel morosel biochar workshop ya ulan chersey. Ma'am Sula.
Let's give another round of applause for a very interesting presentation. Yeah, I think it was very timely to have such a informative presentation, particularly right after lunch. So I guess to re-engage everyone, we're just going to do a quick stretch. So everyone, please raise your right hand. All right, now everybody knows how to ask a question. So the following presentations, please do not hesitate to ask any questions. Once again, thank you for all the farmers and the groups who did this. It's a very good catchphrase. It's my first time to hear seed to shelf. Now the next project is seed to shelf to the stomach. Okay, proceeding with our agenda. We tie it back to the Palau Development Plan. The next presentation will actually fall on Sector 7 of the 16 sectors under the Palau Development Plan. The next presentation will be Weaving Safety Nets, the Holistic Welfare Measures for Vulnerable Communities. So let me invite the Director of the Bureau of Public Health, Ms. Director Sherilyn Madraisao, to give the presentation.
Ali malungil tasils nga ka share madraisaw with the Ministry of Health. Ministry of Health akuk the implementing agency for output 1 and output 3. So kumama ko kora talagi balungod a project kamam compared to tel output 2. Output 2 ako kora masada kal marwada lom kumama igel project kamam akuk focus tra all nga seurar tirigel adal gora ngaringa vulnerability sertir ar tirgal maod mar adal ngaringa disability sertir betige tirigel adal go kora ngaringa cloudigel ma togoira violence al sela tulunga la kartir. So basically agi focus sa togoira social services ma welfare mo assist tirigel gidel gora vulnerable population tirigel other belaw. So aktime syogar tirgel cook partner kamamal NGO partner kamamal tiria akuk ngarteng orur tay gidel carousel service. So but before I said that ang awan rigel project tel gimorur tringia directly gara gender-based violence. And since Madam Vice President is here, she's our champion. Rakuk tokoira violence, ma tokoira women's right. Mang di swakal acknowledge ringi o ringi ra tial Symposium. And if we all can give her a big round of applause for being a champion. She works behind the scene, but she's a big supporter del social service system. So with that said, ako sulang at the opportunity, the guk mo omeser sel output one, say sel project the guk omesigel provide us services, welfare and social support system more tirgel tirar mawad la tirgel adal guk ngaringi agora disabilities tir. So say the project one na guk root Palau wellness. So if I could have Pearl Marumoto to the state, the global skills will presentation, el girel say the output one. Oh, there she is. Thank you, Pearl.
With 12, aknartiang lomtera Bella Wellness Center, lobangela partner tel project, PCCCRE, Felix Sngabao. Tiang ngani sel tel project ngani partnership lo mesa Rahul telang tingil tel project. So good evening. Good morning, everybody. My name is Pearl, and I'm here on behalf of Bella Wellness Center. And I'm here with Felix Ngabao from PCCCRE because they're one of the partners in looking at social welfare for all the vulnerable population, particularly the homebound patients. So our project is social interventions designed by our small research, but it got taken off by ADB. So Madam Vice President, President Patrick Talay, ay gagawin dalawang Mr. Ni Selbol Merek, kalau Selbol Merek ter project ng mga adom alu ay gagawin luriol give us dignity in our own homeland. When we talk about climate change and prosperity, blue, green, whatever prosperity, but these people are our people and they live on our land. So we're going to stand by that corner, and after the video, if anybody wants to ask questions, it will be helpful, hopefully. So thank you.
Race. Malo berasal mo may sendek, pasisitan ko lakan man mo ko rawilan wala ano mo o lagi mano ni mo pre mo sisi ang ngay mo maran ni ko maran le lang man o pena tulungan mo milano.
Magmasang exercise. Oo, magmasang mag-isang ray, kumakwasi. Kung kumungwal nga kaya rin natin mga amiki. Daw sa pramasid ya. Kaganda na mo siya pramasid mo era. Ko tanring ko ang ni. Marami mo supersite aroy de. Bakmal ray wasi. Dati nga tek mo ni media alme.
Sir Robert po ko itak. Wala na prama. Akin wala betul buat kita lagi minta aku. Dia baru tidak kalau orang dia bukan. Sendok kita berapa de program. Agak terus berbal saja ini. Mesti kita bakti lagi. Jadi exercise saya tu. Aku orang lain kapal kita ni mereka kapal di tabu terus. Apa ni berapa kamu pan? Saka okol berbeda.
Ang search yung Irainas, ya kuka caregiver at lakal bedwetting ng atya. Sir kuk tungurang nga kay tegi del program almoro ngil me visit may mga law ng kaltalak mo mutra nga kadira kamal ngani dalin mer kamam. Then not only mo nila gagidilero mamong rulam man wasing. I can feel like many other directly care about us. Sorry, me o Mr. Kamang. Sorry, ron nga sir Kamang mandagi ko feel like mo depressed, tagi aloy, tagi.
Ngala ko na kung ngala ka ulo ko mawari.
Kan asa ko ni atra hardin dili. Di naman atra swan mga akora yasay dili. So it's gonna be good in local vegetables, organic. Kada di nga nabla malay instead na mas tawang.
Praluin tuta. I love you so much. Kumran masaw. O ulit programa ulis lungi rawit program. Leng maran mo wilarong ladala mga kamakmar mo di wilarong sel ome mo itak. O exercise ada lagi o ay kirpek padngela ora lohul ma kami moru o man mo wilarong ladala man mo pil sel oral yang moral yang bukman ora wilarong talsin sa ora masisi apngit o mga kamakway sending takot ora mo bisa ngumil kung ora mo miyo May 2 weeks or 3 weeks awan man ora man mo miyo o marami misilungit program mo marami misang saula Dios sa ubang gamyo marami makong pangatagamin ay isoy silang marami misang sukat program madlang
Sige de Minister Matul ma Vice President, Presenter PCC, ma Director Share. Sige da uriol maral tiya ko rasmi uriol Vice lang nam aleba tayo rogul gira del mga aleba da aset tiya uriol tiya nga di man deringi highlight deringi. At tagi del holding al mangitak ilang SERS tagi del urban garden nam stat del loltit segi del alitak ling agi ko ram super ngi presidente le agi ko o Mr. Tel rang le lablay misel klisi edelom arakalev segi del urban garden na ko na mostat del loltit maulang agi malang asule la PCC ma CRE tegi del ma BOA ma TTM matirige rogul atharatul lomela like segi damna segi del agi masuber tirgal ave malake ka segi del SERS ako amna meltit segi del longalao de selonga malnganya a question yaktum teera Dr. Yano ma Yoel Toribio, ma Chris Kitalong, ma Alilay Yano, ma Seba, ma Belix, merenga sulit Triggerogul Life Coach, mar adra ADB, mar adra hospital tigil te alen merurta lurior, en mal lungi labo dom da surungi abol merekter project, en bagarang adolting radad, el nganya sesel gor aluringi mendiada. Togora mal mosabi si mosada togol toinding ungi la dama del goranga de ren sulang. Ngora swal surpass. Komeng ngol together makarang bilak nam okra batrik telle aveina alter sing bral mekmeder sel sorry sel demander adam le music el sel ser samral mekmeder egidir ga marula ser masurbe dir ga maral ngora alter انسبقال ngani awan ra component del project el home improvement esenga under development intera clol telang tingil tial dinim nak present ngileng agi mangatmok legal administrative task ngi indi setara annex minister uduing development symposium segi ding nam ombrek segi dem sedel otisel ke kangi egel tigarogul ministerial agilingay ra project emes khmam selginger teams edel lo oltam darir mal admiu mal algaskaliu agin ilwakangay. Thank you.
Sulang wellness. Any other questions for output 1? No? Okay. So me kulungi trabango kadumub along Marcel Cook output 3 sel masada atokora gender-based violence family violence. So we have 2 projects nga under output 3 ang ngaringi sel router nga bangkol kuk koratokora social marketing. So palbong abangkol momre ke kuk lebong SKO. Sulang.
Maluil swelbe rogoy mo sobe sakoras mere meetla. Tiagi da taragot el logo del dal el project el dorur ngirera al selabalu. Dia ka siasing mangidil ngaral ngartiang lengot el sensitive issue git. Ma tingartiang edio ais lo say ngoya ka social marketing ais. Angarela mamal diom ais satoy. Lengarnya services exist travelur belaw malungil services magidiom ais direct kalmlam kataklin marabulur aikel talk show kama marabul kulat CVB gender based violence ngidilul arab bek kalbatengelaw la arab alo malogoy mal aleb mal wara opting lel tokol mga arabe kalsils masayment CVB Agirek kalmal malisi ardil rabalu alwasange songaringi endia tongi ratara adal me ottobdi dra maringal toy to sikrolel edo lisi rangut eda adu ra talongolet kitar aldabel eda kada direk kal watch each other ra alselayel dalong oklel tangaringi mabalu edo ngosir adal tob dra alselay gagi dalot alakla mataragak lomrula. Ma katapara next show, next slide. Aktime daw ay sa igelguk number selgiplam sisper alsel, loya ka talk show, community meetings, ma events rabalu. El diom ay sa igay del toira gender-based violence. Engaral time, mangaral tol makatmok lat CVB. Esel bodomes, engroguil badangel ataraka klomru, moldimukra ortel audo darapla lomak pitang mendirek sa edalwaseng tokoy raw la arabral sila adalong okla. Mo momes kama mangarsen number 2. Katak mun social marketing lagi socialize kyo batial tokol morabalu. Malas mal change sa mentality rigi dara tokol wasi. Agor obre de gor atara adal tokoy angar al sila apply. No. Kita bai ko tel klo ta ledel ngosira adal apulang. Hindi ka do marta. Eti adil git kamam tial nga training el volunteer consultant at CVB tia abulul adarokui. Tokmul wasay tede redi la mod or ese de wasay turtirang al sel tia del toy. Egi del adar belau el al sil saklam del wasay. Nsabe del wasay ta for redil etrirtir. Endi tia git hindi ka daw ay sending ngaringin nga al sela balwaf. Maul magi metwob amel wasay may dakaing sew al dabel lo mesrablul gid ang ngaringin. Leto bay trust gid more ar atrabalu mengire del momterir ar ngosol al sela dalang aklev maigel bulul ng ngaringin. E aurora ngaringin ar adal mlamo sois braigal services ang ngaringin amla to mla overcome stress mangidil المريض اللي تقول عزق لعرتير ما هو مرang lo sa sistema ngaring katapora next ay gigit selo mames selgot say sel got el radio talk show giblom mobangela senator sa sadoy agidim lom sa la sengrat CVB sel do tungul localizing il meeting da other below en ngarangklel agi mal mlo makatakli mlon nga ngak medal 832 el views ay ka mo top dara YouTube mong awul min sa amal medang igal stats ring sel 300 say over 300 el raat amla sign in ra sign up sheet ndagi di mo rosa babiel di ka ul Marcel Agisma daigel IEC material sila mam olto. Al maldi mga leela at wala si mom ko do ngay gagi del services ng ngaringi. Al sumo mo niya obreo to mangidil nga al sa talok. Even just to 775 talk ngariya obreo daw the swim mom ko do. Amen ang number tial gender-based violence a 775 oka. Kung maldi mo mga lisegi siya asimer. Sentam color say at to refer kal mo regal services available legor kaw. Number 3 say komo Mr. Sen number 2003. Mo makataklil wasay ako tel powerful message a survivor. Ang adal mga al sela igal toy nakadilo sa dalang milsubra school. Ang losoy sa bararing emla engalak karing. Ngai kita ngalaka, ngai kita maral looti swabla, el kita kira del mom dali, sabe edel overcome. Also mang lang aring loy el racket tuwa, kita maral sabe edel overcome maigang. Mang klol swabla kita redil, ada kasisi era del ngoled, al akmal marang asule la ADB, Ministry of Finance. Ministry of MHHS. El ngilutal program el may kamam el altabe el amla sopa amal sois verni. Legi tama al work closely kita altabe el matokol bulu kata arm rakabalment el mesawrir al sela bulu e on ngasera rakabalment tergit. Tialurior kamam matakim expert agi di link ra ngeso our expert el mara adalos pe. Makmal dingar matibe mal marang asuli mal ngutial te ale mal mga le mer altabel awul magimira le ko on itanges sur kami mga tatur kami ay gay tialurior ang arakabalment termur telmel merekit ala kalgi de rokoy anda kasi en matno claurior el alta magi focus ra frontliners mong Nga kita ba isang artia mang madanga kiura la legal assistant teringa Asterio. Al malasam al mitra our Trigal Patrol Officer Sertir. Minister Udoy, frontliners, even though I mal proposal as they will meet a certain number are frontliners, it's not easy to just pull them out. Mong tiagi ta uriol maray lal mod other Trigal superiors musapa amal meter tiraigel el temir el open mandakal disrupt taurior kamaral misulang. Hindi kita mleso kal malgoy ese kita last slide. Sel volmera ka talk show malum ngigay kita engagement trabalu ngal sal so kalos pera to training kata telgibel offendra ara del tiram tangi urerir agi engage lobon trira kay ngasiu agi mo receive calls ya klung yolel say ngari bebira al tabe el willing al help ay galuk mo dakal sabi el akabalment tirga gidar al tabe el ngari el help but meet ay gel nges wel ma askartir e direct kalman ngarteng emal mena sule la IOM International Office for Migration ma SPC PPAC Pacific Cell Pacific People Adapting Change plek askahil pertir batamal gilngay lektiang ate kaldil tokol bela yung balul atarogir mata soyis bel direct kal promote taigal deliverables sir kama mangara alsil komeng nganya mal di last ay gital ditul tokoy alsil tial so far mo almost 1 year kimara alsel yagi mo segida awal gora lessons learned collaboration a global goal ede kalgire la movement tra alsel igal lobbies mo affect rang idil service el dorul o ya ada kuk mira el matamran di ngire del maintain el stability alsel se lobbies I'll deal with these calls. Legal assistant Asterio, ang gemal direct kalumran na tora experience ri. Malwasay. Ang sabi legal dengwa, ang sabi el di dengwa malu phone call el tokoram lo makita el inseringi, ang madaaf, ang akamalumran say. Atara lesson learned awasay. Gida service providers. You know, di kaldil self-lal mataman laat, ang lamor niya insuril tawes ramatat. Gida scramble lebo to sigang eso. Mal mo bakatak ra tutaw, retirgal consultant ra UNFPA. Gire mal mangis rang kalat, albebi lang nilokong, Lopa angot al toko hindi behind the scene yang gangar al sila tokora violence. Even mal dia lokal di dia ka ula Marcel palong di makatudum lekong dia ka ula raktel pom telgibel ngul mo madang akli e pasanga space en mga adu global gula tereng saya loloko at instead ati mga adu lakat mal medagal say what's good for them. They know what's good for them and titul al share. Matapos there is that space. Okay. At tara kiplam learner nga wasi. Akol selda nga yung gitar atra kapalment. Tiya mal koram notel gibel block upset ringing. Le adal mlegol, direct mlegol or kamam NGO. Edim lakal soal arbulis sa bolo ding. Magimle referring il mora right el pasyo. Ya first thing tilaw na ngari natin lasem ko arbulis. Mong lo shut down, edim lakalutal gol. Makting artiang ya kata ti plakatak, lela kata plakatak, akabelment tada sa elgo sugit. Poto plakatak lam sabira wa minister el go sugit na malamal tal rail el poto yak ni ko sutri atarapalu. Lege kita mal ngar alit. Moral gire tal ngar training kita rokoy. kadabaranix. O tiagida alamralnix. Tigida last. So basically frontliners tiagida target terama merelang. And the hadil tirmar ar atarabulu again. Agil mutal momeral adi start next week. Yagi momeral. Malmerang asulil la minister iray ra te alal mo mi tirakluok el soma mal motion resel government appreciation day el di mol olta brochures makora di information packets ko mal misula rokoy ngani question o mal misula
O malnusulang rate alo. First of all, ang malso kalmre nga asule malduli tial tokol wa sa kapilmenta tial subel jol nga sir giderogoy. We're all aware ng butoka services and this sel kukmul mera a community. Say it sel level el dial oil el nganya a transparent awareness in a lot of governmental services. Madi kari kawase, elasen focus sa government, and tulwase ko mo marahil. Nganya o singiwul ko ra, wase ko network, branch out, almora community awareness, almora legal vehicle states. Therefore, maybe a flyer or some invitation go through governor's office, Regal State. Can you just shed some light on that? Sulang.
Kamaran misaw lekay yes, agi maldir kamera Regal State and the over 300 state maigal community events magiwara consider til adrabalu mong elang agi akmulo segi focus ra frontliners hindi tablong di momeral mong agi hindi next week yagi start el mutal mega arrangement lo bangela state usually because setyang malmla amu aisel morabalu Albebi lagi ko ra instead na mga sang governor, agi di sige ingel counterpart ra mga rabalu. Ingegi dia organize ra meeting ergit, ar aldabe el mardi rabalu, agi ako mong kamal misaul, tiamal mo selgi me ako agi mal make sure ada mo madangi mong tirgegi da counterpart ra mga waya ruang ra otolo er sergi ba mal gayok. Mal milgi da malungil se kadara aldabe rabalu mar adrabalu ya gimlong mo akaron non artira mal mlarse mal mlungil a reception artir mong kamal masaw lagi continue mururtil angling kita bay kita adrabalu kama ma ter proposal kama direct kamal na focus sa aldabe rabalu letya services rabalmente mbay gire del maigel mal mi ultra ar adrabalu kami direct kamal mo klo o mal important tal partner aspect tal social marketing. Komsulang. Aktira kal mal menang asulit tirgang al school le target age segi da tirga kal sal morit sertir ndi tirga mal medu raigal social media ma celebrate igal voter kamam yagi omstira internet card et stop post igal messages all over the place. Tarawngil social platform ang school sulang.
Thank you, Pango. Moving on, el Morsel Lastel project. Samsumelak lang kita labalin siron am teertir.
Malungilita sil sa katmul gidala sel samsamelak lang alakala. Okay. Samsamelak lang alakala. Samsamelak lang alakala ulmo ursera June 2016. Emlo October logi war other hospital elgimul South Dakota therapy strengthening families. Engulgi usegi desel group kit maklit ya idel al adra samsamelak lang alakala mal focus ra talungal regalbet kel dalong okal ngaringi ya mondartir. Mangulgi usegi de maring te idel NGO elgimururingi. Mamle moktegatyal SKO ulsigil wase makaranga dosi ganyes wel melo ngasera abekal tulungal kal sumangnya wadi garingi o mesin the legal curriculum malgi mospe agora tokora communication tokora planning tokora celebrating each other ko kaukledo marad al sela dalwil makaranga du ngani omlang mes ma omungul al selsay say that or SKO ndi ngaltang tedel kadangaltang tanong ADB sera 2022 ya SKO amle enter a contract with Ministry of Finance el fund el provided the other ADB mar other MHHS el maldi toward the day del gender based violence. Jalchi bibi agi mar lomring el remurt lo urior lo maktub arab es el obis mar ada lo urior ma agel rogul standard procedures ma regulations agi de pumurul al tora confidentiality para next confidentiality ma referral system ma record keeping ma idel tools ma 24 helpline, ma crisis intervention, ma monitoring evaluation. Mal maring el time, el walgi muluspe el time, el mga droga lagi del policies, ma regulations, e or relevant other hospital. Ako ton maring asulir other hospital, especially share madraisaw, mar staff ringi, hera, tamar el backbone, nalulong sir ma'am, mar other finance, of course, kung the issue at check. The riora viagal ngora viatal gusada ning ding maringal lesser will start to our clients mga awareness certira tel GBB ito nga walk-ins maging mga our clients di o era clients yagi direct lo sigar adalo rior maging lo hire case ma supervisor case manager full-time case manager, ma-administrative officer. Sel-time ang Alex ngiray nga sa Ulurior Say, nga niya humya na masayo sa full-time case manager, ma-administrative officer, Villa ngiray lilta. Trigida nga officer all-time, ya officer nga sel-te mismul building, nga nga sekas. Pumadingin lo ase nga niya office, el direct lo nga sera CBB, maldiway karabais, el nga sekas el ildi walk-in ya services el nga ngi ya gimarul intervention ma-counseling magidir kalmarul referrals mo you say give pato kal clients aname walk-in el malay del counselings ma information or I give redirect resources and more tier maluba referrals sa nga hospital el may ya giol nga sertir gotal maring el daw clients el di terung our case management di la issues ra alsela ay gelguk ngaring palool klaw luwadi kara dalwiler at malubang klaw totok malubang nguluprida dalang okla ay gigida gimgora mo palool lo mese mga samo okla ese gigida rogul services ra alsela balubelaw ay giga kawgotong e kay nga sera dalong lamra angeso This was about modingel was direct strengthening families. Agi malorut ngaringi to trigel other board the SKO. Audio levanter individual adal tira ospe anges el specifics el girela like stamping the negative thoughts. Agi bom turingi ol nga sertir guktor al taspo. malubong tokora budgeting ngania specific el kukul tira sorry lagi mol ngosertir egit mulol ngoseu gi direkam lol ngoseu families sessions tir el families amle refer dan lara principal headis mle magim long el gora sessions so families marangal gir macron children tir am laringi egim lo through the whole session los pairs del SFP curriculum. With that, en viajamos al seberal mu active malo hace comer masaul ese maldito ora Miguel mo com diga mil iwi di set multor Palau akmal mo omelek sel tingal pol gulgorngil wase sel nganya klakareu maungilo maliugos radlong led erda maldi medinges o mal sulang nganya question kami mo gel. Tim Longil. Okay.
Sulang SKO. So, bigong ergamamal as the implementing agency Ministry of Health and on behalf of the 3 project that they kurang sulira reklat Toguni ADB, of course the government of Japan and the Ireland Trust Fund and Minister Udui for the opportunity and the support to continue to fund us as we navigate our way in building a strong social support system for the Republic of Palau. So, kumpal masulang arogoy, God bless everyone. Thank you.
Matutum sa prot almora team ra MHHS. But she left. She didn't present. She's going to present? Oh. Okay. Al nga niya, dilmutal additional points that we're going to give under sige weaving safety nets. Makmol ngitra kali nga kara umay Basilius melmel do sesay. Is that correct? While she's making her way, let me just make 2 announcements. There's one orange car parked right here to my left and the white Kruger. So the orange car is Ngarart plate 1037 and the white vehicle parked behind it is 277 color plate. Please move your car so the people who need to leave can leave. They're parked right in front of the building.
Okay. Minister aktimo malgot Palau le tial slides ang arin to Marigel. Okay. So next slide please. So I think tirigal adal dim lakal ngartira tutaw. Ako nasum nani sa presentation el masadara development. Ya development ila tutaw ako naswa ko lang ngodong ra abukura og dewat mulo say makrang pok translate ra development mo tor Palau nding la maasang translate ra ko presentations ra baby ra at. So I'm going to take it on the fly ngigidal ngar same sabel sum aklakas ko makmawid. Anyway, a development at the Royal Mulwase sel delegat garabal wad. So tel Symposium brigade amasadra development objectives rigid other Palau. Am terigid tirgid that take a lead ra omlegat garabal wad. Okay, so hindi ako ningit mo sa kom la mo yu ay gal beto gal doday rabal wad ay gal plans el tuab dara ay gagid legal ministries, ay gaya nga rin urung uled gidar other belaw. Tel fokusaw da ringi urung uled milgat mokla tel project tel COVID-19 response to affected poor and vulnerable groups in Palau. A response el girela am laring il garior el COVID-19 el mlay, mamlo ulam lot telgib el slowdown agay sayra balwad, emlor nga batog el issues, emle impact ra food security rigid, atoira health, edam dengek mulwase, selgot el klo ula economy rigid, agay sayra balwad tourism, selbal mkasayge, yung koramot telgib el miituta o tutel agay batog el services long at mokla government el merigida adrebelao. Matial project sera lo liberingi a Ministry of Finance le tirgegi del Ministry lo tau tertial urior tamlem dengek lo asingaringi aigel wal kaldei el issues ng arabrul belal mal lo affected tirgel lo affected tirgel a de lulurior wa tourism tirgel a de lulurior a wage jobs no impacted lang lo ngasaya okyara a restaurant the stowang what have you. Matamlam dengek mulwase al sugumang moringi tel project iqalal sabad al masad la sesera kantil tel COVID-19 al namirabal wad so sayid matel urior al gimaru ringi al adra PCS tel urior agi act al email a Ministry of Finance al marit la klisi ela o tutel tel project rabal urbelao. Next slide please. Next. So, ngarang monitoring and evaluation. Rather belawa got el madu el monitor evaluate. Tirgel maas lo rot rablay el malibatoy ramasang. Tirgegid a monitor evaluate a klisi el aureri ragablirir. Segid el ulvaso alobang government emerit la klisi el aurerel. Segid el agulabang emerit la klisi el tegid el project. Next. Tel project at 3 years. Last month, ang milgat mokla sel midterm review. Tia sel wadangara midpoint, edorit lakmulwase, wangarang aurered, wangaraklisi el aurered. So there it is. Why say it? So, sel lakot ang milgat mokla project, adal milgat mokla rin yakmulwase, ngaradaw spe. And then tugut makli la segi del urior mo subi egel dos pe ringi mo masubi del angar sel klungyaw do siga ringi. Esel da blada bera halfway point engira del lomes ekmulase wangrang aurered da badul ger dungil maray la dangar ratel gibel soro. Ngira del change ra roled malub. Esel da blabor sel blabol merege gigi da marit lakmulase mlewngir lurior tirgel ada lulus pa anges so the diluk mulase da mo ol nga seurtir tamral mle angara gel klungya ol magel ngeso ndi el al time da di mo focus sel midterm evaluation. So tiagi agi sera a PCS sa ulmeser tel project le tiahmal el klo lurior toka email ngara alsel ngarinya other government ngarinya NGOs civil society organizations ngarinya aldabel ngarinya other marketing ngarinya private sector batokal kakarosel ngara alsel matmokler telurior magilmesek mulwase aklisi elaurior ngangranga otutel ngil marail I get the look mo sa the mamarula the marari rule. Al suguma the mirule emle wangarang. Al suguma urayora uspe a $50 duluspe $100. Al suguma urayora emle girel dil 3 weeks emle 3 months. I gel gora they tile ger el gimul ger emritak mulwase emle ungil malub. Next. And this is why. Because a selling area urior, please la do best mutya investment terabelur belaw. Ya ulang klaw to tela urior, lemraringi sel mat mokla urior, engire the order set of the el mut mrula baby urior. Ndekal gira del gut makla urior, and then the mut start raw alel sel the blaringi. So sige daw ul ang Ministry of Finance sa diluk mulwase tial project agirel nga ring isel klol MNE. Okay. So agilumesat mulwase tial project ang efficient maral git makli sel diluk masenggut makli tial project ang effective maral mo sum akli sel girel masam okla. Agilumesat mulwase sel otutel tirigel av المرول راوريور تمرال مرة تتلا راوريور and then agidira galurmes akmulwase tel project relevant ar ava ospe ser del ya gundas watirge rogu yel me present kamil adrablu am le remeng sakmulwase mal me relevant and then silkotel cloud tutel tel project sustainable al sugum magim daur au do del moringi and sabe el ablu rebela wal di mel molma ya evaluation nga kakmulwase mal klo aus paalel betokol ada sorir and the moyor kmulwase nsabe will make the case lo bar de el aurered من مرايل المربابة مصاب funded إسابة إيرا أذر أبلو الجو قط بدي أساسي ما private sector نقول نعرين إسابة سومكري أقول ما سوينجل وانا رنجل أذر مرا أديان سادلوك ملواسي ngospe abatogal im ndegal dil am ndegal dil git ngither roguy. Okay, thank you. So kaya the cell report card satisfactory and the ngaringi igel sections mle moderately unsatisfactory engi amle amle ngara efficiency. They were all on the efficiency side. So can we? And why did it get that rating? Tiang development project from the partner with ADB, the government of Japan and the government of Ireland, my Republic of Palau, of course. And at that level, certain project requirements. And some are implementers sa amle novice, tamle NGOs, el kasaya experience tir ra high-level project implementation, masay amle lead to project inefficiencies. And then a high staff turnover. Unfortunately, ablu rebelaw, akasaya population ringi. So sel lora lawan al-ad tilang significant. And we all know at Mulwase, 2020 census, our population is 18,000. So that is an issue. The next procurement challenges. I will have to tell you, ADB, with a procurement process. Currently, supply chain issues. Leng sira da tobra COVID and leng mangta production globally. Mung mring lergi da source. And so I gave the compounded low ul and we see this issue right now. And I'm sure sira temela COVID naringa one time I'm like tal mayonnaise ra belurbela mal neklol issue. Think of it in that level. Next. Kailangan sel output two semsa da toira sers tamla sum akli and the initial of the project ngmaram lemring la the source ang aswas elang namuringa apparently namuringa giray elang namodral mamlamot telgi belungil and that has been a challenge. Oh girang okay, see now you know I'm minister am la subakla girala girang. The other one is back please. The other one is Seligara, a PGST. Ngaringa one implementer, rent space, marula raurel. Hindi mnakal factor segi the additional expense ra project design. Segi daw ulang tirakan noringa issue. And then sel malklo one of the biggest challenges ringa issue fatigue. A clortel project based rababel daw. A total population is around maybe 4,000 to 5,000. Tirang adios isi ul ad الفيزيت تريني COVID-19 relief project أنغلي ذاكر النذ project الفيزيت ترتير أي أجد البروجكت را PCC كمان من الأذرة PCS project را الأذرة بيكريك تمال ديم غسائل هذا مرال بتقر هذا المولدين so sometimes يصير ذبون التلقيب push back because again سيجي تمال ديم غساي عندين أورونغ لذا السواد البولونيل مدرمولا project المون لذم تمسان الكل سينغريا need next so I got with those problems I got recommendations what a midterm evaluation I get gut makli akmul wase السقو معراي لم لستريت عندي ملوريا issues مغمنا تلقي بالمتو أكل مغرا course correct my got recommendations are course correction so a midterm mal دخل مكتة evaluation دخل مكتة توي actually evaluations are غط لونيل أكمل recommend that most role agencies organizations will build it into your programs of work so the first one is early problem solving I got the dirigel agencies that are leader of they're called implementing agencies. Let the libel soro communication at cell organization on the ground I recommend that mulwase like ngirel ngaria communication ringel cell ministry cell agency they have to touch base monthly and then maybe quarterly and get together our work plan are we on track and alleviate the issues that crop up what we call transparent reporting one of the issues that project it's like a laundry list ngungil other report lang matingek mulwasing ngaramil gatmokla the dagal say selong wertyang and there are context ringi which is why ang girel other girel matingek mulwasing talurior ang aringa mokte ringi ser de elaurior el morul ringi sel modaktak engot tabdi sel rungulela blur belau ka connect ringi el mora objectives development ra blur belau esegir engela avel mo iwertel report ra rawa sabelt mo se o agim lang oriak tel waitiang ra dir gamade lagi wang ra tletele laurior esel ongevei segir the contextual challenges and get the understand that mo the mal makasay la other belau the mal ambitious Emral madura urayor mong batok urayor the blood got mokla. Di sometimes ang mong song sa im. Next, please. And then a realistic time assessment. Tiang amalut kilmoragel ministry sa kulwase. Al sugum kamo design a project. Please gira the build ra capacity rigid ra project design. Le sometimes ang mga mokla project targets beyond the capacity to give el gutmokla. Sera first the iteration of tel project am laringa one target that mo el sela ederag ya belur belau amo o to da 900,000 el seedlings. Akundas un dia ka atmela abelur belau el sebe el gutmaklisei. El al time ra el sela 3 years. So sel got el claw el swabler say akmul say a project management mal claw tutelel el skill set el knowledge base el girel madangali ar other agel ministries ma agencies letira malibra igal urior el allow rabul bera el mosab el tauta agege the national development objectives ringi. And then say the ongoing monitoring. Monitoring ada havido do muur yes ngaringa uringi ndi do muur le sel o ura o ay serigi teknolase tetela al al aklangaretir am longir logi utial urior mle tela atme ne wangra klungela atme la babel daub mle aloit el angsers esers seb el lomgang ratela ad esers seb el tabdi atela dala الجرقرينة لا تلا المعاص. I give cloud to tell
ra monitoring. Ay gigida gildom kodong mo performance indicators. So, a value ra entire M&E semi-annual, semi-midterm evaluation report, akmo ngel manager, ngel adra MHHS, ngel adra MAIF, ngel adra ngara Ministry of Finance, ngel adra ngara PVA, magara low sparing, ngire low sparing il course correct, mensabe lo tau tayel mokte artel project, leseldo tutti a mokte ara project, and sabe mo, oy agim la mokmev ra aurungule la blurbelaw. So I give la PVA, BOA, MHHS, and gire mga mokla. Gire el mo meet with people there, actionable items. Hindi gumbaya. Next. Malaway say ako malmasaw lang nga maasarayray et tiraga nga malungi la sersin. Malmla otuti aurungule tel project. Sulang. Arigato. No, Minister.
Wow. Ma'am Sulang umay for a great presentation. Okay. Yeah, as Ms. Basilius touched, under project management, you mainly have 5 phases, right? The first one being project initiation, project planning, project execution, project monitoring, and project closing. And what she touched upon was the importance of monitoring and evaluation before you consider a project closed. So I hope that we all get the message that the monitoring and evaluation of the project is just as important as the implementation. And if you need help in monitoring a project, please reach out to PCS. As we continue with our agenda, we move on to the second sector out of the 16 sectors covered under the Palau Development Plan, and that is education. And this category fits well into the presidential declaration for actually this year, 2023, which is investing in our children for the Republic of Palau. So with that said, the next presentation will be Advancing Education, Cultivating Tomorrow's Stewards for a Prosperous Palau. Presenting the one who will be making this presentation will be from the principal of Palau High School, Principal Smythe Redang. I will ask him to come to the podium. And while he's making his way, let me just announce that right after his presentation, there will be a special announcement or presentation made jointly between the Ministry of Finance and the Palau High School. So after the presentation, I would ask Minister Udoy to come to the stage to join him, and we will be presenting something to the Palau High School students.
Malungil itasil se kom koramal di quiet. Kom lahman la moskarere. Tirgel amat abili la korah malungil la matrire. Malungil itasil. Kadi mo takangalik open tial dongur ngake. بتوع التايم اللي بدأ مجيد بالقرى بتوع الآذي مرولا ويجي جيد الدقدق بتوع أور القرى مايلو مسكميو القرى وذا والأولتا أفاكس ما قرى نيال هذول واسين كلمبران مال أوبن كتولا بالملبوطة بواسين غير كذا مرول إلى التايم كميل أوكيا مال ديك بوغو مسكميو أور Akmamos kami abayum sindel siasing. Medigo ay se minister, vice presidente minister, was egal siasing el podomes, o mesindel si siasing rarangal, kaya public already may ga confidentiality niya akalt mokla. Ma semanal ko ra aklaw alday. Ya leme okodong ito ase como presenter tiang le directora mo of island ministera olingita te al dirigol ngulle makamugut maklitiang. Makukurang usel dahil me omesringi wase kami gumesit tiang klitiang idelo wase tiang lel se idelo wase education into the future. Akhir elanga wase ngoy ngarang ngomula future. Malubeng ngoy ngarang ulumul. Agi mangal kara 70s, agi wase 80s sa future. 90s, agi wase okay. Agi para 80s yang 90s sa future. Ketemura 90s, agi wase next century say komtingel wase ngala dilu pral pol 2000, kerdim lo kodung. Kom remember, kerdim lo kodung na chos tiabel tela belul af. Nothing changed. Kidit yang. Ya future adir kangar matat. Future will never come. Makuay sir kamiu. Leelal datang ok kertiang, ya klugok ka future. Ketemu rak klugok, al sukum dia katamat. Maktili lial silwa, kami to mesa education betula. Sel do gorngil wasem future. Katapora next slide. Sige outline el bok pus kamiu. Ya igangal abla muesal sugum mlatal kurang aragile on dibrar adra a school. Outline ergida wase education mandate sak mus kamiu maldi gerdebel. Siasing eri. Emos kamiu sel losengel. Mesel ni akurang ara alelgi mo ukarbayar ni emotmok la atakoira school. Ya igel siasing el momesa au recent el siasing el al school year. Telgib el mlamukora aktiba igal school el all time. Garrogo school. Kadapora next slide. So seguida Monday tergida kmulo ase. Arangal ka omo el 6 arakrir ang giril nga school el mo true me with arakrir. 6 to 17. Ang compulsory. Mak-question ase tirgel dia kalang nga school kada makarartir. Ngaring alla luaseng gidi lobals. Misegi de luase. Aku mokte kara education. El ngar alla malung ngaraw temel alla arbelaw. Eng luase. Ay gagi da moktek luul mo kadamot mokla school. Kadamo mrura arangaleged malu beng gidel ad amo sobe edel participate tial economic development tergid. Se developer ngi logi watto ko la school. Diregal si Edel wase ngoldagar git. Ratakoy loms el girel tial belwad. Malisem la ko la tutkiya. Asyuga nga matakora tradisyon sergit. Diregal mo masiya wase kaam tergit. El agi derogul ngartiang ngakadak tul wase ak prinsipol maluubak taang. Ang si Egel nga kawase nga kakabelment. Ma-participation nagit rokoy wherever you are, markel agency, you are a government. Edire kalwase ema belul af. Sel mo ngongedel bulet ak mulwase. Ar other belaw citizens of Tial Republic. Amor nga igel klamatang ertir madarir. El ngiya agire de lolap. El gut makli abelwat. Mensu edel motuloy raigal moklublu ek mulwase katana mo develop belbelu. Segi dia kora agi sangal al silsei. Ya igay del do maklam ng ergit aul di mo kringi at ko era professionalism to ko era vocational madirek to era social responsibilities yang al school. Gire del momdu al adra boil direk. Logiwa at ako era school en se edel may gigidyan. Se makatakatang remember ako telmo sensera nga late 1990 99 aklo sensei yak me remember tirgel adel elmle nga management sel time mar protocol principles marmle sensei mar parents marangal kala school tirgel ko sa officers regel school lang ngi tamiray la igaro ko el public school malung igaro ko state ng anya school ngi lo mes lo ase ngana mungil doday malubeng sel vision o sengela Ministry of Education lo bangela mission ngi mal remember se Vice President segida tilo etiay gidral langarngi melmutre elang mengmal gire del maktakli moraro ko iladal ngartiar elang lo ase segid klo lo ase tiaya o sengela igang o sarangal gra school agiri el mo kaltmok emo superir ditir el musaba akartir rato ko radalang aklir ra al seltia belur belau e dire kal motob del mora blul adam tasal ba akli kaltmok la to il successful e ugorde ul daksal madingo se makara ko liu idringi sel kukwa se melang makara mangot mok tiay del el vision ra a ministry makara dongot mok ringi nya meski dengan del mission sel mission awa se maday gagi da bodongot mok ya bodongot mok leng gire del morngi sel misisi el partnership maluben del will gigi de ngal gara school del will rekmiu makamam tir mar tokol adal gire del makalorior ngarnya ngal gara school mar adam mar adil trigel guk timdo se guardian sul tongora rekmiu makamunity community rural community so la mo se edel gut makiltrarangal la tokor o sis akra al sela kaltmok leungil blil o masu arangal gara school el altama o mesa classroom siltir la mo telgibel gora am gel golta al sel la mo air conditions ay gel guktim la al mo air condition del room am lor nya makadala la sembugi ni legal ceiling fan ngora telgibel o gabriel altama kita mangelo aseng mal magel dang ablulas kabora next mel asegil black post kami sel gora o sengela education so la nyamo top de selwa se mel ay gagi daigel claim el dudul waseng igel gora lo mesa ministry el wasay gagi daigel mo cloud tutel el gire del mongat moklo el girir tirgalngal como sel mo mesen gora amaru el mal cloud ngara ay bibiop el lu sul waser ngal gara school yang ari ngay the claim el priorities en biliwek kari mendawak kamangal msada igen di segi del wase ngarnya atokor omsuba mlamo de girel el teacher centered mlamo girel student centered del girel arangal gara school el mlamo subaril girel challenge se wase teacher tilang na mo ay se teacher ng magarang mlamo de girel del oklo el dil muga teacher adiol ko ba di mo sumo okle di magaral el girel omsube de gid di luk segi de ako klome seringi a ministry lang lo ase mlamo girel gukngot el teletar omsugo yang ani sel wase educational and instructional leadership say yatara agi mo meseringi lang lo ase arako kung mga taklela school mga taklay gal klol ngara ratokora omsubi rangal ka girel del magarartir akmo dobode baka patokol el dadu black ngar al seleng tukmulo ase kami akora gire del dimrol mo kami ura bekal time every time gire del dimrol mo kami godogi akora tokoera training workshop ma professional development el moral sensei makamam el principals marokul adel tirang nga stager tirtial el education rangal get dire kal ngarinya ase kami do mesagal curriculum rigidlo ase ngara kada ngara dibus ringi ngara dibu seringi edlu tul sumok kalmo akter raguk el alblul at that's curriculum enhancement emoringi a ministry resource support tial ministry klo lobby sa girel mo klo support ringi girel legal school el berberidra abel water belau esel mo mungulubong lawaseng girel moringi a partnership sigit sel gulo ringi lo ase kadro ko adel ngi stay girel tial el tingel omsu tial school lang alaget. Tepora next. Nusegi da kuk tele la Palau High School Melado para Palau High School ang usel vision. Ma mission na ministry ang ulme ko mesrinyo wase mel al sugu magim arur tia school yang ara selguk mission el corazón de lo speringi magi lu meseringi was tia school el belau rogir Hea maskat teringi ya bubu spider mengida brut koi lagi der rogu ngat jangal adim dengel wase mengida brut koi lengara kora ngor oko siulang arang ngoko siulang arang rangal gay kom matangal ya alda adul ngaramong ay dulumot ke yol top drangal kam bloel time yang mada adil emlongan ngel mengida brut koi yang mengida brut koi la ada dulu ase mlebubu elit mo ade mengora tokora knowledge au ulma pala school aku mesering direk lo ase the spiders agelo rogu yang oi titrangal galmei instill cell loms el mortir mengsegi dia agora lul mesering direk ngal gal mlora competition el mrura a logor tial amina a mission tial pala school en tilo bangagi del malgora ngora dimo dual marogul toil gida se edlom tabel girela a school ede ngase kadam lamsa mission ma vision ma gerogul black pass erbab en medio ase madal waisei en gider rogu ya gire del wif kadamot magarogui usi mal ube kudugut mukli am sisi el dodair ti al belur belau loki watokor omsu weaving together a strong foundation for our future butoka mission statement del Bladwest excellence mga rangpel mal betok very good kami duguk to mesringi ito mesringi lo asegi del bekla del low school ti al school nisbe edlo daktakal do sweda ba imada marangut esum ukli marangaligit asal paakla mesel da kay dirideng mesisi abelwada al ubeng diak ese singra 3 years ago ra diri kagi to por graduation ra PNOC kerdengar asahi mela Palau High School elang katawaseng kora erul batangel at takoera omsu badongot moklam ngarinya igel curriculum mabebir program sel murtel malbatok ngarinya igel dudul wasing academic igagi del dodengay ratangara school ngarinya takoera our takoera merikel takoera science social health PE and then angara 80s or late 80s yang lornyat alula abelur bela lo asegat bodol sis aklat tiga takore belaw almurar ngaliget I believe a year ago imlornya debate termlarngira civic center all the students who rose to the mic momong adu this is what they say ak momong adu at takora melikel lekoram titul momong adu takore belaw something amazing and clear see. Let ngarabli ka kulang sa ringgit tumulong ko tokor belaw. Di sel level betokol sa let mage Amerika lamlamo. So this is the future. Tomorrow is the future. Yesterday, al sugum gamla raidelis ekadilulo sa elia future. Rangalagay, lakamongira future. This is the future now. Start lang. Ay gigita ka mo, ulmaygel madama na English highlighted the yellow akmotel gibel further as we go along our presentation guling it for our next slide. Tiagit selgo kwanra a program lorur trinya Palau School. Al sugo makaw amlara Palau School raw era 2000 malubeng 80s 70s ako mlem dingelo semlarnya vocational school ay gadim lang arngi larngi tial siya balmlara bitara desegel sel segi de amnesia brakna school semnesia carpentry larngi agriculture sen nga kalomisang ngilmukur Laring nga mechanic, watay itsam laringi. May gam laringi. Diesel ibol baro kultoy maral betulu Eng mongoda atletay ra omasu, matletay ra dongu, matletay ra wase angal ka makararingi sel ba alo subay kang. May gigi daigel mga lakal el all time. Yung natural resources, ang nga niya a pathway nga alsel agriculture. Kadamora health and human services, ang nga niya erong, nga niya tourism and hospitality, o nga erong a health career pathway, ang nga alsel sa igid. Kadamora kuksel business information, stand alone, ali business. Liberal arts, kadawa si nga namang liberal arts, agil academic, agil liberal arts. Well, courses el gimol sis akla, agi mo mukudong wase ngora college prep and readiness rarangal kul soy sa college setem sisi ratako era English, tokor omelu, tokor o tokor rang. Tirgal gimong puto sa college bound. Like mal almost 90-100% ito may garngira al sugum to mamalay gagit. Again, nak na repeat ra natural resource, industrial engineering ang aning erong tokoera omaliot, construction, mga aning armory, igal tokora mitugal mlay. So ikay gidi ang aning emlarngin maral melmay, adim le imol kukora kumeserngil gim liliang sa gidi ligara tourism, ma business komeng liberal arts. Ikay gidi ako ram le edisyon el mora igal program el gimorurto. Magarat makalar elang. Elang gina mo olelak le el mutal. Bekal time el gina de revisit igal program sergir. Elang aringi ate al revise el kadome sila sing moklungyaw el gina del revise. Kada por next slide. Direkal ngaringi tokol program el mga lakal al sila school. Ngaringi el tokol partners sergir del Lobanggede kadam ulang sewa rangal kada tokora tutoring, counseling services, after school programs, interscholastic sports, talent search, upper bound classic, upper bound math and science, ay kita gil gukpebira program. Lolang sewa rangal gede radia kadil tokora, omsubung mol mutra tokora, sports, yang harinya school clubs, harinya science club, gil mal kora mostel active, sports club amal active real time. Theater and Arts Club, Business Club, and many more ng Korawal represent Tragil Batokol Academy Remote Alcela School. Ege kora di bebi rasiasing, selsiasing el ngariyo, tirgel egel tursiasing el ngariyo, tirgel ngal kara Theater Arts Club, mlaringi te little no visitra Philippines. Mlaring ka festival rakmungrang ra Philippines sumton sum il mongol diogi wa a fan del tira amle race logi wa gel concert my gel musical el olorul ra toward the end of this year every year adabora next ko sengarang well, education into the future. I gigid real black pass, I gigid at the okle lawase, I gigid ye. Bolo I say, amen. Let's shine bright like a diamond. Atakom pulmorang. I gigid black pass rogul mel medio, el se edem neo se madakita shine elang. Tirgal ngel real asyain. Kami to for next slide. Diamond on shine, they reflect. Katangar gel elang, kita diri kengar sel kuk tiangap mal di ngak algo omda suringir el time, ewase kita diri kengar segid level ramle got el slide. El arangal kam obul trome sayang do se ngep tu el melidi. Ya lu up tu adia kalau lidi, al melom senda kami sangal dia kalau lidi. Au ul mong mokmar del club saying reflect. Melanga om subir ang ngalagedeng is it deep enough? Aldodangel was said they will succeed. This is the reason why I told you, I don't want to bombard you with data. We have a lot of data at Ministry of Education. We do have. It's going to raise a lot of concern. Also, make sure say how many students are drop out every semester, every year. How many students withdraw? How many students get into issues with families and then fade away at campus? Maulma ko say, where are we now? Kita kadam lamir tialol ko rin niya, Mr. Einstein, alu berdir ngarsel wase, Abriana wase, siyan lay kadamon. Musegit, ako na ding ilu sele tiang rangal ka ko tilmadu ay gang. Tanam mo at technology, I don't know was it tangaram rule ay gang. Ay gatangara Facebook. I saw this on Facebook. Leng tangaring yar share. Maka kami to po dele lakler ngal gedo mesro si selbo to viral en klabol. Klabol selbo to viral. At viral lungil ang ungil. At viral ligel gora olive song leng. So kung sulang mo subes sel gora kaya kadebel word lo mura ay. Kabora next. Mela kada makarar elang al segum kado swad al mawasel lo gornya Einstein el mal mo matangel wase tial klal ngaraw ul mong mulidi ngarinya initiatives el dror terngir el al time. Some amla implemented mga lakal el al time. Some adil ko tolas melwase kada starter oy ngarang mlamo ko lang ngarinya al dadu ngarinya pending. Kita bepiring I round am ngalakal al time ngong eru rara karngi. New grading system am ngalakal al time ngarngi adir kikire telgibel adjust. Into time kamil parents as will access se di kamil lo mesra tengara ngalgibra every day. Ma absence sertira every day. Absensia namodia kalorula long seat. Namodia kalorula long seat former principal Tomoichi. Aramong agi nga pala school yung tewega mang top da ulto sing long seat ngigele king 11/17 ng telang kalikoram lamo bal eraklong la babir mo kamangal long seat ka man upgrade ang man sa registrar manual lo to upgrade rangal elandiak. So new SIS student information system ma teacher portal lo bangel elagi damor sel matrax ul makmal mo to repeat ringi ngulumu el alir yang agim lo omes at ko aur numbers data ma ratest igel maklol test omes ringi was mlamo giredem som okra ng ligedra tagoro ur matakora English ya pala school dal girel mengil was ebol misi ertiel malamir kama medugil dia meta start ringi mlamo ringi edel track el gimo lokol wase ABC hindi wase algebra 1A algebra 1B algebra 1C yang artinya advanced algebra siya regular algebra gigil ul magidil wase klora rangalget ospe a support ratakor or mungkora ngara a level skill rangal ka legiomesa a test score certir maya skengertir raw erabel sisibe sola place it accordingly. It's now working. Tigil nga advance minister, tigil nga advance tamahal madure lang. Tigil nga mong sel no cycle scores yung sa edlo ase ay gal scores el dome sa level place ra ngal ka authentic scores. Iowa agi mulus pe ringi. Dire kal mlarngi testing el gimuru ringi. English placement test, math placement test. Agiriru lagi yung malme omes, yung goram lechay ba, rokulto ko, yung gawasing actor, reliable. Okay. Milang mga lakal na math, matokor English. Ay gigidre lang aswad alwase, kada makaras misi ay gay, Lesel do bora tokor English, esel obora Palawan studies, ang nga niya bukur ngi lu su tokam Merikel. Obora social studies, arokul textbooks are all written in English. So we need to strengthen the skills, the knowledge, and comprehend rangal kul kiri la toko era Amerika el tira mongoyu e ospe el klagdali ra toko omsu. Segi dia ul makmli highlight raw alele. Ela sel bora official Palau High School website mlamo laurele mlamo sebe edrigaring ding diga ka mal mo o mesergiling. Maray laureur melasem el creator ngin mal mo official. Ela kardir nga Palau High School Facebook page. Ay ke social platform el dakal girel tudul waseng official do. Mengaringa auror el almurungi ingaringa wan English teacher nga kal nung nga UOC sel cohort group. Emlel goramle interested ringi ramle talk mention ringi kasi bakit makarang kasi hindi amik mong project tra kal girel tial. School itam na assign na project edim letil. Mung project ringi e bayaw gu tiay gidi eng mlosobel gamam mar adana media kansola amit eng mlamo ringi sel journalism club el malig black sign na ababiel girel wasit tiamo club itirigay gidi oban trip tigal ngal garaskura UOC mga tmokra. Ngania city expansion lang ay gerogul pilas el nga serva baru takora sales takora mechanic mga lang ay gare lang agibom budolo se career and technical education ulmen city kuduguk la adaptra atara system el may el agi dadang okli el ang ewase makarang well ngania uror el malasm lo pangela minister matul ma minister la finance al malasm no se kada makarang o mesaygel lungaringin nit rabalur belaw el sebed el malosis para school el korawabol kamok edi al stober se wase yarang lagi usel boloru la gigi del work based activity tir et sabril mem tourior eutudul ekdol si sakertir lang nga te al of course et direl dilo seng mornya te al actually mornya te al sumarangal kami orior el sebed microlir ito mora school more sa igil tora finance merbelaw el resource igil hindi kalabong mo o di po sa dia kalutal may so rangal ra school ay kagi da bibir ra dongot moklo maybe hindi kamsal kum dioreng sa kagi ding many things are coming el mlasem el wase kada magra expand aro gul toil gida sa edlo si sakal mora ngalget el sob akol trir rabelurir micrela blulat work-based activity enhancement. Kaya kita diri tili minister. Every year aki sendra ngal kalmora abek patangela agency ya labong itamong ito ase pom mutial komil mo oiti mo olbole kalmorke mo iti akalon si sakring selu uleng blong. Ay gigi dia giredel lamo kao tangelo ase tirka ul magi sender tir kong kodam le ada dulu ase gagi da interested tir career interested tir lomda sultara club se temora school el mo school il girel malamay en seberil mel assume positions el dido dangelo ase eventually I will be retiring ta sabe el kuk mera a school me sensei curriculum again aktil mo to repeat ngi ay gagi drogul ngartiang Palawan studies atara aklo kurang nge ngi kami lo kya kan klo nge ra Palawan studies ra sel hong el gimo spell ngi dulu se orthography blo el marala modelo se ngara mo spell ra me a magrdi a ida el bong me dia kal motor ko magi di mel mol so spell ngi lo hace tiagi da tertele la do lu sa tokoro belaw hongra el gimo spe e mal makasa resource ra tokoro belaw maluben ko ra siukang el gimo spe lo isak arang alge del ngara a classroom el alta andi kala ngalge ar sensor gi del ngara classroom el time kekrel al ngal ke kekrel adre al time mal baby lak ma okdong ar parents mangok ta ngara tutile ko mo siga family tree makaskeli ay kigidi minister at encounter baby that time jakado ngay mo ko sendra ngal kal mamala subli de by offendra radaleng kita teligib ko oy ako say dala at teligibel labay si Eden Marura. So, igigidya. Kabong again, actin mo to repeat, emas kami abibira siyasing. Tira ba siyasing nga nga lagay, dahil mirula praktiko mertir hospital, tira nga nga construction, milismente sel madala, study hall. Ito nga rator, omsubra, igigidal ko na vocational. Sula. Awan na initiative direkal gi momesring LBS segi del online program el October 2020 ngi amlos actually November 2020 ya minister umgotong romame wase girel mokla online regal outlying stage December agimla momrekal sum oklaro ko telang tengil January 21 ingi omuul. Kora lomu ulen ya close school. Tirgel ngal no online mal mleungilap. E kama mas tatal mobilize sar ngara babal daw ma di ngartial orior. Mumletel gibel mering le tira bay ngasel mal selwa ak. Adim le challenge at koira connectivity ra internet. Siam le challenge. Elam la maral moungil 3 weeks ago aknora ngayaw tirgengal kan ngayaw jadi terung gigi online gigi da teacher Bruce ngara classroom ngi omes ngi lecture it's a virtual classroom mangalakal it can be done ng sabel magatmok lay ka hindi mo effort rigit a management will provide a support gigi sa edel gutmok lay ka kada po next. Oh, kamnul talbak. Ngari nga bi program el mga lakal. El time ng remote tra English, tiger regular si sakla English ra pala school, tiger regular si sakla social studies. O ba segi del program, ay gang ako la dula sa reading program. Malisi a reading ra ngal ka. Accelerated reading adri ka elementary, diri ka akdik timil si ilang diri kal lukora sawa ka lo lamyak kal milmera a high school level. Gigi direk lang nga urol like I said so adal expand igal program gidra CTE ang marala alda adu awda swatra wase kada magara land surveyor serigit dia ka adra belaul surveyor magada magara atameth well tigi da solution tongo susiyor ang legit elmo Rai kaya dulu rai kaya hotel lungi lau dau deringi, wajib minister, malungi lau dau deringi. Dia ka adre belau kudangali certified surveyor. Ngalatta lagi momdas deringi, port captain. Ika lol si sebadial. Ika kita bebira urior si edel omes into mususiar ngalge temurai kay. Tial luasnya kak mau ada bisnis aku ramal popular orang kelas school ada bisnis ngarinya uldas luasnya kata makanya aku musuh orang lagi del morai gal betul career available seperti el morngi work based activity enhancement like I said earlier yang makanya se edel legal local agency selingi titira orang lagi itamral ngoy titira ratmoy all si sa akartir at least they'll compensate tir. Mildire kal borngi sel lo ase kama mga rekera ika ulmagi bro lang ang niya mokte karngira. Ang ano matadal time se edel boto urior kada mga rekera gire lang akle maklang aragit. Partnership support sa gid ako ra ulobongol sa gid sel ko ra sa masamela rogul to koy. Askula aktil mo tul mo menekding gire del ka akle da marokoy. Dahil sa eldi ka ma'am, Meringala. Ya tara hotel arrowe de ministera time. Kada mal plane adu ase okay. Elagi ko mitir kami kada something comes up. Time atara dire kal mal arrowe. Misi kada mal kora plane aro kulto ko yang ya duma ak mong orang klel lor udul mong. Kabura next. Kaya kita bebira aki kim consider was it the partners sa kamam. Yes, tamaral partners sa kamam. Hindi gire dal mo malisi. Nga kamal remember Palau Employers and Educators Alliance sa Malmem CC. BFSCA mo Malmem CC. Dire kang arngil alat. Gire dal mo tul mosmisi. Namo dia ka mal meeting. Retir magil ko activity school au relatir. Gire dal mo meses misi. Ay gan rogol school ang arnya PTA ngi. Din direkal tokora alsang ma tokora time mangarage sel tubuko niya meeting. Ito di tangorong armel parents. Palau Head Start Program, Palau Community College, PCS, PICRC, BTA, State Government, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Justice, Ministry of Finance, and many more organizations sa adir at individuals ilgi mo spirtil tamal malasamil lol nga sura nung igay ro kuya aswa kalding mail so mosem ikadamosel next slide sige dire next slide akora stober se wase kami kami wala di telal bungol sum nga karamiw emo ke raw era aksam sa meeting as manitial presentation nga Q&A adiage mak nga ka larinya mit nga marakok tutay yung sa principals forum ng dimlak ngartiang di serak me nga niya bebira aldadul kulerengas mal mo proud de already madengelo sa ikang arngil exist. The only issue gisang was ay kakatamakarang consolidator rokoy. Kita dirmur tilgire lasab aklel angal ka. Ever read ngarsay marangarsay. Katamakarang bridge sa rokul tokoy consolidate efforts tilgire rokoy. Ingungel imol ngal kalungul to clear bab ewasin kay gidya. A priority digire lang. Priority moral priority. Dia ka dito borsel lomulkoy wase oy priority malsugo bandia ke segit magrado lalam malu magrang ado magrol rarangal ke del girela ang armada del time maungil prosperous el Palau segit el black lawyer se akul otir ba bemlal mutlo oti kamo mes ay rokoy maliwek rengel ngalaka al suku makawa al suus malangit ilwan raigay isegi dia solution join us metoda ka imala malungod rokoy al suku maka ako umral wase kami di el suus mara awan raigay mga kamal ngartiang imal lolingit trate alel wase menas kulet ABC traskulet kabe mesama wari Len sa MLD mem sawari, amawari, tinggal waseng wang aras school. Eko kum offer at 2 cents rakaw. Luwase tiagi dagil sang. Tire kal bemsi sobra alse la classroom mo mes rangal kalosu. Eko kum mes luwase ngara sa PML kuk offer ngi. Mendia kadil luwaseng ngara somiw, mendil kamil may. Di ber obis no siya nga kaswakal ko mo visit may moral mo visit letiagi da future git sel mo top di angal ka segi da hotel clol duwi larngok sel gi sangal kal suwe ka bandera nga state tel blaring may ikat our tradito that's the future. Ladies and gentlemen kumingal rasul you are the future and that's your future right now. Aim high. Thank you very much.
Ali. Ali.
Ali?
Just
Principal, ang maldi nga rin ang question, nga kang kaya Jennifer, parent freshman, 14 years old, 8th grader, 13 years old, trial malukot ko rin tira, blay, di, patingil wasay school, give them choose or tira morning, 7th-day Adventist, mal mata basula, o masubal to ko rin masel ko kumis na constitution dul waseng ginadral sis akran nga matamo madu successful seltial belaw successful Palauans to me say direct kung waseng giri wal mo mala ay gel curriculum standards within those schools maktiyo ko other say yung other question and the comment tiyak payol nito sembre at the time letiral ngal ray kay gidal school tamo abul landi ka lo ding etoy ay gel toy lo ding ay gel ko al sansang lomra al tora hurit ping lol ngas aren ma makak tungro era ngalagek ma please tada kal mering al toy kung may gal curriculum already gam ding el waseng uriora al sela elementary ek muray gal private school wase kuma ministry of education ay gida learning objectives meet them emla mombre ka kumda suang sabel
Mahal sa beel. Ang telgibil matangel waseng ngaringiya telgibil ko ra role la Ministry of Education sa elmo so isa pra igay private schools matangel waseng sa beel. Thank you. Tila malungil. Sulang.
Malmasali principal ngil presentation ngage principal sel tora ordo sel losis aklelas tial spelling ra torbelaw nga ka malumral sel ngani el almol sis akringi nga ka dimlak subi say titirgel ule kuri nga kal silubi amal mare adal malu usringi makureng sir segi dial al qorange al mulwa sengaram kom spirit yang ER space A, di akadil ERA. Di kautil masadra future, ginil nga niya standard at one point in the future, yata nga OCC will teletelela, omal asela torbelaw. Mga kamal di wasimedol, walumol malol siswa akarsel nga rin lakam sa loreng segel gimolokot mula set yang ramang kamamal ngar omrola mal ara 15 dori marna mo 15 dori debi ititir ngal el ang molomol malol sis aklam ngaria time bodong ngar OCC wal teletar ma omal senator belaw sulang sa kadul deswek
Malmasaw le principal, classmate, nga ka alumni Palau Mission Academy, mle 1 year nga Mizenti High School, emlarang SR Elementary School, 6 years. Ang alagek, alumni STA Elementary School. Mahaladik ku ay sulwase, umusub, maumalukol tokor belaw, o muul raplay. Ngomu ratulungal ka. Hindi ka da blame ra school, hindi ka da blame ra sensei. Masubol to kor belaw, ang kagita, o atakara, o kardew, example, ngomu raplay. Ngomu raplay atam maatil, ito kubet sal sukum ka ater belaw, lulmeel, martamalar ng alike ma ater belaw, la ka mo blame ra school, mar sensei, mo lokot to kor belaw ra ng alikiw. Ang alike ka example, kulukot to korbelarngi, at malam lukot to koratois, maratam lukot to korameriken,
ang mora Amerika laran direkta dira Mexico, subat ko ra Spanish. Malokol kloang. Yakal full el other belaw. Malak dola pa politics, sewa STA schools, ma private schools. Ngire dal mo mdenger other belaw ro kuil waser sensak malas Michael Gotel sabair. Hindi omasub, mo omaluos, mo omanguy, tokor belaw, o omul rablay. Matulungan al atam maatil.
Sulang.
Ma'am Sulang principal era Palau High School. So thank you very much for a very good presentation, and we learned today that diamonds don't shine, they reflect. But I think I just want to remind everybody, there's a more popular Rihanna song that has a similar lyric that says, when the sun shines, we shine together. Right, so with that said, there was a second part to this presentation. There was a program jointly by the Ministry of Finance and Palau High School, started on November 3rd all the way to November 8th. This involved the design for a logo for the CTE, Career Technical Education, Career and Technical Education Program. So there's a logo that was designed by a particular group within Palau High School that we will be revealing today. So I also ask Madam Vice President Boljoin, our Minister of Finance, and the principal. And I also ask the students from the business class, winners of the logo design, to join our honorable guests on the stage. So the students from the business class will be receiving an award. It's a total of $150 from the Ministry of Finance. But in addition to that, it's been matched by the Honorable Vice President for additional $50 for a total of $200. Please line up for a picture for the new CTE logo. Higher, higher.
Thank you, Honorable Vice President and Minister of Finance, for your generous Ministry of Finance for your generous donation for our future, our brighter future. Following our agenda, we have Mr. Kevin O'Keefe, who will be presenting on the 2023 Compact Review Agreement update. He will be joined by, again, Owardel Patrick Delay, who would be providing translations. Thank you. So just right before they start, we would like, on behalf of the Ministry of Finance and the organizing team, We thank the students, the PHS students who joined us for the symposium, and they will be departing soon to catch the bus. So thank you very much for your participation.
You want to start? Okay, back again. I think even more interesting, the results of the 2023 Compact Review, which is with Congress as the 2023 Compact Review Agreement. We started this process, or the government of Palau started the process almost 4 years ago, but the Asian Development Bank also asked our team, the Graduate School USA team, to do scenario analysis of various possible outcomes of the compact negotiations, including a very pessimistic one where there would have been no further financing, a baseline scenario, and a more optimistic scenario. So we did that, and we had 3 scenarios. Now, with the agreements already in place, turns out the optimistic scenario was not even optimistic enough. The results were much better than that. But we still have 2 scenarios. If Congress acts quickly, say within the next 1 to 3 months, then FY24 will be a very positive year, and the money that Palau will have spent from October 1 will be sort of just blended with the new agreement, the first year of a 20-year agreement. If not, then each year will be a delay and an opportunity cost.
Kita kami nuluay silo asetyal tigingel o mga dadu ratulong lelo belau ma merigel au lumu rakmed le warra karam lamemo el al time langar belau yang ma talbui le madrengera apotesis ra al sel tiagid el mlam dadu mlamo olta arogui lol badabra al sel ma el takela udo dra al sel tirgai gid el ada direga mle imal engre la Asian Development Bank sira uera lo mu la al dadu betul olta gelo urul wase ukmo to mga dadu esel mal kotel mo kora mo mata arbusula mo atiagid endi tial el dadu sira bol merega lo ngir gutling ngia minister kaleb udui en mlo oya segid el wal gora mal mlo ngil nsele mangal doe ndin diregal kadam lamo sois ma tial urora milgat mokl tingare gid el tablol togol gired el mosois bra al sel agot tial telbil agirel la ngia kongres rambrigel agalul do daul sis bra al sel mal sugum moungil kada mal maungil endil sugum nguk tikang le kongres rambrigel o modangalil wa se tokora briber ma amare dong sel loror enguk ngaringi sel teletail ligel guk ludo del bodolai atalgib el borngia atalgib el ngal sel matarel besul endi galudo da tara time endi mo mangal merbela rogui.
So we're going to briefly cover the compact periods to date, the negotiated outcomes for all 3 FAS, the features of the Palau Compact Review Agreement, 2023 agreement, go over some positive charts. For the first time in a long time, Palau will be facing an upward fiscal shock. It's always good to have a shock if it's a positive one. But there's still that lingering risk, and we'll show what it looks like if there's a delay.
Away silo selbol merekel mga dadu egidro ko ng atyang seldorail ekadam lamo madenge ay gel temel au elel may gero ko lam gat mokra al sel tel dadu ra compact kredi regel mol olta gegid el gora ay gel mlo magat mokl el dia kadil belau may gal blura blura FSM blura RMI kredire gal mo selbol merek tiagi del presentation dan ngi kada mo dangi gi del gorak mal kliungel tial el dadu radrong le gal belu ma dire gal segi del gorak mal ungil to el girel belau leng kada blo oil kada gora mangrem leng makasaudo etia sel wase kada gora mo dia kada ngek mo kada makarang le audo da kukmal mo ulis el betok Direga el bangar segi del ngani ate lel ya kongresa ambrigela mo meu del con tial tokoy maigel bol merekung en mok muse selul de suel girel tial tiking la kampak.
So some of you would have been around long enough to know that Palau had about an 8-year delay in the implementation of its first compact period, while the other two countries were starting in FY 87, Palau started in FY 95, had a 15-year first period and a 15-year second period. But whether by coincidence or curse, Palau also faced an 8-year delay in full funding of its second compact period. Now, it did get stopgap funding during those 8 years, but it was definitely an opportunity lost, and there was a cost to the delay.
Tiagi del omo miserngi ngo ay selua se tirgel gora oigal be petokar kril luai kamam madenge lua se abela kadam loy lek el blue em lowror tial udo dra kampak tirgi dra FY 95 endin direglo ot se gidel el mallamao el ngarse el hotel será lo mo la tokora FSM Marshall sa kampak tir mauspela udo ese gidel ngar eungel gora omo el mallamao Emaral mogora baby prorga seguida selol hotel sel hotel truim e imrak selong erul truim e imrak ra ablura mrigel gidro kuya madengel wase okmundim lagal bolungi aurora minister udu em de la tarra aringi tiagi del babiel olter seguida.
So now all three countries are likely to be aligned. That was a U.S. preference, and all three countries agreed that they would want, or at least Palau agreed that they would want to start a year early, and they also agreed to a 20-year period after 29 years of the initial agreements.
Haledikteli tiatalgi bersegi del babier el nora imoralel mang morulong odo yang akadital gulio iderni lani selulda sulu aseng ngerior malu bengal tengeted emergoe kadam rael lo kadam lo meu de tiran nombre dingari segi de lurungura mrigelo asalta tarata me dokora motmak el marael melong odo urgidra tal time endi kadam lo ngal tengeted en marael lo ai se ngwablo ada velos en koram lo lu ol ai gel temel mengwal tarra ruriu lendi abelaw agilengel wase potodak ada du maul makadam amul Tirge meral nombre kar el alo kodel ko singil ong etul buil yagi datial merak di minister gi mar government gi da gilngai melagi del matmak emrogo motal merael.
And for all three countries, you see at the very right-hand side where there's like 3 dots. That's like ... when we're speaking. It's an assumption that the agreement will carry forward, and we'll talk a little bit more about why we have some confidence that that will be the case.
Segidele ulobong lo ursel obornge mergo ngari gida ikel kora gida kora blot kel ngarse se other bela oseng bal sabas ngol osel sieng bulgulo ose embel mol mel maraila al du el girel dise guk adrang barad mangarba bel meru gida bal sabas adolu serngi ding mok musesel girel sei ra tia gida al dadal.
So we're going to look at the negotiated outcomes. This is a very interesting chart. I'm not going to really spend a lot of time on it other than to say this is 4 years of negotiations.
Ay gagi daigel lolo ol tertiang ngarbabel FSM ongeru bandelara Marcial ongede bandera belau ngolo ol taigegi del tokoel maigelo urel ngarse.
And I'm going to start with the first number on the left-hand side. The ADB-sponsored study that the graduate school did was not making recommendations. We were not involved in the negotiations, but we chose to pick sort of a results-based approach to how much it would cost to go 20 more years and end up with a trust fund that was large enough to fund what was being funded at the end of that 20 years as a sort of a graduation. And in fact, the amount of money that was meant to be spent during the 20 years for each country was meant to be close to the level or a little above the level they had in last year, and staying steady state through inflation adjustment. Not 2/3 inflation adjustment, but full inflation adjustment. And for Palau, because Palau had a lot of its money front-loaded in the first compact period with the compact road and with several other parts of its compact monetized, we increased the amount that would be available in FY24 by the average that was spent on infrastructure over the whole previous 29 years.
Mal betok al dilong makahalik por SML. Ngol ol tulu ase igakal del marabra igelo ur tialo sao dengir elang sel tira ul tubdi sektu tira tuku kruago bidel kebin el graduate school el imala ADB. Hari release lo ur omo mesrengi elang malo sao dengi lo asengram takmulu aise sel ulubong lamal ngarbab halik koradimora tulu mesel waseng magarang igelo ur lo tob aviagal sal malmo sobelo rutia gabalmen el ngar segi del lomdaswe to dagarogui emrogong wal sigi sel belengel segit selo ur el tira el ad haul dersi ma bol modaga igelu do del tira lomdas el gire legal del blue abo wal takngela igel sera bol mereka haul banglela igal compact regal del blue.
So the way we can know that our work was not taken as negotiating or even recommendations is that the first offer from the United States was quite a bit less, and the final agreement from the United States with each country was substantially more. Basically, credit to the negotiators, and credit to the negotiators on both sides.
Aigelul dersela merigel dersela on trui mangerul boira ragara 2020 halilut el mal ngario dersel tira kukulum dasurni el low roll imala ADB hindi kita talo mesla sa aigelul bong lul dar samrigel el moregal kel del blue mal roy del mal ngarbabra ul dersela merigel roy del ngarbabra gel tira ulum dasun girel mo mga adu tirgalom teigal blue bingwa se igang adirek el mal dim longara adu ma aklamengay tirgagi del longada adu el minister udu ya kumle madal bela em longada adu ram rigel.
So the offer from the United States in December of 2020 was based on their notion of straight line funding from FY23 through FY40 from 24 through 43 with less than full inflation adjustments and with no adjustment for Palau for the fact that it had much of its support front-loaded. So the offer for Palau was particularly low.
Aigelul dersela merigel on trui mangerul bui raragara 2020 awal Mario tokuning mal Mario raigel ul dersela merigel el girel belau le tadiulum daslo se tadingu selo ura ulo bangalel sel el compactu emelmol mel morselu bangalera 2043 e diagal telgibel momre el girel aigal gu kong aklela klisiela aral ma otrulela klal rablul adel sel tokor ngabar del inflation ngora ngaringa se sel ngsabe adel waseng ngigel gora mas ayurel inflation nakalabo makalamay.
So one more feature of that offer, the middle column that came from the United States in December of 2020, it also had the concept of graduation, where the trust funds at the end of FY43 would carry on from the grants that were done during the period, but they didn't account for the need to be able to have volatility, to be able to be resilient even in stock market volatility. And so their sizing of the trust fund was substantially lower because it didn't account for volatility.
Seguido el direga lo tercera Miguel ragra erul telael ma lui direga el mesel wase tul mesel wase selbol mereka seguido el longeru seguido el dadu ra compact ebol ngesel bodangai en wada sot chungyo kadamo merek edigel udo del ngara compact aigel ngalgel maigel los el mugro ringi aigel dia bodo spe ra ortel tial aigal gabelment el marail mong di mlagal gor omdas lo ase tial blul ada amagi traudo da guk mas al bebile besngrek el morio mesibas di aigida wal lulu bangel aigel lo dar sera ragra 2020 ra ontru mongerul buil.
That offer from the U.S. in December of 2020 stayed on the table for more than a year. And the concept of graduation at the end of 43 stayed on the table for more than a year.
Serol tercera amriger yegi del udo del ngarcel belngel amla made bebula table tarak masel mora ulo banglera 2043 mendire kam made bebula table tarak dia kam ngiten tigrengi.
But to the credit of Palau in particular and their Washington team, paired up also with the RMI, they both insisted on a change in the compact negotiation status on the U.S. side. They insisted that there be a presidentially appointed compact negotiator, and they basically suspended negotiations for a substantial period of time while the U.S. government said, no, 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 okay, we'll do it.
Seguido el ulo momlo tarraga madrengel omrengel saur mora ar adr belau tokunia gabelment belau mar adr ulum tergid lelul tultab orir e wasendia gi mongo tilla le blamngil tetril mongo do ulum ter me bagi mongo do urtir e morgo ar adra marciala mlo bangede e ngosugi der seguido luldas amrigel sera albot tingel bela to asendia ndia bolo aise indi tirgaigid mutadi mil logo al mel dio sisio a Madrid arbela o com tetrir mendige aldu ulel magabelment amrigel asgame kame el mut el meselul de suem atir kliselul de suel belau bugide tial mlo mdengelo ase tengil el tia adel mlo sobel el imala daitorior amrigel mo do arua minister udui.
Once the U.S. Appointed their chief negotiator, the special presidential envoy for compact negotiations, who was basically selected by the National Security Council because of the security implications of the compact negotiations and because of that particular former ambassador's role in security, in particular Asian security. The nature of the negotiations changed and immediately started again.
Seguido el gang Miguel momilil trailak al adlom teera obisra president maday torior Miguel gal adel milngil wal gora blol daga sel al adra Miguel lo mogdol waseng national security tigelo gedra togo raurur tom osar blura Miguel angil el tio drsian klel engay giden gel adel ngari adu maklam dengerni ratia gidel gora tilgibel dam ela la ta emberngir al sela ta heyo ma adel milingil telmong at telgibel mol adu maklam dengerni tiagi del basiol dengarni.
So the result is on the third side, the third column. And you can see there's a big increase for all three countries. Ultimately, the amount of money to secure the three agreements more than doubled from 3 billion to 6.5 billion. And it's actually 7.1 billion when you include the U.S. Postal Service receiving money to continue providing services.
Seral gangel mornya ilak lomter obisra president mabelura Miguel melut el mornya aldado yegi de tialo mesa yegi del mlodar se mlo sobe del gongei mal roy del ngarbab ngelol mal biliol ma ei mal dart el miliol talelol mal biliol kamul maasa 1 billion atal tela el million ngara alsil Oi, wai gal patoka te roringi.
No Palauan word for billion? So I think it's enough. I think it's a big accomplishment for all three freely associated states. And it's a credit to the negotiators, and they can tell the story of how they achieved facing ceilings and threats of cutting off negotiation, but continuing and persisting to get to a good result. So what are the features? What did Palau negotiate?
Elang gaya del wasa igel makatmok lo uril ngar selong edel dalam rap aigel el dala setam lakarang e mosub ire gaya del uril mal mlongil aige tirgel chief negotiator selo a minister udui tarak labasay matarata men mosub il mga dadu madang ok e mga dadu aigel el dadu maring el blol tura al sel e mergo mo mengi wutok el imorir ma klaibat akil im e mergo tiragi langay gaya del lo ur Melang kada mo mes luwasay melal malmlongil sel CRA sel Compact Review Agreement 2023 Palau le ail dart mo kay etiul milyon mal ngara al sel.
So the way that money breaks out over the 20-year period is annual grants of 30 million, 20 million for operations, 5 million for infrastructure, and 5 million for infrastructure maintenance. That number is adjusted each year by 2%. Not for inflation, but just by the number 2%. And then for the first 6 years, 10 million per year offered for debt repayment. In particular focus, sort of pre-approved, is repayment of loans that had a COVID-19 purpose. And then in addition, in a 2-year period, the first year after U.S. congressional approval and the second year, 50 million each into the Compact Trust Fund, the Palau Compact Trust Fund.
Maigel ngara al sel ti aigidele etet el sera loba minister el meu ais rengira adar belau mar marreder gid en aigal maral melu rak abek rak ngaringa odel miliol Hotel milyon abek kerak. Lu il milyon amor ngaseur orang teragabel men yang harinya aim il milyon ma aim il milyon mo ngatmok lagi gid infrastructure gid. Diregal ngaringi atru il milyon agel dilur atutau lelo lemrak el mol ngaseur gid el girel agel blal sel blad belsid lem lo sobe el gabel men tergid au ragadi aklungel gabel men terbelau mdin nagar sal mal momta arbasrid seguid el time ngel tru il milyon بك الراق ليلولم الراق من وقول المليون نديرك السيلا قتل الراق را سيلا مغايتي الكامباك را كونغرس را امريكيل امريكيل امو ngosubir كامباك تراست فاند موريان كلير روريول كوكتارانغاك 100 مليون وقيم المليون را فيسكال يير 24 وقيم المليون را فيسكال يير 25 مول دكيالا دارت المليون تياواسي السكو ما كونغرس را امريكيلا
Some other changes to the terms of the agreement. The treatment of the Compact Trust Fund has been changed to a repurposed trust fund. And this is probably maybe the most important change of the whole negotiating process. Remember, I used the word graduation for the trust fund. That was the intent after the first compact period. It wasn't large enough. That was going to be the intent after the second compact period, but the countries didn't agree that the deal was strong enough to meet their development needs. And so the chief negotiator, the special presidential envoy for compact negotiations, basically changed U.S. policy, not entirely on his own, but through his own efforts. They have now said that unlike the end of the 15th year and the 30th year, where Palau had to go and negotiate, start from scratch, justify any onward funding, same for the end of the period, first two periods for the RMI and the FSM, now the language is such that whatever amount is available in the 20th year of this new agreement will be made available in the next period, only subject to U.S. Congress approval. Now, that's hard, but there's no negotiating about it. It's really just it's meant to be an onward payment, and if you look closely at the wording of the 3 periods, it's very different. It's meant to be a continuing payment.
Oh, tiagi del olokoring ilu ase. Tiagi del compact trust fund del blal ngal di angklel mo repurposed fund kadambreng sulir tirgagi del adolom teig alcaldel blurir lultab orir toguning gagi del minister merokong lengagi del Kevin au aisolasya hotel trui me marag to spera thermal graduation sotsungyo maong erul sel ngerul trui me marag mo derak mendirek to spera thermal graduation ase mo merek le selom graduate and yakam top de mlutel mera school mo ilile mga class se kora tokora ul mesrgi del waisen ditirgal mlanga dadu ari reli malsugum wadil ngarngi akul maigel ngarngi ludaud abol merek segi del rak yang malamol mel ngarngi dia kuk to bodo kereng der tial wase elak de mo magara dorur tial yosang ari ngaktri man lat mu betokon ding akora wakulas melo lo alter segi del lo koringin kalat.
So to gain some comfort on this notion of a change in approach from graduation to ongoing payments, when the ADB led our team in a mission, when ADB officer Young Ho Kim was the head of that mission, we met with the special presidential envoy for compact negotiations. And during my time, I very nervously, I don't know if I looked nervous, but I was deeply nervous, asked whether it was really true that this was a change in U.S. policy and that what was expected at the end of 20 years was very different than in the prior periods. And he said, absolutely yes. As long as Palau is offering military access and as long as Palau is not allowing as long as strategic denial is benefiting the U.S., ongoing payments would be justified. And so he very clearly, even when presented with it after the fact, and in a second meeting with the State Department and a third meeting with the Department of Interior, they confirmed the same thing.
Kagi del wase segi del time al kotorong city al tokoe blalol traoringi en ralgungel adra ADB ang blogger ang kagi del special envoy wase tiagi del tokoe mlam got mokraudo del mongarngi malamolum ngwaisei tadiloringi wase ngwaisei uriul meeting atilo ng gelsel ministra State Department of State Ramrigel ma Department of Interior le tirga direga el elao el dulia tokolo asitiang mlatsen el palesi Ramrigel egel toblo department direga mlawaisos oing mlamongoda se mal el klo al tutelel el wal goram loklo rangrit tirgal elao lokerngi.
So other changes, the amended fiscal procedures are relatively minor changes, although there are additional monitoring, evaluation, and reporting requirements that Palau has not been used to, and that will be probably a pretty big challenge for the minister and his team and for all of those recipients of compact funding or distributions from the Compact Trust Fund. The standard of reporting, monitoring, and evaluation is going to be roughly similar to the standard of reporting, monitoring, and evaluation of federal programs, which, as we all know, is quite substantial.
Atara lulukoring ilu aseng kora walm lungod seltigingel agel lomel esed ma report tergi del girel auspel ay galudo del motob del al seltagi del BS lui ragara compact telgibel wa opting raigel duru rangaramong mangwal minister udoy maradal tirgagi diamo lungor tiagi del lungul el girela wa gel wado queda ay gagi del uspalel ay gagi del federal programs el tirgel adel ngara al selra education ma health magalet sa ngara al sel medel mo sisiu segi del Hindi ka lamring, hindi umaru lamral to ko, hindi ka ngaralo bart ngungilaro kul to ko.
The Compact Trust Fund Committee, ably chaired by Lindsay, will continue to control the Compact Trust Fund. The other two freely associated states, the management or oversight or governance of the trust funds are done by a committee where the U.S. has 3 votes and each country has 3 votes, but the U.S. chairman has a super vote. So Palau continues on its previous path of managing its own trust fund.
Agidro ay solo aset ya agidle trust fund der Palau, el tira together ngia tirgal al other gid, el kora dir kutling ngia ngai gidel el ngalgedel ngatiang linsi el president tra banka. Yel bebi rablu a diagal adra blurir o geda galudu dir tara blu a tedei FSM a tedei mambrigel a tedei ma marcial mongwaisei disel borngi agora ultabra aklaga kabos ertir e angel senkiora angelom teera ambrigel el ngia tsera telgibelop tingel so imol senkion di wal telgibelop rauda senkioring.
And finally, all of the federal programs and services, including postal, which got some extra compensation to stay in its current status, all of them are remaining. And it's likely that through competition, Palau will be eligible for a few additional programs in health and education especially. So steady state and a few open windows or doors.
Selong ewal tokol ngar sel girel ay gel melemol melus PL federal programs luldimokra post official mal koram lepting la aldadu ul girel mo melemol mangarte ay gidel lebeler el al longeru long trui mo ngay marak and din diregel sa PL ngania bebir ay gel program el guk podong adu ul girel ang mo sa PL doy direct ay gel el bil sengel amriger ay gidel program apo dungil mga adu adru la ungil babiel girel. Tirgal madenge a tokora skotcho kita dia kato agi betokol skotcho ma school ma sera ko vida rangal gra school adi maral me resister kata maro sa udo udo tay idel mal betokol tokoy halen dia ko mo ay seringe toko.
So let's look at the new and happy challenge. Palau has had 29 years where compact transfers on average have been declining through purposeful reductions and through loss through the value of inflation.
Ela kada mo mesa gigi del PS el tiam la mo mrege mergo audo del merbela al dolai amra el ol dangalengel nga uspera term new and happy challenge higel PS e gora mga sireng el gora ungil tokoy el modu etiagi dalol oltring.
So this is a historical picture of compact transfers to Palau, and you see how a big chunk of it came in the first 1 or 2 years. And then that hump from roughly 2003 to 2008 is the compact road, sort of delivered by the U.S., but the money spent on building the compact, Palau-U.S. compact road. And then otherwise declining over the whole period until we get to 24, if U.S. Congress acts, always have to say that, where there's a large increase from roughly 17 million a year to 30 million a year plus 10 million in debt relief. So from 17 to 40, 122% increase.
Tiagidel sa singlo lo oltringir sel got klita tudlo sel mallamol mal ngarbab se ulela compactor gidra sel FY95 como dengek mal ngila tokol tokol udo dro limokra udo dra ut udo dra compact ma mlo dia kadol ngek makadam magradim low bail mliwek tel belaw ro gira o street light el momreg ng uptel mal moitleng mal dia kaloror emergong emeral melemol mel morsegi del kukngara FY21 morangara 28 en korang mas el morbab se sel time ral ngari auror tial klol compact road regi de lo mura irai meliwek el mut el mera irai audo aurora lurur ngi amrigel ndi udo dam loy temetial aseta ngarbela ul mengilas emelemol mel morsegi del el FY23 gora meltengel endi tiagi del compact tergi del blal ara minister udoy al sugum kongeri a kongres rambrigel mo se kada maldi blol duli seleng segi del kongera kongres rambrigel ama global gul yang mas al dar tamallu ma erul basen el morba persegi del blod blora ulo bangalel tan nombre karak.
So that's the graph if Palau uses the agreed transfers without touching the Repurposed Compact Trust Fund. If we add the Repurposed Compact Trust Fund, which allows for an additional 15 million, you see the increase goes from 122% to 205%.
Segi del ulubong ora 2023 en kagi del minister amrura yo sang ergi de morngi sel FA ergi mergo ngani atru me milyon lola ergi ra tiagi del trust fund del blal ngati anklel mo repurpose fund al sugum kadamol mutel mo malair sei en el mutel mal mas mo erul dar tama el basen tel mas sel dola ergi lo mereka ra aulo bangalel al rak ra FY23 ra September doring mas erul dar tama el basen.
And this is the same information basically in relation to total revenues and in relation to the size of the economy. So if Palau does not use the Repurposed Trust Fund, they have an increase of 18% in revenues, which is 10% of GDP. In fact, it will have tripled from 5% of GDP to 15% of GDP for the compact.
Dosi siulo uren di ko kolo ol terngil telgib el mobiota do mesrngil engwal telgul wablal tugul mora mal magdor mal chugum ndia do spe udodra dola udodra trust fund malubeng repurpose fund yang mas ratruim el basent al chugum kadamo ong maigel ludo del sabe del mail ra ngar al selte agi del trust fund dergid yang mas ra ogdel basent.
And I won't go into the details, but obviously even much more of an increase if the Repurposed Trust Fund is used over any portion of the period.
Dia kalabora ako makailom sodeleng nguk momsa dra ulo leden ding tiagi del blal delilo aseng mas bodo spe eng mas ya lageng bade el dia bolu do tirar watang udu de.
Finally, the risk part. Us economists, remember we ought to end on a dismal note, right?
Wase tirgal adra tirgalom erit maudo do aseng blo el dia kal samel di mga sparebra ungil siasing agi diregel mol ngari sel giram lo oti mal sugum tal agora amas ngarek la ale del mortira dia kal salmo optinglo.
So the trust fund, despite able management, is not large enough to carry the load into the future if there's no additional funding through a 2023 Compact Review Agreement. And what we see is that it would immediately lead to a drop in funding availability, and then that would continue to possibly drop in value.
Waset tiagit sel sugumong morngia modiakal mga ngir tirgelo gedo ngora tiagit del udod ya kadugo ko meser segi del bakaragar del el gora udel madim ngwala nga tayel guk ngesol dolay ratrui ma ea el basenta.
Okay, so some final observations. In the interest of transparency, we've shared these observations in DC, in Manila, in FSM, and now here in Palau. Same observations. We did add one for the FSM because they had a totally different event happening at the same time, where the states are going to receive a lot more money from the national government because of a constitutional change. But other than that, this is the same information we've shared with the donor community, with other nations. And to the U.S. credit, I think it's important to realize that even though there's a desire on the U.S. side to make everything the same, to take a one-size-fits-all approach, they didn't do that at all. And you can tell by the end result, the structure of each of the three compacts is different. lots of differences between the rules and the procedures. And I think that means that they negotiated in good faith with all three countries and got a separate, individualized result.
Tirgal ada mrai la gal gagarusul bulul ultim uldi mokrinya bulura eisial lo aiser tial alda ala alda dura mrigel mai gal kaldel bulura mai kronisa. Menglo agot temla mo blakatak la wase di mlagal lol tua gal kaldel bulu al sela imol maru elongo do urtir. Malu belo susiu lorwik la lulav lo mestrir elongo do urtir gal bulu. Temlongo do urtir li leakal bulu ay gel sorir maurungulir ablel ada do lo bentril kakayak. Telgibel mlengod ringia belura FSM letulangas a telgibel aiga imol klol belu e kloa state ringi mangaringi selblo longod odu ringi ilguk telgibel longas a udo el moregel state ra a belura FSM tiawal dira kal kora otengi amrigera o sendimlaga da bora alsela imol el teleluk edo ngod odu e bodo odu ringi bodol osokra alserogui.
Very quickly, the oversight or accountability mechanism has changed for all three countries. It's a smaller change for Palau, but it's still a challenge for Palau to meet the standards on a larger percentage of its spending.
Oversight maluba oversight ase edulwa se sel klakarngela uspela igaludo o yar at sel berliak long osira dongar ringi yung maroko ngari gel tele lo sengara lidong la do igang ngara olokolel magarado mror ringil telalbung seguida telgibel mlomongod mangdiakal sal mal optingel endin diregal diakal beot toko lengira de lo tirak la gero guil lelu ulanga tel melgol wase mal moklos melela ministeleng modiakalita mamadal rang esar.
So the third observation is that for each of the three countries, and including Palau, you're going into a period of fiscal expansion, which is kind of new, particularly with a flavor of money that's very reliable for the next 20 years. You've tripled from 5 to 15% of GDP, the amount that's coming in without any regard to any exogenous events or outside shocks.
Seguido long edeng wasen diregel tamango do el selo singira tial tokoya wase ngas akle la ngeso maudo del tiram no subil udo ay galbelu momrael oya el mertir tiang a uriurak medel betogra destruir rak el di mrael morio ay gel oya el mangeso el meray galbelu mwa diregel ngora gel do lo se kodora mal gora ungil gil betiek el girel.
So particularly for Palau, even just a year or two ago, we were saying was facing headwinds, very heavy headwinds. Now Palau navigators know how to deal with headwinds. They know how to tack in the sailing canoes, but it's always a challenge. Now Palau is facing tailwinds, and in fact could end up sailing so fast that they may end up on the rocks.
Tiagi dulu bongol blal dali halik malmongil the sweet tialu logor nging wase ay gal mla mo meregal time me abela mal mring lowrer lo merura ay ger roguil morngir tira or tel tial government tergid atal alongos IARs etadiom togra yol to mangiri lo masa el al time ketial mla mo do em katmoklo amla savel mo ko mang idel ayol tangarulle de mloko marur tel de bora al selak mal mo bokrurt bakuk tilo loko rinyo ase ede selk mal mo ulisel bokrurt en sabe edel doy direct ram ed malu be kadamo masar o meongol.
So the point here is that Palau will have to create its own new fiscal framework, its own new fiscal policy stance. And in fact, with all these new resources, even though it's too early for our team to make any specific recommendations, it's pretty clear that one would want to move with some caution even to the end of the 20th year, knowing that the Compact Trust Fund has been an important part of Palau policy.
Ngwaseng kadamaso isra al sel makuktir gay gidlo mes malang rit matokoil modub adirga kabol betok atokoil makatmok mal sabiir el kora brek teringi el du kadam makarang. Hindi tokora wase kaledo abela sabel gutmok la igel gerbila urerel ma igel luul urerel masel lora el budul madadra egal maral mel lu irak en klabe el abla kled e ultrogokla adora el morngi mandiaga boda matrop.
So the last point, very big implications for the donor community. Big changes in all three freely associated states. More money is available, but the way in which the staffs of each government, in particular the finance operations of each government, are going to be stressed is going to require some special attention. And the fiscal policy choices that are going to be made in the next 2 or 3 years, not by the donors, but by each country themselves, will require some special analysis and some, I think, broad stakeholder dialogue, because if there are mistakes made, it's hard to undo them. If you go into your fiscal policy expansion on a gradual basis, you can find your right footing.
Kagid wasel gora mo lobong el gora al dalil tokoya waseng gired el momes ay gero gui luud maigel garbil aurered el maral budul madad el diaga sal suus iat el gibel malklo en klabe le magagare el blaka kleda el doyak ni mal sugum kada el gibel tu aklen sab el dider masngi o id el morsel malmal ya boda sal mal mo bagrurt en mombring la dolu tram la tu aklem la beol mlai.
And one important point we made on the capacity building, capacity supplementation part, if there are challenges for Palau in meeting the new higher and broader standards of oversight, reporting, monitoring, evaluation, asking your donors to help you is not doing work for the United States, it's doing work for you as the Republic of Palau. And you have every right to ask for those areas where you need help.
I thought I was the last one, but this is even after one. Ngwase al sugum kada maral mong e maragong e mos pe anges lo raer gid el moraigel ungil la club la kle le clube lo marail en dia kada mangite dia kada eluida adolengi tanges le dia kada ru la urere la mrigel trigal dolengi tertira ambel nga seor gid rulia urere mong motir kli sel gid am lang da du urngi e gire lo tirak ringi.
And once again, Dr. Talay is ready for questions.
Halo ko mal misulang. Gagida oldar sara imal. Former Minister of State and Women Elder Faustina Ur Maruk. Ilagi do ongera ker nga kati dolmers.
Thank you, Mr. Ogi, for your presentation this morning and today. It's kind of given us a more up-to-date of where we are. But Minister Udoy, this question goes to you, as well as I like to hear comments from Mr. O'Keefe. And what you said, Mr. O'Keefe, in your last statement, I think not hold or be intimidated by asking additional help or so Udoy, if there's going to be a next review or next negotiation, what are the possibilities of Palau getting on the boat on this? This might be a little bit aside from the compact, but it's 501c3 tax exempt status. And I think it's important if Palau, maybe if other FAS states, that will be eligible for that status. So we'll be able to ask funding from other foundations in the US for foundation or other Carnegie Foundation or whatever. What are your comments, Mr. O'Keefe? And then question to Minister Udoy.
Well, I'll go first. Thank you for the question. I was really happy that I'm not on the schedule in the afternoon until the end, but I'm happy to share what we are doing now in the government. So the Republic has been looking for these opportunities that you're mentioning as they relate to U.S. tax law and the possibility of attracting additional donations and capital from the U.S. market. So we are looking at that and looking for a way to give us status, or agencies in Palau organizations that status, to be able to receive money with tax benefits for the United States contributor. I think your question, though, from the way I heard it, was that we have to wait till the next negotiation, which is not true. We can approach the United States at any time and try to avail of these opportunities. As Kevin alluded to and Dr. Talay interpreted, our negotiations don't end until next year. So we do have a lot of time. We are not currently actively negotiating additional terms for the compact. We believe it's important that we let the process in the U.S. Congress conclude before we go back and talk about specific technical matters. Those negotiations are a little bit more lengthy because they're very technical. So we will be looking at these tax benefits in terms of working with the IRS on tax treatment for the Republic, including 501c3 status. So thanks for the question. It's a very important initiative that we can look into.
I fully agree, and I'm optimistic that there may be a breakthrough on the 501c3 in the near future. So we can all pray for that.
Sel Guerrilla, former Minister Tina Ulger, Chief Negotiator, Minister of Finance Udui, ngagid el girela sel tingela ungela la tax ambrigel ngaringia lomogdong ngi lo aseng 501c3 tublo la other bela abel grandfather tir tangara al sel el other ambrigel ma desta madresta al ambrigel asab ilo ngsew embrogong egel ngesul tira odar semrege gidal al tax ngia amosub il ambrigel tax ambrigel mo uriol kagida minister nom kateklilo ase tiagida el dadur gida mambrigel gida marania compactor gida mombregara hotel kapsingila ongetul buir tial merak bingungila da erei mal selguk pladak ngerngi lui rakamal ngerngi ambrigel ed voltura al selguk mamudu ay gida el bebira tokoy sel bladong tiagida kadal kador gadin kal klol ngigele minister ruor oy mengkora mo re lakung kada mo kora mamalat krangel ruba kara ang rulwobel ulmira ngi gele direk ngara bube dor gadi il memel ngara ayeng le budo saudri ene ngalen mutel gerel mora Kevin
Mr. O'Keefe, what is your comment on this? As a
just that there's efforts in process and some reason for optimism.
Ngania urol girel isegi dengi agora telgi belgora onda social takle bol agora mungil.
Additionally, Mr. O'Keefe, as we all know, during the TT time, Palau was and other FAS, we were grandfathered in for the 501c3. But then, so if it had been approved prior to Compact of Free Association, then there might be hopefully there might be an avenue for further agreement or that Palau will be eligible. Just a comment.
You have it.
Ani angot alger alung yang
Oi, thank you, Mr. O'Keefe, for the wonderful presentation. 2 questions. One, can you confirm the custodial agency who's in charge of managing the COFA funds? It is my understanding before that it was Merrill Lynch, but that's pre-2008, and it got bought out by Bank of America for about $50 billion. So my question is, could you confirm if it's Bank of America that manages Palau's funds? Number two is, considering the presentation you had earlier about the GDP, are we talking nominal or real GDP? And if it's real GDP, the question would be, who provides the inflation figure? Please don't tell me it's ADB.
So the first question, we will have the head of the compact funds. He will be making a short presentation according to Minister. So she'll respond to the first one. The second question.
Okay, so the first question will get answered later, and the second question is, who provides the deflators to get from nominal GDP to real GDP or real GDP to nominal GDP? That's done within each of the three freely associated states with the assistance of the Graduate School USA's team, but working with the statistics office in each of the three countries. So those are Palau's own published statistics, right, using inflation, not in the US, but inflation broken down into particular sectors within Palau.
Okay, so just to be clear, you were using real GDP numbers, correct?
Real GDP numbers.
Thank you, sir.
Sorry, I didn't have the year. That was FY19 prices.
Thanks.
Thank you. Most subesing technical difficulties. Malungil odosong itasils. Oo. Nakadim nak prepare a presentation. Kamamakuk ni adara PIDB me Palau na invited al mera symposium. Okorya ministeram ni askel pek partra Q&A. So hindi ka siya singil pukulolt. Ling maldiswa kalo ay sa la board. Ital give a update tra kofa trust fund as of LLCs. Adang. Madam Vice President, Ordeo, mar kamiul maasra aldabe nga kang Lindsay Motil Timarong, nga ka chairperson na kofa trust fund dergid, ak la member board since sa Lutal Re-Institute tra board ra 2014. Macmillan tra 2015 nga gitirak nga board lamot tilal times reorganize lamot tilal times gula sa malgo koramo lungol dikting aringi ding malt me warung kolon nga sera balwak mang akot ning sokal address yourself question ringel luliger el kwaseng tanga custodian na trust fund gidre el alsils el anging sel Combalida Raymond James and Associates in base ra Florida na Bruram Regal say a custodian ra trust fund gid in malmal tokon na Maryland ra before sirak pek part ra al adal el mangaratel trust fund in Gloria RFP ling tirigel mle advisors or segi del time mle part ra Combalida Morgan Stanley and then segi del Combalida kukti sai del kwasing mlamo dial sorry del ngarinya operations er tel region ergid maulma Morgan Stanley amne started pull out tigel advisory services er tira Balura Pacific emnornya RFP may nepatokal نبتقل الأذى submit the proposals ارتير يا border سيجي del time أنجي للتيا Raymond James مثل البول investment advisors را a trust fund Raymond James إن تيرا كل نسيورا aboard المليل تكتريك المو service providers من since Raymond James أديرق دي investment advisory services al provide وندي تديرق الكلول بانك رابلورا مريجل FDIC insure they get investment security سرتير من ديرق insure رابلورا مريجل يا aboard من ذي side الكواسي ngungil wal boria wa ara lagi di bospera de sisiu el combali not only mangaraw do that for safekeeping el custodian dito directly provide the investment advisory services at arm's length may gal tablol tokoy ada kal bol ay isois mangaringi segi the protection against conflicts of interest the syllable charge of fees ramam malubelo rula ready may segi di ako I hoping address your side question ringel luliger rager namutakisang and then ang dirakal sa kalmo maldi mo kada ba akalik mading kasi kada mal mingira factor talel guk mersel ko the last session el afternoon may awrera labor da white yang el agi team el other board el mingiltra presidente dirakal confirm ra senate meet the selbek kal quarter din dirakal ngaring sub committee ra board lome saigal lurerela our money managers rigid ma performance ra trust fund rigid rapek kalbuil may as over endra October yaklungel la trust fund rigid amle por del 261 million seya aklungel la trust fund ra real ralbaski da sel beseludo dam rigel ser ongerul compact review kidah mal milingil mal mo makatiqat time nga beseludo del sois bra sa trust fund mengdim na kalbol telal ra rakot el moringi ya trust fund da engelak 200 million meng around that time ral belsis ba beseludo the trust fund was around 220 some million mang segi da kadam ko waringi di at the same time erda dira kal malasringi leng bekara kal 15 million na metob dra trust fund ligel ngaligel trust fund sel to magitringi eng masab akrabrere la government magim denge kaseng mal close to la trust fund leng ngol nga seura government operate mang mal blakarang mamalo mesringi leng el all time ya magitra abalula mal volatile toktang barata ngara volatile mal mal مرقد الماس and then mal مرقد الممتين قاعد يورا أنا لو تو دسلو ما جيترا بلولا el ang batok lang tingila auriora investment and dakal soal malmo ko makail masal di kasi say aurere labor darabek quarter ya ko committee labor da aurere bekal buil lo mesra klung ilaudo de o mes aurere tigay gidil adal tirya giri lo magita galudo de make sure kasi kada generate enough returns malube kato mo lay gidil ngaligela at yan ludo de mang mosabeed lol top der segi del 15 million na bekkerak alol nga sera kabelmentary mang elang 260 million ning naring yatal time el blo deng lakra 320 million mang malmlo ngiran aran dirar adra board ning kado mestringin maral moklo esel gi mo mestringin maral moklo ndira kal moklo atte al nagi dol ko mesel kwasay ngarang angod el patingel la investment el sub edel mo oyakni el mut el lomgu goring el moklo mang seral bol teme la pandemic el salmal ngangta a investment sera blulad el de mil sa investment trigi del mut el bilor a 300 million e gida malmol malmalar sel 15 million ra abek el rak mang selo ay sel makita magitra blulad egid dolto badaw ya trasfanda girel di maral mo gyarey May gagi dalul sauda a Kevin. Ay gaya mo so aklitial trust fund rigid. Leng bes ludo del mesois ba madira kal bes luldas wa الجيران investment ترابلولاد متريجل advisors المرابور دلو أيسر قاسي الألسوم غدقوق كمتلا الباسنت لو سيس برا يجي دل تلتلا لا investment إن سبل جوجل نسيول generate more returns the ويا دخل سلسوا ذا risk لك مال بقيك لا يجي دل مانت إن جيرا دل دي قد دي trust yourself policy بلا ذا establishing ملابور ذا مالوجي بpolicy make our decisions القاسي تواتang ay tirigel money managers el guklamot temed el chancellor til lem lamo dagalol ng certial trust fund malubek tuat at tirigel guk esel gina del si supertir mang most of edel make more returns but at least control the risk so that in down markets and the lusa as much masaya already labor the al time ay gidigat tayo mel adaling hindi ka nga vessel les confirmer ar adras Senate ma best member rapporteur ka mama ang director tax director Elway igeda directly unfortunately Miraila gelble vice chairman rapporteur ka ma'am Gayden Gintol and we were sad to see him go ling ingaya manlo spokesperson na toira socially responsible investing ra board board am decided sira 2016 kasi agi mo set aside at least 15% of the trust funds investment monthly dedicated mo invest tayo bali lorur tatora climate adaptation and mitigation matora socially responsible investing mel at time steady part the portfolio a trust fund and it's doing well so we're wanting to align our investments to the trust fund with our values as a society and tora environment tora ngil gay sai ma ongat paklala balu ay gay some of the ways and borda o sikro lele malas mal bruro tal trust fund mut el mga mongil may dim na sa kaldisya gay el sesera rede la borda kamama malmol malplaka ng mame I know kasi minister na kalsan swal salgim sharing it's a labor of love for the board of trustees lang kumamadagi mo do emro la rera ay malt me warang mam lol nga sera palo mam kumal masaw na any questions
Ma'am Sulang, Ms. Timarong Ramalungil presentation, I think it was very informative, even malaka slides, so thank you very much. Chairperson Timarong, Amle mentioned the departure of your Vice President, Vice Chairman Gayden Quintol, and I just want to share that I learned something from him last year, which was an acronym, DWYSYWD. DWYSYWD, and I think this is important for everyone, regardless of what you're doing. So DWYSYWD stands for do what you say you will do. So with that said, let me introduce the next speaker for covering the human development aspect. So Akmo Askra from the Palau Community College, President Ogordeo Patrick Talay, Dr. Patrick Talay. I'm wondering if Mr. O'Keefe will be translating or...
Ma'am Sulang malungil tasil selmera rebek la adro kui nga kama linsi OCC will di mlaka nania prepare the PowerPoint hindi mle mokte kana ka omes luasing makarang aku ngatongok langatiang remeng sa igal adri adro kui malas mal marams mangaus الموضوع تاقل من سواق لومو الوقت ياجي داغوت كذا لسه أقرأ عن الجدار سكول ويجيب لالدو principles ما يدر دان الواسع كذا مقرانه مو بلو marang al garbela alo lisa kertilo demokra yagi del kamok Nekatolisa kertil waseng aroguil blue. Agirel ngarinya kloal tokoy. Every country must have 4 things in place before they can be considered a country. Rogul bulu agirel ngari gagi the kloal tokoy tir. Tira mo sabiil lokdongal luwase blue. This is what we learn from our civics and what we teach in school. So first, we must have a territory defined by borders. Ngirel nga niya buluad, lulturgok, akarensel. Of course, we do have slight minor negotiations with the republics of Indonesia and the Philippines. But other than that, we've secured our borders with YAP FSM. And then we're moving forward to securing our borders, and thus our 200 miles EEC. So that's the first of the 4. And then the second, as a nation, we must have a government. The government is made up of elected people, institutions with authority to enforce laws and public policies. In our case, we have national, we have state, we have traditional, and we have local. So that's the second of the 4. And third, as a nation, we must have sovereignty. Sovereignty is defined as the power to make all laws and carry out all laws within our borders. Sovereign nation has power to deal with other nations and negotiate with other nations, much like what we just spent parts of today discussing with Mr. Kevin O'Keefe. So that's the third part of being a nation. Fourth, and possibly the most important, is that a nation has a body of people. And it is their wants and needs of the people to which the government must respond to. People want to feel safe, they want to raise families, provide education for their young people, and they need to be able to plan their economic future. So those are the 4 tenets of being a nation. So what we've been doing in the last maybe 5 or 6 hours have been really talking about ensuring that those institutions and those 4 tenets of being a nation are actually in place. So I'd like to say that, of course, among those things are protecting our interest. We're very grateful, Kevin, that we have a compact of free association with probably the strongest country on the planet. And we go to sleep at night knowing that if people would intrude in our territories, then we have people to respond to and address those needs. Such meeting is happening at Ngurulmud today, and a forum called the JCM, and we're very grateful for that. Also, based on that, we have this recently concluded negotiation that we've heard a lot about, Kevin, and that's really to meet those needs and wants of the people. Sometimes in Palau, our needs, aigal led, madospe. Hasoad, madospe at tablol kakaro. Si selbebile kada oisiksik te odakta kasoad ma hasabel. Ngire del mal mo ngili makla. Aigang ingya mo sabel mo makatmok la abuluad. Mangsuagal merenga sulela principles maiderdang mla mabi selom rolela ngal ka sel mel. Ha elia bela am local dibla. Minister matulam narsay ya giomes lo sengara o mga tmok blada katmok mora rangal ka. Imora gel got el talbira blulad el bela gilengel mosois pra alsel allam altir allam altir mo sabak clear rangal ka. Kadireng sersegi sembango mlet mu wigegil gdul ma tigingel mo sabaklel guko bekel mara adal tmage morngia telgibel gora opting el tokoira dalongoli masegida kmerenga sulela kal principal ng manla asmodi ela sabe del wase abelao in English Palau have achieved a near universal participation in K to 12 education. Kadamla as tokoyra school, ang aringi ate al moringi, ate al lam mga asim ringi. Bela al dangara al sel, yung malgiya del diosi kilwase. Kadam makarang ela kado langasa igal school mutel mongil. Tiagi del gillega ringi principal malmlo o batoko lo kortiang, ilwase sera lora la kado reng sa al dadu. Sera al meradra sa Bangyol, ngidi mo mudu il mongoywa. Mudu il mongoywa kategismo. Yamo dengay gal luukla. Sera al meradra dois, ngidi bol sa beedra meng sa igal tinger maselame meirer tir tial hatokoyra amta. Kada mal tilaw da del bangeder tira ul magdingilu tial tigingil amta. Tokoyra dois ulumem kada mga kliya kabelemen tergid. Man segid ya kada morar adra siabal. Di ora asen tao mga dur tira dito aset rirula igal tokoy mangmo sa beedel madu emlega karo sa school ngaria schoolir rangal ka tial belu mangaria schoolir tirgel guk ngaligir arangaligir ma guk schoolir tirgel adrir natyang. Kada morar adra merigel mamlanga asimra. Masera early 1970s, kadamlo gera, father hisera ulagerengi, elwaseng education for whom and for what. Ege akri lenggel baderera publication al adit teringa 1977. Ng school morar wataang al girelangarang. Lekadingiti ngititrira rangal kalmei, yaso adolo isa akertil mo medengengigel, makadungubet trira mlik sa prere o mube ngara mlui Yomal, el ma classroom textbooks el mal misterire me roko tester tilo se tambagi kan klelangi kelendiak. O oim agi mgegrel ngara school agi mosigelo sa igal salmon ay kakadala o mal rakas kelel garger dadas padal ngaram dia ka salmon tir. Yang guktim lakalo ay sira kamame ayrin lo ase salmon akuk tiak lingi kera other belaw. Kadamla achieve ra access amla muringi. Ma Matokoyra rangal, matokoyra early childhood, matokoyra elementary education, matokoyra secondary education, access amla mori. Kada madengelo ase seradora el memklo rangal gadi dolang artir, ngagirel moraruk, mora Xavier, ngagirel mora Pix, raruk, mobile mora bola, ngagirel mora Mount Carmel, ngagirel mora Our Lady of Mercy, ngagirel mora Wailua High School, Big Island. El al time egal schooled. Gagida ngalagay del tilo del mong. Do all di watalong clear tirige rogu il mitsip mineral imbal academy. Timla kalabora imore gagida school ble lodrugil moring. Sabi emel ngarbe law, halungil ti alugro il bomtura al sel, en sabi emel mo o mga idasa regel bebira ngalgra school. Gagida Ang soagal di mo tmusesel girel tiagidele higher education lang malmlongil smodia ma higher education ako tuluul a constitution rebela adi omak ngara rangal kan mora school trui me with a career maluben trui ma ongerul school emrokong avay nga ka optional hindi ka requirement tial toko era uriora ul sera pol teisenga makamad ito ase tirgel tilo dramokko tirge amadu umtumora school Emergo mera school mera tiagidele inter. Yang modiagal mornya inter Betania ma Emmaus ma Mincenti ma PMA manglo sa MLD 12 se mo real mo sensei. Yang modiagal enough matamo Eda High School ma 1960s ay garo wool school amlo ringia class ringi. Emergo ngetirgel mamsuba to ra kalda albay amlo ra school PVS Palau Vocational School. Malmlo ungila isel, ma kongresa may konesya dirilo ase tialungil tokoy. No, this gem in Palau needs to be shared by everybody else. Ma kongresa may konesya ultob daudod, erulin mo may konesya na occupational center. Ermula dor mal 600 ta vetringi. Ilgirira rangal regel bekel belun may. Yang ara skuringi. Musuba tokoy rakal da albay. Tiaulagi usegi del movement rabulur amrigel. Ra ogot PL igal technical schools rabulur amrigel. Honolulu Technical School, Kapiolani Technical School, Maui Technical School, Kauai Technical School, Hawaii Technical School. Matia direk am lo segid al school. Mangmlo ay se mergom lo club gul kada mga dura adram rigele to ase. Kami ada kal siul di mel melengit tau do. Tiagi del tokoil accreditation omreli lo schoolia mo ay gal level la school ang bar. E ga igi del lo mo dong luaseng Title 4 funding asab iul mai. Matia sera bol accredit school in 1978. Yung lo dia ka bodol ngita appropriation lero gul ngal gal may la ram rigela ase tigirel maabul ngal ka entitled al meraigang. Komadang alia a salary rar maabul adar merigel al sugum aududel ti alongal ka. O dakta aududel ng songos o kail telay le kami maabul. O mesera lungul mel ngul kail manggang kirgit kerdi kabular adar belaw rokoy makerdi eligible rokoy. Mang malungil tokoy. Mauula makmalakot tiang dia ka ngal kal soal mora school. Dia kal udaw ulen dia kal sabi elmo. Kado si sabia a national scholarship. Akmrenga sulel a national scholarship office. Legero guil program. Luldi mukra tirgel guk ngarbelaw el sensei mar adalo urior. Soril ngara school hindi tadirgam lobby laigal certificate ra alabi ilira dirga tagim sa ingrengi. Magim a rulia program melingit tra scholarship vice president tam apertir mensabi il ngara belaw 17 ngara master al time mergong 26 ngara bachelor's degree program ra STSU 20 ngara bachelor's degree ludi mukrungel sensera smider dang ngara University of Kwamal Momrur segid el project el hoy mate al langarngi tirgang adireg el ogyo igal bilateral agreements ngaringi rangal gal moras kura siabal loya kay gal mombuso scholarship ngida ambassador origasal ngatiam ngadambre ngasulel madireg adal moras kura Taiwan sera bodi leak el blue segid el sera bodi meter segid el lolgaire gel klo lolgail mlo sovereign nation yang mlo sobe edel mga dura siabal mga dura adra Taiwan etigilangay marangalageda sabiir el moray gigit school ndiregal tiagid el adalo bangela compact of free association ngora ungile mangit ngora magekngit le kamam marwa vice president sel time ragi mara school sel blila diploma margaw sel graduation ndiakal diploma margaw Babiera INS was di 10 days from here, etial I-20 expired. So you need to go back to your country of origin. Also, the exception of more acceptance letter at isur ko at C1 visa. Esel omtob en mutlo si sulbabir. Ang negotiator sergid, mar leader sergid, l'ultimo krakran para Anthony. Sira longra alarwa dengit tadiolang tiraguk tiradra olangas. Aktiong alakara brat. Tiragang arireli yatara lulo mdasuringi esiska wasi tial school abolungil bolungsong sa uror tial blue ingirel ngarnya sabiil morngil blue usang klel ngil blue United States of America. Tiragay gidal mangal ngutiling rigid hindi akal manghit al tukoy. Ngungilak matara tingala presidento sa darili ti albelu tiragang aram tamla marael. Tamong suba bibirado makalda albay el mutel may. Ang iram lay halin sim lay marael vice president tamlay mga ayrin nam lamong may murgan ngudangi mga mutel mong el mutel may. Oy. Makadamal merenga saul el girel segit. Tiagid el tuab del morse direct al club el gul. Rata leong regid. Mablura merigel. Makadamre nga sulit tirgel ule ako kran parga Anthony. Remember sa logol was etial mo dia ka require visa ng singgirel mong la simra adat. Kadi imol ke karel mlay el kakadraw ligid metial klo dial. Hindi tirgal nga dial sorira adul tometeng el tiagid el deker til medium kadam mo adul gid. Seguida gida adre bula gida el mal mo mal aswar ngira habek el time. O iti abuluri maral mertiam ta mga dadur gid mang direct al club el gul segid el maral el morise ay garo gul to el gulgoy ading aniya te al late speaker Santos Oligong o si te al ngartiang el mora yang maral waise magada direct el Aiga rogul dosa da di girel egel kloal toy. Au lirar ada needs ma wansar ada gire del meat. Hindi ti aigi del kukabalment del ngara al sel. Hindi akal sabe del di mo ba motar ngut. Ak mla merti aigi de vice presidente duli el mutro lingitra gide rogui. Ar adar bela di mlaga tal dulwase ar muodel. Ngiriul mo tarang biu. Ngiriul mo obat tal toy. Segan kloak la kakarous ringi. Obat tal toy. Ngaro sol de swed, hindi ka mo mrer o sisiu rai. At tarunguda dia kal girel motang. Au ngirrenga mamangit renga mlegay udagay kal mont angel no meu del motmo. Mamangit renga ul kada mutang redele sel bang yang reden tuwa den gel mangit. Oi tiginga dar other belau. Walway segid. Makmal di ngatiang luway sura sa development human resource ngungil kaltmok. Ningiral giredel mo blakarungud. Al sugo men soad el guk mo mga usi ay krela belau en gire del mola ba gel olga el tir ola ndia ka del ngatiang os ndia mongeng ti rim ra basket limo 6 feet agi guk magekrebel ndia en gire el di 10 feet agi da msub el sokul el moar wa antanil adra a basket aktire el sokal ngatiang isia alo mo godong ngilo asen tidak mnati ambasador Taiwan el amla marael tidak Taiwan Digital Opportunity Center. Tirgal belu am lamem rulia gegre lobisra PCC. Ngului makli miligel gotul mering la arale gotul bagrur te gotul BS el computer. El sugo mangalir ada soril me uspe ay gagi del programa el ngara Taiwan msub. Ang la asim el girel matutang melogok mutial tidak tianga inisiative ra Minister Udoy ma Minister Charles Obiang. Ngor ogel was tirgatum umregan dia. Legor am leul das watiagi de halek sodi mang tirgel 24 el other staff el staff rekomue turang umsin tir tirge malay gel class ndita dingar officer tir di selu lela al du atiagi sel molarang gal class mangar officer gaw e kadang ok leng yamel abos semel signer tiang alokom reng sra Kashmir alokom reng sra elwe mangal ada mlamodiak al subi tial toy Masel mle ulda so tigal teru was ngaringi sel time etta tuwa del medi focus tial ori de tri tial masir tir ngla agir tigal teru el ministerio el tial togo el mut el mok murtirek mu eru klog ede klog ngiri ul ngarsel masu bertiang dia kamo bader tir el mut el me le gagida bebira bring la aral togo e gire del gut moklo aigal articulation agreement tabul gulo ase agilu usia agreement lo bangela blura tara bulu matara da nga karam rigel a eli nga kama Minister Chengins am lang do ra ambassador ra bulu ra huri pingel merbelau non resident ambassador ngida minister ngirai a hedra PNSP mlo mlo tirgal el surveyors el mlo tir muleger ngile tia direct el clol program o kem tela o muspe tir tatetiu ra bek rak mdia nguk tuwa badar 9 and dori years de oktak dorura program mate al mal ngarngil ngal ambasador amal ngungil arungul el soal el mool ngaseu ay gegidia adi soagalo wais dikta litial dilia principale bok merek tiagida program el gimbil lira with ragram la memong am la top the 311 el ngalga kom la angar ngal gi om ngatiang di tirgal ngalga el tamal ngalit le ndiakal ngalak raten ratarak. Jadi tuab dra 8th grade am lamal tel morada ingak. Tamla tuab da 3 matartir. Adi imol ter del tiagi del programa tuab dra school abol apply dun telargim. Lo bagalets degree ak 17. Da kasem lo role under 18. O oy magigor om da swalwas ela tirgang makarabo dore ertireng mosobil sois. Dingarinya tara presentation ak ring sitiang makadamo ada duol girel. Dia ka bol betokol ngalaka. Tirgang ngara school with el sigang o uniform ngara galet o PTA beto kay gel ulti agid el programa el bora alsel e giril tuibarendir el giril mo omgodor malubet mo engineers field engineer mo construction worker supervisor foreman endi tirga direk el tuob da tadi mo rol a elol melboil Emro ko tayo nga kal soril mo civil engineers. Hindi rin kal malungil. Hindi makasaraktir. Makadi mrenga sauleng ate Allah mal ngarngi betok. At tokor omsubel tokor mandarin akabel mentra Taiwan amla dispatch ra volunteer. El may mongolis akla mandarin na PCC mamin senti dire kal ngarngi angara Palau High School. Sel klau merang lo sia tokor Miguel tokor Siabal tokor mandarin amoklabul gula bodo dengai. Mesel moral mong el sal mal meteteo ang rir el diakal kasibar en rir. Tawukti ka usiang el waisel meteteo ang rir belu. Mendiakal sal mo kada mo medeng exertir. Egida mo diakal kasibar nguder tir. Ma bela mal betok ay gid el progress el blal katmok. Ng sabeegel me door tiang o ay sa igel guk ngarnya ngal sangasel mal turu betaklel. Andik malo mesel lagyom ko door mangado makatmok labay. Mesel bol merek bodo nguyura ureore ko oy wil mo merek tirgelo mo ora do tilo ase al dun dia ka ora tigingin wasing dia gi mo ngek mu gikmul mo ngara la mo edel gi menglak dia ga imol del tial urol blam relil gi mesang le adra bela ulu merat tial self esteem ra ada madengel ngarni ablol turo batakringi ndi gi ada bela dia kal so ada bol tetkik mutiam hit amad I bela al duat yang ngaral mo ngarni wasea matamaado ba igal galil mo niya lubeng kama mga imukur sarat tilyang hindi matadi rebek le edul bela di mo melibitut ke mo also mi da kay bungoy da igal kal modu ay mukur sing yang makal ti sel tokor bela kada mertia kadrawol makumda sertia gidel konsep lang lu sertiang malat krat kingel angel presentation ra bangko ti albertia kadrawol konsep terbela ngania akurat turo bataklela blay ere bulise la ko men mlamo ko dung engagi dele grandmara FPA amla aruli tele protection act mo kada maran na to gamamar sa arabela gidi di ko sobak lang rang agi mangroy der gamamle kada mol ko suus mara apngelak mo raklel endi mal mlamo ngila school ra el arangal Egardi mga tmok kortin mo. Hindi ko ay hindi akal so akal masada adela toko hindi imol toko Anthony. Kangaring segi dal AIDS. Kamama trui matede. Loat. Yo bangel omrod lagi molluy. Emrogon di kamamel ngalagela ubal mabasili ako tulbato ang ngalagela kamadaol 4. Kumla mo mdangala ko loko ringi Ya kamadal malore na avya ka grandchildren ertir. Real alchils, not one. Masegi da kumdaso smaideng albangaledar adre belaw. Diakal school, diakal opportunity. Ngirel ko rambornya ngil du almorar ngaleged. Elwase ngirel ngaringa rangalaka. Etial bulu adakat maklil mo ngil ngiringa adal mo bulu ringi. Legu kulsal mo ngil lakar ngaleged. Akmadangalia adra sina mal maraw. Ang alagela amle usokor segi tale hosel morbabe ya ralma oldu beringi remurt et murga iklel maam sels ko gil blaringin geruba kama bi ilm le malar ngal imol ngaligir ngo kuidel milyon la ralas ko girtir akasel ngel ngal ngaligir alurur ngi dia se edel marar ara takare gal arala blir ndi imol ngaligir D1 kita giril ngaring ya rul te malu udal game segi da awal isur gid engya development gida medre litial bulul mongil ngakramak tim ngodu o mesra ministere di degisang makmal dimrenga sulir adrogu Gavin, thank you very much for being here. So I was just telling a story of higher education and what we've been doing. We just signed with the Dean of Social Science at the University of Hawaii. We just signed an agreement with them to try and have students be a dually enrolled PCC/UH Manoa student. And she was kind of shocked to hear that Hilo has a seamless agreement and there's a Hilo Ohana. So, but Hilo is a village, yeah. But they have their acts together. It was a wrong thing to say to her, but at least we've signed an agreement with them. 2 Palawan students went to UH Manoa, and they're hoping that some will be a kind of mixed major. The last graduate former President Kuniwa Nakamura, that's class of 1960. That's a long time. One final thing that I'm going to say, I don't know if KSPLA has given us a building permit. But if you go to the truck, you look up, we see a building. We're building a huge medical science building. And here's the story behind that. We went to President Toribio with Minister Cuarte to try and have this building built so that Masel Labornia Ongedel Medical School. Ako Marigel Arilia Medical School Fiji around 1960. Emle graduate 140 doctors for the region. In 1980 to 90 some, they graduated another 140 for the region. Those people are, in a few years, will be approaching a retirement age. And this ongoing dialogue, 501c3, new medical school for the region, that may include Guam, CNMI, we want to kadaro ruli the misel time albornya eldu tial school ungil alborger agi was ngari medical science ngari 200 space dormitory ngari cafeteria sa elomgara ewal dartalat agi dagi mangal mera table tiakli lungil merbelaw. That's what we're looking forward to. So Antonio Akmal merenga suli our organizers tiagi del symposium malungil tiagi del klel tial tokoy tial economics Eka na momre karena kagi ditang okor selos ya tiang radi eka na may seringil blue baru ating eladino kati eka na may seringi a development teringa makarang belang malak mo set porang esarak masalo se brad tamlat se tirir ngasaw matamlat sen serang klelel mo development symposium Koman sulang rubak Dios lo makngal tengah tergida mabeluat
Ma'am Sulange, Dr. Telay, thank you very, very, very interesting, funny, and informative presentation. Yeah, I think listening to that, it really brings the definition of leadership to my mind. With the goal of leadership is to raise more leaders, not followers. So it's really good to hear the government's effort and PCC's effort in bringing up education for everybody. So speaking of leaders, and to close out this first Palau Development Symposium of 2023, I will ask our own leader, the Honorable Vice President J. Udu Sangabao Sr., to close today's symposium. Please, Vice President.
Komal Masarrogoy, no sabedal ngartiar el alsil, Secretary el Palau Development Symposium 2023, Realizing Visions, Outcomes of Change. Malmringas ulila Dr. Dr. Patrick Tale, PCC President, no sabel le odakarogul el dodo, no sabel meskitsel el wayal gura. Amlo labong al amaw sa rogoy el dodo el mo closer tiagi del symposium agid. Akti malmo otengi malolingit ang bodong uselo sisilol daso sel dosadra human development. Tial belul dorurngil malmo ngil belu mo belurir arwatang. Kamama teim ngalgela Augusto Sangbaw ma Francisca Rabe Sangbaw nga kamaumi ako tulbatoar ngalkam tirigal leaders tewa ngalkam titalngel maringi karamayre ngamlamo grandma yakamama dirka last year ngo ay srigida minister kafaro or balalwa say tabatoar adal mlav Almil el Rabalur Belau. Almada the Magara 2006, truy me widara kram la memo. Ya doktor lala o me sertikal lela makal mera hospital o simtur trila al baby ra kaum polo me el. Gida mong wem da other belaw. Tamral mal mom kasay. Kita tialu rengas ra sel riralil 2020 census adam la motruy am eal telael. Kita keketera do ba lui al telael lour tidam larwepta. Maboda podangara talul daswa. Edolingitra a olbira kalulaw mikita bolbla karngud. Lo siga aldo ulele da supportra ardila matulu am kekarel ad lo meel. Boria maternity leave ra private sector bol si edel bekla adoro lo meel bol ngania te elilom grora ngaligir. Kome ngak mo close diktelit yang adegilt maklia pala sirgi delwasin suadalom tu trangal klobel kul eungila dom tu talentia kalpas serangal ka mom sisi abadingir tolo oy agira dom tu tertir nding dia kalpsanga ngkal adil atemel lentia kalsebel ngata molungul raurior lol tu trangal gil mengkurawal kakaro say gigi dia toy mengira dan mobla karngud lo mesem emo Reor al girela doisar adra belur belale. Kami say gal klungyal. Thank you, Mr. Kevin O'Keefe, for that presentation. Kita tial mo mesa 889 million ra sila loy Iraq. Madangar ang lungo o magpasarngiya olbira marigel US Congress. Endi ay galo daw dong mel mararwat ang. Mo do dirarwat ang. Mo klungyal dirarwat ang. Madamo kita dal blakar ngude doisra dial gidar other belaw. Mokomal masaw le elak morselo lubol makmo mreng asaw lo. Maldi mreng asaw le selko isiek lo kumesel betokar maasal ngartiang minister matu la principal ardang ma takter tele akwasiang maral tamrara di rebelaw tirgay gidi klisi ela belu klisi ela tulungal gidi ulo mangarngi tial belu rebelaw lesel da bonge des kamiw ang mamaklor ngude matingel mulwase ay gal aldo amor web tel mor tirgelo ngra ala dalong okol tirgelo mgro rangal ka tirgel mga wolwa awil toy olsis akran ngalge magugiw tiya mal marenga sulela Ambassador Oricasa, Lobengedra El Sils, Dirikam Lartiang Ambassador Jessica Seeley, Dirikam Masala Asian Development Bank for Tiagidal hosting Tiagidal conference, support the Tial conference ng Ngaringir El Sils at Tial. Katangedang matangal tangatang Tial Palau Development Symposium 2023. Dirikal World Bank, IMF, Masala subiira dal direk al partner up along gela Ministry of Finance Komal Masaw lama Minister Caleb Udoy Jr. for putting this together musabi edal ngartiar el alsils nga kamlo di akmer el al total president ako kumlateng nga kamlo sel tokora JCM selbel mentioner niya Dr. Telay sel joint committee meeting. The Maring Asulela President, His Excellency President Surang Alwipes Jr. for being here this morning, for all the ministers, Almleng, Kagida Minister Matu Ulder Gobenget, all the senators who came today, the delegates, governors, speakers, igel presentation el al direng sa afternoon. Malmasala Principal Erdang, direka malmasala sa klol prota alinsi motil timarong. For malawil low ice sel teletelel tialudo der el angal tial compact trust fund and klela mo repurposed fund. Matakti mutal tial el close or tial conference ergid mal mreng asaw or tiagid el kotal meeting ergid el mo Palau Development Symposium. Dios o makaltangataro gida rogoy makuk next year shall be the kaldival for the next Palau Development Symposium. Sulang to all speakers. Did I do everything? Tamlamara lar students and dire kamal lartiar students sa mga dire kamal nga sulir. Marokul al dabe kami al maasal ngartiang sulang. El aldong at mo karigid al maralak tin mutan marang asaw ray gelungil kalan marat kula. Ti ay gid el striklor prota trigal mil ngat mo kalagel value added products. Ra kukaw al maral mle klabo ko lengil kal. Thank you.
Beloma Island, paradise of the sea, beautiful people, so strong and free. We give our hearts to you, whether young or old. I pledge my life